Good evening, members of Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters. For those that tune in on Facebook, Restream, YouTube, Twitch, how's everybody doing tonight? And for those who follow my several TikToks under HCS895, welcome to Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters Open Mic Night. Hope everybody is doing good. I know I'm feeling a little bit better than I've been feeling. So how's everybody doing this evening? I'm going to share out this link to the groups that allow me to share, brothers and sisters, real quick. There we are, brothers and sisters. We're all shared out here on Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters. How's everybody doing this evening? I hope everybody's doing great. We got who's this? Main House, Sister Edna Wilson. Yeah, I'm hanging in there, brothers and sisters. I'm a fighter. Yeah, I've been struggling for a while now. For about, I just don't try to tell everybody what I'm going through, because there's some crazy people that if you tell somebody what you're going through, they're going to get that and twist it around and try to make it seem like whatever's happening to you, they try to wish bad upon you and stuff like that. So most of the things that I go through, I keep to myself. I know as of lately, probably for the past week or about a week, y'all been seeing me probably dozing off a little bit and stuff. The first time I ever dozed off was because I had a muscle relaxer in my system, which was about a week ago. Then after that, I guess the pill must have still been in my system, and I was feeling groggy and stuff. Sometimes certain medications can affect you a certain way, and then I noticed that because I do take all kinds of medicines, brothers and sisters. Uh, so I started feeling effects of other things, but I keep to myself because it's something that I'm going through. So that's something that only I know, but what I'm going through. So I just keep it private to myself because sometimes when you put things out there, people, like I said, like twisting stuff around and stuff like that. Or, they see me wearing my veteran hat, they get upset, or they see me, they want to insult me, or my time in service, or they think, oh, he's an old man, I can take him on. What these people don't understand is, yeah, I'm an older guy, but I still work out the same way I used to work out before. Uh, I'm still a warrior. It's within me to fight, whether it's spiritually or physically. I'm capable of doing either. So it'll be a shame if you young bucks try to step up to Sarncias and Sarncias teach you a lesson of a lifetime. Said I was highly trained You know, uh, something I've always worked out. I've always stayed active, even before I joined the military. It was first to nature kind of thing. And I only say certain things of what I know. I don't say everything because people be in here infiltrating and stuff, and they're just trying to see what you might know, what you don't know, and all this stuff. Me, I just share the stories. Some of them get upset because I talk about the balance. I talked about the numerous times that when I call upon Jesus Christ, that He has assisted me spiritually. When doesn't matter what the manifestations the demons take. Uh, you call upon Jesus Christ and you type on a rebuke in Jesus Christ's name, they will flee. And when you type on a rebuke in Jesus Christ's name, these demons, especially if you're doing it in true faith with a heavenly love foundation, they will flee. I put it to the spiritual test to the ones that manifested to look like dogman, lycanthropes, whatever you want to call them. They've left. I've done it uh, to the one that manifested to look like a Bigfoot. They've left, disappeared, vanished, left. I've done it to the shadow figures. They disappeared, they left. I did it to the succubus, incubus that I defeated when I fought her spiritually and she exploded. I did it to this uh, this figure that appeared right in front of me that had no flesh, but it was just red, like it had no subcutaneous layer. It was just flesh that appeared in front of me. It jumped at me, and I could talk about the stories, and it was going through me. And I tied by the rebuke of Jesus Christ, and when it exploded in little pieces. Spiritual warfare is very real, brothers and sisters. What I say here on Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters is experiences that I've gone through, and I'm trying to awaken my brothers and sisters spiritually so they could have a chance to fight just in case if they do get spiritually tested and they go through things that they have a little bit of wisdom and knowledge how to be able to overcome the things that are coming up against them. The people that are infiltrating, they stand with the other side. They're not going to tell you. They're not going to tell you because they're just not. Because they want you to fall. They want you to fall to what they believe in. No difference than the people that believe in Bigfoots. They're not going to tell you that the Bigfoot is a demon. They're not going to tell you that they're demonic in nature because they want you to believe. How you doing, Buddha? Bada, whatever. Bada, Buddha. Just forget the H. Yeah, they're not going to tell you that they're not going to share any wisdom and knowledge. I'm going to tell you right now, if they're trying to teach you any other way but Jesus Christ, then they're teaching you. They're not teaching you nothing, man. They're misguiding you. They're misguiding you from they're misguiding you from the only one that can help you and save you spiritually, which is Jesus Christ. Any other things that somebody's trying to throw your way, right? Through any kind of practices, is they're misguiding you because they're just entertaining the unseen forces, the DDN, the somebody demonic network, just entertaining them. Because if you're not using Jesus Christ, then they already have you. Beelzebub cannot cast out Beelzebub. Two negatives will not make it positive. That's right, learning that they will not. They will not share the truth. They will not share the truth to you, right? So what do? They want to come in here and infiltrate spiritual encrypted encounters when I'm telling you the truth. And then they want to get in the shed and try to contradict what I'm saying when I'm trying to show you the way of how to able to fight spiritually. These people, they're not about Jesus Christ, because if they were about Jesus Christ, they would not be trying to tell you to believe in Bigfoots, believe in different cryptids, believe in different practices or worships. They should be telling you Jesus Christ is the way. He's you. We all have to go through Jesus Christ to make it into the kingdom of heaven. That's what they should be saying. All this other nonsense, you know, about UFOs and all this stuff, UFOs coming, and all this propaganda. That's all bullshit, because they want you to believe. You start believing that freaking the Silver Surfer is coming, and you believe in the Silver Surfer is coming. They got you, because what if the Silver Surfer is a demon, just a manifestation, right? They're telling you a spaceship is coming. It's all BS, right? But the only spaceships anybody's seen is what they show on TV. All that is the one. It's a belief factor. Listen to what I'm telling you. They want you to believe, so you believe that there's a UFO coming, but it's actually a demon. The representation, what's representing the UFO is a demon, but it's not telling you it's a demon that you're believing in. It's already got you, because you're believing in the manifestation that the AI is putting out there. It's it's one of the things that you really have to have a relationship with Jesus Christ to understand, uh, through all the crap that's happening right now. And there's a lot of that. Let me catch up to the comments. I'm way behind here. Here we go. We got learning beyond the box. Yes, I battled uh, by myself through Jesus Christ. I battled by myself through Jesus Christ. I'm not going to mislead you. I'm telling you, the only way to overcome this unseen forces is through Jesus Christ. That's the only way. You really have to have a heavenly love foundation and a relationship with Jesus Christ. You have to have some kind of faith, because I'll tell you what, just like I'm able to ID this DDN or manifestations that they take, uh, they know spiritually, right? What openings we might have. So that's why you have to be careful when you go into spiritual warfare against them, that you really have to be on the right path. You can have no spiritual openings. They know that's when they come and attack. If they see an opening, they don't come by ones or twos or threes. They come in many. And that's when they try to overrun you, try to overtake you, trying to block any opening that you might have that you could use to contact Jesus Christ. They're going to try to stop you. That's where a bondage and possession comes along. They're going to try to prevent you from making contact to the Heavenly Father, to Jesus Christ. If they can do that, then they already got you. But that's why it's important to maintain your heavenly love foundation, your faith and belief, because that will never go away. No matter how many come, your faith and belief through a heavenly love foundation will always be there. And you can contact the Heavenly Father at any given time. And that's what they're trying to prevent. Social media, uh, anything dealing with politics, anything dealing with any news, with things that are going on around the world. They want people to live in fear. That's a spiritual opening. They want people to be confused. That's a spiritual opening. They want people to believe that wrong is right. That's a spiritual opening. There's so many secret hidden agendas out there that are against God, and they want people to say it's okay to be that way. No, it's not okay to be that way, because that's a spiritual opening. There's this woke crap that's happening. It's abomination. The things that they do, that is not of Jesus Christ. They want you to believe in that woke, but they don't want you to believe in Jesus Christ. They want you to believe in the sin. That's a spiritual opening. How you doing? How you doing, man? Y'all got me preaching here today. Y'all got me preaching here today. Think about what I'm saying. All these agendas, spiritual openings, all the things that you see, boxing, UFC, almost any kind of sport, there's spiritual openings there, man, because it's about the tithe. Corruption. There's a lot of corruption, right? People lose money, gambling. It's about the tithe. That's it's evil, man. A lot of spiritual openings. You start believing in those things, and you forget to have that communication, spiritual communication with the Heavenly Father. You forget to prepare yourself spiritually, right? You forget to pray daily. You forget to have the relationship with Jesus Christ, and they start luring you in with the things that they're trying to offer you, right? Everything's got a price to pay. Just saying, be careful what you seek for, what you wish for. And I know I've been targeted since I was a kid. Since I was a kid, so I've been fighting spiritually all my lives. It doesn't matter to me if one, two, three, or four, five people, or however many people get offended to what I have to say. So long I can help out those that truly need help. That's all that matters to me. The ones that try to come in here and infiltrate, you can infiltrate all you want to, uh, but I'm still going to attend my Heavenly Love Foundation and do the works that I'm doing, just like I'm doing right now. And another thing, yeah, I don't rejoice over the dead. Uh, Matter of fact, and when I was in combat after the war, I'm still there. All the bodies and burning tanks are around me. I prayed. I prayed for my brothers and sisters, or my brothers, for us to be protected, because I know that so many dead bodies, there's going to be things coming, right? Death and other things, demons, the degen. So I protected my brother in arms in the front line spiritually. I prayed for them, prayed for all of us, and then at the same time, I prayed for the enemy. I prayed for the enemy for their spirits to be saved. I prayed for the enemy that we faced. We're not supposed to rejoice over the dead. Uh, you see a lot of that happening right now with the guy that got murdered, Kirk. You know, a lot of people, when you rejoice over the dead, that's kind of like cursing yourself, man. You're actually leaving a spiritual opening to be to get spiritually attacked, right? Yeah, that's the opening that you're leaving yourself to. If people can't see the wrong in that, they're going to learn the hard way, because that's a spiritual opening. You're not supposed to make fun of anybody. You're not supposed to have vengeance in your heart. That's a spiritual opening. Anger is a spiritual opening. So many ways that the enemy can come and attack you spiritually. So right now, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna drop the link, and we can keep on talking about this. Is I have so many things. It's just you have to stay, like I said, spiritual ready at all times because you don't know when you're gonna be tested. I've been through many wars already. I was on one war that I already knew since I was a kid that I was gonna be in a war because it was shown to me. So I would have to get my mentality to be a certain way. Uh, but at the same time, the spiritual war I've been fighting for a very long time, and I still continue to fight the spiritual warfare. Yeah, that's showing you right there, brothers and sisters. These people that do that is they have spiritual openings. The only thing we can do is pray for them to get free from the bondage. You know, but that's what happens, right? When there's disagreements, because that's politics. Some people are gonna believe this way, some people is gonna believe this other way. So what happens? Everybody wants to be right. So there's arguing that happens, and and the arguing is a spiritual opening, and anything can happen. So it's like it's not good when you argue. I believe you that you can come to talk to somebody, but at the same time, when people got it set in the mind they're going to be a certain way, I can't tell a guy that wants to be a girl that he's a man, and in his mind he thinks he's a woman. And that's what we're dealing with. These people that has the spiritual openings that the demons got them confused, they got them bonded. Uh, instead, I think they should be exorcising demons out of these people because that's what they have, the spirits of the abomination in them, in which they're confused, and there's a lot of chaos. And Barry and Mike didn't help this country when they allowed this craziness to continue. It took it to another step. That's where the demons are having a freaking party, not just here in the United States, but around the world. But yeah, pretty bad in the United States right now because of the doors, the openings that certain people in power left for the demons to come and entertain themselves. So here we go. I talked for a good 23 minutes. I'm fixing to drop the link here, brothers and sisters. It is open mic night for wherever anybody wants to drop in the link. There's the link. Me, I've already been fighting spiritually for a long time, and I've been going through what I've been going through. You notice the things that's been happening to me, but that don't stop me from doing a live. Even if I doze off because I'm not feeling well, I'm still doing the good works. The to the best of my abilities. And sometimes people don't want to hear the truth. That's what the problem is. They want people to lie to them. They want people to lie to them to say it's okay to be the way you are. I'm here to say it's not okay. If you want to make it into the kingdom of heaven, you have to be a certain way, and you have to be with no sin in order for you to make it into the kingdom of heaven. But the number one thing, you have to acknowledge Jesus Christ as your I'm going to say your Lord and Savior, but I'm going to say as Jesus Christ the King, right? That He's the King. He's the only way to make it into the kingdom of heaven. Can't get caught up in the confusion that the DDN or demons are trying to do to keep you deceived. They're trying to deceive you. And for anybody that thinks that these things that are fallen have some kind of power, I mean they might have something dealing spiritually, but it's because they've been here for a long time that they know how to function within the spirit. But just because it can function within the spirit because they're spirits doesn't mean they have some kind of power over us. The power you give them is what they have over you. Uh, Me personally, I do not. Uh, I do not give them power. I'm just put them on spiritual blast. That's what I do. I try to waken up my brothers and sisters to tell them what they're about, but they have no power. Because they're fallen already. They've already been defeated. So if they can they deceive you to make you believe a certain way. Another thing that has to do with this that it's been happening for years. Our children have been being corrupted by the school system, putting all this bullshit in there to cause confusion, to plant the negative seed that they don't want them to know Jesus Christ. I believe even took the Our Father out of the church a long time. I mean, out of the schools a long time ago. And then the deliverance prayer, the Our Father, is another prayer that's very effective that can help you out spiritually because you're calling upon Him to come and assist you, right? To come and assist you spiritually. And they don't want you. They don't want our children to know that. They want to leave our children. If we don't teach them, then who's going to teach them? They want to leave our children defenseless. So when the unseen enemy surfaces up, they're not going to know what to do. But that's where you come in. That's where spiritual encrypted encounters comes in. That's where you come in as the chosen ones. That it's going to take us to be able to show our next of kin and others that might not know. It's our job, or spirit, to show them the way. Let them know who they are, who they truly are. We're all children of the light. It's since we're children of the light, it's a, how should I say, it's our birthright to be able to ascend and make it into the kingdom of heaven. But we have to be living the right path, brothers and sisters. Don't let the enemy and the things that are in this world deceive you. The things this world has to offer you, that's all to trick you, to deceive you. I'm just here to tell you that we're all children of the light. It's our birthright to make it back into the kingdom of heaven. Let's see, I think my brother Jack is here. Let me drop this link again. I don't know what happened. There it is right there. That's why sometimes I've been feeling a certain way for about 2 weeks. It's kind of like they want to prevent me. They want to prevent me from doing this works. Certain things happen to me, but I rebuke it. As a matter of fact, for anybody that's feeling like the energy is being drained, Anybody that's feeling sick, we tie, bind, rebuke the unclean spirits, any DDN. We tie, bind, rebuke any witchcraft and occultancy. In the name of Jesus Christ, we tie, bind, and rebuke this. In the name of Jesus Christ, we place heavenly crosses on all of us from head to toe. We place heavenly spiritual crosses on the doors and windows of our house. If there's anything unclean in our homes, you're not welcome. Leave our homes, leave our vessels. You're not welcome here at this time. For anything, anybody that viewed anything in social media and the news that was negative, we tie, bind, and rebuke that in Jesus Christ's name. We don't accept any form of negativity. This we pray in Jesus Christ's name. Amen. That's Brother Lerny right there.
Hello,
How you
hello.
doing, Brother Lerny?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. How are you?
Alrighty, brother. I'm just doing this live, and I was just feeling the Holy Spirit right now, man. When it flows, and you just say what you have to say.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's a good vibe. So how have you been?
I've been doing good, brother. Just there hanging in. I've been doing short shows for about 2 hours, and they call it a night. You know, that's what I did Monday, and I did it like that Tuesday. I mean, today's Tuesday. I think Sunday and Monday we only did 2 hour shows. Because I said to myself, how are people going to view us if we're going like 8 hours or 6 hours, 5 hours? That's too many hours to view. So if I could keep it like within 2 hours, not unless is that good, then we can do 3 hours. But
Yeah, I mean, if
yeah,
you watch the replay and you see like 8 hours, then it's like, oh, hang on.
yeah.
I mean, 2 or 3 hours
So
I can manage.
I'm trying to do it like 2 hours, even if it's 2 hours and 30 minutes or three is fine. But sometimes we just keep on going and going.
I mean, if the conversation is good and keeps on flowing, then yeah, then it
Yeah.
just happens.
How you doing, cousin Gilbert? Got sister Cynthia in the house. Got sister Edna. Somebody Sparky. How you doing, Sparky? So yeah, I've been seeing a lot of that stuff. We can't. The only thing we can do is pray for somebody. Once somebody's gone, they're gone. You know, it's uh, it's just we got to continue to move on forward. We can. It's kind of like me, for example. I'll give you an example. When there's my brother right there. How you doing, bro? How
Hey,
you
what's
doing
up,
tonight?
bro? Hey, learning. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
It's kind of like me. When I lost my mother at a young age, you know, I could have just been for myself, worried about myself, but I had my brother and sisters, and I wasn't raised to abandon anybody. I was raised to man up, you know, man up and take the responsibility. And I couldn't give up for them, in which we all made it, because sometimes you have to let go of things, sacrifice things to benefit everybody. I let go of a scholarship, I let go of a priesthood, and all kinds of things. But we all made it. It's the important thing. And in life, sometimes tragic things happen because the tragic event wants you to go the other way. If it's a tragic event, you're going to have hatred, you're going to have anger, you're going to have vengeance. And who feeds off of that?
Yeah, the demons
the
want to tempt
enemies,
you.
Satan, the demons, the yin, the legion, brujas, brujos, uh, shapeshifters, whoever's involved, right?
Yeah, they see a good
Whoever's
opportunity
involved
to.
with that's what benefits them. But when you play Jesus Christ first, after going through something, and you focus on Jesus Christ, that Jesus Christ is going to guide you and protect you, well, guess what? He does. So the witches, the warlocks, or whoever is coming up against you, every time they come up against you, somebody falls out of the ranks because they wish something bad towards you, and what the wish stayed with them, even if it's death, right? Seven times fold is a lot. So the death stays with them, and or they promise something what they believe in, and if they can't give what they promised, well, the karma comes back to them. But that's the Heavenly Father. He protects us. He's a protector and a avenger. So I've seen many people fall, man, like die, literally die, that I faced spiritually throughout the years through spiritual warfare. And it's bad because some of these people are so confused, man. They're so confused, so spiritually bonded that they don't know that what the power that they think that they might have is really no power. They have no power because it's things that are giving them some kind of power, right? Or they think they're giving them some kind of power. Uh, it's deceived them because they've already failed, they've already fallen. So their main mission is to try to deceive as many people as possible. So there's a
Yeah.
lot of people that are confused right now, that are deceived, bonded. So many, man.
Oh,
And
definitely. If you
I've
see
been
how
trying to help
many.
out. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
Go ahead, brother.
there's definitely so many people bonded. If you see, the amount of people who celebrate on somebody dying. Like, I mean, I
Yeah.
get it. Maybe you don't like the guy. Maybe you disagree on certain things, but that's life. Like, get over it. But to celebrate someone dying, that's no, that's just wrong. And these demons, they are really opportunistic as well, especially. And like you said earlier, when you're going through a hard time, that's when they come in and try to, lure you.
Lure you or try to take a stronghold over you because of the situation that you might be in. That's what they do, right?
Yeah, just
Okay,
sway
we
you
got
to
we,
their.
we, we got a comment here from Sparky. Power is in your faith. Okay, faith we know has to do with Jesus Christ. And then he says, no matter what you follow, it's a personal connection that must be followed with your heart. Heart is Heart, probably misspelled. Mind and soul. Well, the only thing of faith is Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
It says power is in your faith, no matter what you follow. The faith and believe in Jesus Christ is what you're talking about. I don't understand. Were you trying to what you trying to say, Sparky? What do you think he's trying to say, Lerny?
Yeah, he's saying that power is in the faith, no matter what you follow. So whatever, regardless of what you follow, the power is in your faith. And I mean, that's the way I read it. And then it's about a personal connection.
I just don't understand what he means by what you follow. Or you talking about what you believe in?
What you worship, essentially. I mean, the way I read it is could be anything. It could be Jesus
Yeah,
Christ. It could
man.
be
You could follow the Illuminati. You could follow the rainbow, the woke movement. You can follow many things. But when we talk about faith, the only faith when it comes to faith and belief is in Jesus Christ.
I mean, yeah, but people are really like religious about their political affiliation, for example, when they go all in on the woke stuff.
Oh yeah, yeah, the
I
woke
mean,
stuff. Yeah,
it's like a because all these people all look and dress the same. I mean, it's just worship at this point.
he said he is a druidic in faith, but my morals and how I lead my life is the same as most Christian.
Yeah, and I agree with Nevea. Druidic, as far as I understand, is believing in the power of nature.
I think we had somebody one here one time trying to say that uh, they said there were that there were a fallen angel one time. I'm not saying their name, but that's what he has said in the comments that he claimed to be a fallen angel. I was like,
Yeah,
okay. There was one time, but the person's not here no more. Just put it this way, because
yeah,
we don't. He said he wasted his time here on spiritual and cryptid encounters, but he made the comment that he was a fallen angel. I was like, come on, man. Tie bind rebuke the demons out of you. They're controlling you.
yeah. I think I believe that. Um, um, I remember that live. It was a while ago, wasn't it?
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I think you know what you mean. Yeah, and some guy comes in, hey, I'm a fallen angel.
Well, he was somebody that will be a regular in the show. He made a comment because he was coming into the chats, and he said that he was a fallen angel. It's like, come on, man. He's a fallen angel that believes in Bigfoots. Just put it that way.
Yeah, but what makes this person believe that he is a fallen angel?
Be- the answer's there. I just said it. He
Hmm.
believes in Bigfoot. If he's believing in Bigfoot, then he's believing in a demon. So it's a demon that's making him think he's a fallen angel because it's being demonized. I try to help out people, man, but yeah, that's exactly what it was. And he left a comment there like he meant what he was saying. It's like, come on, man.
But these demons can be really insidious, though. They can talk in your head with the same voice you talk in your head, and many people will think that therefore they are thinking it themselves. If that makes sense.
I've seen you before here, Sparky. I've seen you before. Well, at least you're saying what you believe in now, what you're
Yeah,
about.
yeah, bro. I think what he means is
Let
as long as
me
you have a
see.
relationship with God, like we've been saying through Jesus Christ, He's gonna work through you. It doesn't matter what religion it is, because all religions have some truth, but not all the truth. God will lead you the right path. if you create the relationship with him, and that's what you're trying to promote is for everybody to open their doors and windows to him, and he will lead them the right way. He will guide them and teach them what he wants them to know. But the most important thing is that they have the relationship with him, and then everything else around doesn't matter. Always keep your eyes on him, no matter what, because the darkness is always going to boast and laugh and try to distract, and things are going to happen. That's why some people are going to fall away with all the troubles that we have in this world. You know,
They're gonna fall short in the kingdom of heaven.
I mean, so as long as they have a relationship, he can use them. His love and his light will shine out through each and every one who has a relationship with him, and it will only get stronger the more that you build it, the more that you talk to him, the more that you do good, the more you listen to his voice.
You want to jump on up here? What's the name? Sparky. I'll drop a link. You want to jump on?
But we already know that the only way to fight the darkness, the DDN, is through Jesus Christ, only through God, because we don't have the strength, we don't have the power to do it on our own, but through God and through Jesus Christ, anything and everything can get accomplished.
Yeah, evil. There's a lot of evil people in this world. A year after I lost my mother, I was living by myself. I was only like 18. On the day of her passing, 1 year later, the phone rang. It was like around 10:30 at nighttime. There's cousin Jesse. How you doing, cousin Jesse?
Hey, what's going on, man? Hey, Cousin
What's up,
Jack. Hey,
Jesse?
man.
What's up, Jesse?
So, nothing, man. I had to take out the trash a few minutes ago. I tried blocking them, but kept coming back, so I hit him.
You hit him?
Yep.
A car pretty much?
No, some guy here on called Templar. What's up,
Huh?
from there?
What is this? Kelly Strock?
Hey, Primo, what's up? Nice to see you on, Primo.
How you doing, Kelly Strock?
I'd be
Can
on
you hear us?
about trying to be a.
Sister Kelly, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Uh,
Hello.
How
Hello.
you doing?
Good tonight.
hi.
Hi there.
Hello, buddy. Yeah, no, I had to hide him, man. Anyway, how y'all doing? How you doing, Gilbert?
Did you bring Scooby snacks, Primo?
Yeah, I always got Scooby snacks. If I don't, what's her name? Diana Box does. Yeah, I hit him. Diana Box.
Somebody
He was
named
on-
Templar?
Yeah, he wasn't following the show. I've been watching for a while. I've been letting him hang himself, but he finally hung himself.
You give him the boot.
Yep. I was on for a while and I watched him and he wasn't following the conversation. So off he went. But yeah, man, I'm doing good. I got an appointment on Thursday. I already set up the bus and everything.
That's good, cousin.
Yeah, they're supposed to mail me some passes for the bus because they already took out the money for the Medicaid, Medicare. So they're supposed to send me some money for the bus. So anyway, um, I'll be on tomorrow, just checking it out. It is Werewolf Wednesday.
Well, tomorrow's Wednesday.
Yeah, I know.
'Cause-
I know
yeah,
tomorrow. I
Yeah,
say I'll be watching tomorrow.
just
I'll be
don't
watching
forget the
tomorrow.
Scooby snacks.
I always bring them if I don't Beyond the Box does.
there you go.
All right then, man. I'll see y'all later. I'll be in
Look,
the.
cuz,
I'll be in the.
I got the Scooby Doo shirt on.
That's
You gotta do the laugh, man.
a nice shirt.
You gotta do the laugh, cuz. Scooby Doo. All right, guys. Thank you for kicking out Corner on the Cob.
Totally. I'll see you.
All right. Oh,
All right.
Said he got an appointment tomorrow. There we go. So, how you doing, Sister Kelly? How you doing tonight?
Doing good. How's everybody out there?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Yeah, I think the spark is still there. Talk about he's a druid. I don't know how you believe in druid practices. I don't know where you from. In druids from a different country. Druids, ain't they like from the location where they had those stones that stand up?
You mean around the Stonehenge?
Yeah,
That's more like the Irish or the UK area.
Celtic. They're Celtic. I'm just trying to figure out where Spark is from. Is he from the United States? Because Druid, he says they're Celtic. Yeah.
They're most
Uh,
common in Ireland.
yeah. Britain and France. Okay, there we go. Let me catch up to the comments. Okay, let's talk a little bit about the Druid since Sparky is here. He was talking about what he believes in. Druids were the ancient Celtic spiritual leaders, intellectual elite, and legal authorities who served as priests, teachers, judges, advisors in what is now Britain and France. They were deeply connected to nature, believing in the immortality of the soul and living in the harmony with the natural world. Though they left no written records, relying on oral tradition. Their influence was profound, meditating between the gods and the people, instructing youths in philosophy and religion. The roles and responsibilities. They oversaw religious rituals, conducted sacrifices, and interpreted omens. The teachers. That's what the priests did, the teachers. Druids instructed noble youth for years in a variety of subjects, including ancient verse, natural philosophy, astronomy, and religious lore. The judges. They served as legal authorities, judged quarrels, and decreed penalties. Advisors. They advised kings and nobles on matters of importance and acting as mediators between the human and the divine worlds. The human and divine worlds. Uh, Beliefs and practices. Immortality of the soul. A core belief was that the soul passed into another body after death, a concept known as reincarnation. So he believes in reincarnation. Nature worship. Druids revere nature, believing every element of the nature world had a spirit, and that living in harmony with nature was essential. The oral tradition. They preserved their knowledge through oral traditions, prevented their wisdom from being written down. The calendar system. The Kalagni calendar, a 2nd century AD bronze calendar, suggests Druids had a sophisticated understanding of astronomy, synchronizing solar and lunar cycles for timekeeping. Their social standing and decline. High status. Druids held a high social standing in Celtic society, with some sources indicating their judgment was second only to that of the king. Roman suppression. In the 1st century, the Romans suppressed Druidic practices in Gaul and later in Britain. What does suppress mean? Like they wasn't allowed to practice? Uh, Post Christianity. After Christianity spread to Ireland, the Druids lost their priestly functions but continued to serve as poets, historians, and judges for some time. There we go. We'll talk a little bit about the Druids. Yeah, when they talk about sacrificing, oh my God, there was killing people, kind of like paganism. Paganism, they will sacrifice people. They had the mountain. The pagans were friends with the Roman Catholics or the Romans, and they had a mountain. Each mountain had a level that they had to do a certain thing in each level of that mountain. Most the people that they sacrificed virgins, and they had to go to each stage. So by the time they got to the top of the mountain, that's what they would sacrifice that virgin. They would bleed out, and the rock formations had symbols or lines where this blood will go, and then they would grab the body after they would bleed them out and throw them into a fire and burn them. And they would say that they ascended into heaven, but it was the fire of burning their bodies, which is like a form of a sacrifice. So I guess you could say if they were killing people, but before them was you had all the Mayans, all those the pharaohs that would do the same thing. Some kind of form of sacrifice. If things wasn't going right, they would sacrifice people because they had to please their gods, right? What they believed in, or should I say, the demons were deceiving people. What do you think, brother Learning or Carnal? Are
Yeah,
you there?
it's yeah, I am. I mean, I'm still here. I'm not sure what to believe. I was mainly looking at the comments, what Sparky says. Uh, do you really want to talk about druids or druid religion kind of stuff in your podcast? Like, I'm missing the intonation when it's written. Do you mean like, do you really want to, or or whether it's more curious?
We talk about all kinds of things in this podcast. I talk about the brujas, the brujos. We talk about the demons and the DDN. We expose, everything here. Witches were part of cults. They do sacrifices. We expose the spiritual warfare, spiritual battle.
So they were like the curanderos, bro.
No, bro, they were like brujos and brujas sacrificing. There was like the pagans. There was sacrifice to please their gods. They believe in reincarnation. Uh, they said before the person died that the spirit would go into another body, which is reincarnation. But they would do sacrifices. They would kill people to please their gods or what they believed in. Blood sacrifices. There he is. There's Sparky right there. How you doing, Sparky?
Pretty good. How are you doing?
Alrighty.
Yeah, all right.
So where are you from, brother?
I live in Idaho right now.
In Idaho.
So, yeah. So that's one of the things you're saying about they were pagans. You do realize the term pagan is anything that's not Christian. So every religion that's not Christian based is pagan. So you can't clump those all together. There's good and bad and everything, dude.
No,
So
but I'm
that's number
saying that
one.
the Roman Catholics, the friends of the Romans back then were the pagans. They live in the mountain and they would sacrifice people. You said, and the Druids, they do sacrifices also.
Actually, there's no proof in any historical document except one Roman leader later that the Druids ever did any sacrifices whatsoever. That was propaganda because when the Romans are around, they actually were the backbone of all leaders. They were the knowledge. So the big thing they did is they seeked out all knowledge, learned all knowledge, and didn't tell anybody because they believed you could not learn unless you learned it from yourself. You can't just be told it. So they would go with kings to inform them about how not to go into war. They go between tribes. They were the knowledge seekers and everything. When the church came through, they were one of the biggest problems because they were held in such high regard. They had to be removed. That's why they burned the Isle of the Druidic people off. I can't remember what right now. Then they started removing them because they said they were like the rest of the pagan religions. They weren't. They were ahead of all of them. They made sure they didn't get crazy and they didn't kill kids and they didn't kill people for no apparent reason. That was their job.
What is the one that burned the man, the stick man that burned at the concerts?
Yes, that there is a
The Burning Man.
there's a
That's
thing in one
that's what they would
text that
do.
said they would put people in a wicked man. So they put they basically build this big structure and they would put people in it that were to be punished, rapists, murderers, all that stuff, and they would burn them. And then it went from that to there was kids in there. There is no document ever besides one person saying that ever happened. They don't even believe that could have happened at that time for the structure they were talking about.
Yeah, it said here Druidic human sacrifices involved offering humans' lives to the gods with methods
You know, the only
including large
the only
wicker
psycho
effigies,
I know what the
direct
internet says. I know what the internet says.
stabbing, drowning, or hanging.
Yeah,
These acts
and
were performed
I could
in a
pull up.
ritual.
I could put up any religion on the internet and find something that somebody said later on because they won, and so they can write whatever they want about another thing. What we're talking about is
divination,
what
the
we
manner
know historically,
of,
proven
of a victim's death.
scientifically and historically.
It says includes how their limbs convulsed or their blood flowed, were used to predict the future. So they were kill them for certain things.
So
Cosmic
where is that
restoration,
found? So where is
punishment.
that found? So where is that found?
I'm
Because
just saying this.
there's only one document that shows that the Druids actually did a sacrifice. And that was not with people or animals. That was with ivy. And they used a golden sickle. And when they cut it, they had to have a pure white sheet it fell upon for their ceremony. That is the only thing that has been proven historically at that time, written at that time, that they actually did. So again, it's like we could demonize anything we want, but let's try to be kind of like history and science and what it's proved and what it hasn't proved. What you're talking about is a bunch of people and Roman leaders and Catholics that wrote about them way after they were gone and guessed. Because remember, when they were pushed out, most of them, if you look in actual historical documents, turned into priests for Christians. Because they had enough knowledge, they would go into priesthood and they followed the Christian religion because, again, it's so close. he's on his phone just looking like mad.
No, I was trying to work on this picture so I can send a picture of the Wicker Man where they will put the people and they will sacrifice them. I think I've seen a movie of that where they would put peoples in this wooden structure, or they would sacrifice people.
That's only from one writing, and I can't remember the Roman guy who wrote it, but it's only in one thing. And a lot of the movie guys grabbed that and ran with it. Everything that's written that has been found since then has said nothing but they were knowledge seekers. They went around to keep peace between tribes, between nations. They gave kings knowledge. This was what I was worried about if I got on here. I'm upsetting some of your chat. And they were demonized after the fact. There was nothing but they brought people to an island as young kids that were sent there to learn. They taught them knowledge, and around 25-ish, they would follow a older gentleman. That's why all Druids were like old guys. They would follow him around, and they would teach them how to go into villages, towns, protect them. They were the ones that were like, okay, if you stole a pig, you have to repay him. They were the judges. They were the peace bringers of the communities. And it went from that to they were sacrificing everybody. And kids. You know.
Yeah, there's the what do they call it nowadays? The something man.
It's the Burning Man now is the big
Burning
thing
Man,
they have. Yeah. I can't remember what it was actually called in the day. There's only really one documented, I think one or two documented facts, and it was from the Romans that did it, not the Druids. So there you go.
Or I said it was during practice, what they would do, the Druids would do. You know.
Yeah, like she's saying is they were more priests, knowledge bringers, judges, advisors. They did have warriors in that group to protect them, but they were very strict of how they could defend themselves. It was a very, very respected, and they kept a hold on themselves very tightly. I'll put it that way. There's actually even some of the old writings were saying that when Jesus was gone for that period, nobody knew where he was. There's actually documents of a child going to the Isle of Druid that was learning with them. And when he left, he came back is about the time where he started doing it. And a lot of stuff, they were like water to wine, stuff like that, was what they thought the Druids could do. So that's not proven, but there is some people that say some of the article or some of the writings point to that. Yes, they go, Druid religion is the most peaceful religion that we have for the longest we have, because they really didn't accept a lot of people. They stayed out of the whole, we have to grow and get big kind of thing. You never heard of bad Druids? Yeah. Well, they did get kind of a bad name for, because they were judges.
Druids in one of the movies of Michael Myers? I think it was a Halloween 3, or when they got him locked up in the jail and some guy comes dressed all in black and kills all the policemen and stuff.
I have no idea. I don't watch scary movies, dude.
Yeah, there was a Druid.
I'm ex-law enforcement. I don't watch scary movies because I'm ex-law enforcement, and it was a thing because you have to go into buildings by yourself at night trying to find a bad guy. And you don't want that stuff in your head.
Yeah, he was dealing with the sheriff's department, and the dude got off from a bus, and he had some boots on, and he went in there, and they had Michael Myers in the cell, and he killed the whole police department, and then that's how it finished. He escaped from jail, but then when the other part comes, I guess there was Druids that he was like, he had symbols in his arm or something. I don't know. You know how those movies are, kind of confusing. Yeah. But he was supposedly dealing with the Druids.
Yeah, they're more about balance. So, if you will, there's light and there's dark and there's neutral, right? Everybody sins, so everybody can go to dark at times, but we always want to be in the light, and half the time we're just in the middle. Druids try to balance that out. Is like, if you have to do something bad, it should be for a reason. Like the God said, or like the Bible says, if you take somebody's life, you forfeit yours. If you shed the blood of man, your blood should be shed by man. Druids had the same belief. So if you went to the dark thing, it's because you have crossed that moral line everybody has written on their heart of that's wrong.
The Druids believe in Jesus Christ?
Yeah.
Well, I'm just asking because was Jesus Christ before the Druids?
No, it was he came way after. Druids have been there for a long time. And but the writings I said, when a young man during that time when he was from being young, and then he was not in any text at all. He was just, we don't know where he went till he was in his 20s. At that time, that's when Druidic writings from other poets and stuff said a prophet of God went to the Isle and learned from them and then left. So in my religion, they do believe in him. They do believe that's why he went there, to learn as much as he can when he was young before he went into the evil of man. Because he was, in their eyes, righteous and good. Like so if you take all the...
When did you start believing in the Druids? I mean, you're in the United States, right?
Yeah.
Was it like you following the traditions of your family, like from the generations, or was taught to you, or is something that
Kinda.
you took upon yourself to look into?
I found myself really drawn. I was raised up Christian, went to a Christian school, and I was more drawn to like the nature part of everything. And the more I had questions, it wasn't about if he's real or not. It was like, how does it all work? And I went through all the, like, everything people go through when they're trying to figure out their way through religions. And you're like Wicca, I found, like, I personally don't like it because Wicca and witchcraft is two different things. Wicca is a new aged, they believe in Christianity, and they use it to force things in nature to do their bidding, which to me is, if you do that, it's a sin. You can't do that. And so as I kept on following along, I just found this path that I was like, okay, this really hasn't been around, but if for centuries, but everything it says about them is kind of what I feel. And that's when I started researching it, getting into it. I was also in, like I said, law enforcement. So I researched a lot of different religions. So when I contacted somebody, I went like insult them when I talk to them if they're with a different religion. So I did research a lot of different religions going to where I am now.
So you started being in the law enforcement. You ran into a lot of cult-like activity, basically.
Cult-like,
but when there was killings or people died a certain way, it would relate to certain cults.
Cults is different from religion.
Yeah, but I'm saying that some of the deaths that you might have run into as law enforcement was dealing with cult-like activity.
Few, very few. Be honest with you. Most of them were they took religion to extreme. They weren't as an occult, as in multiple people came in to make a thought process that was not proven, to follow that no matter what. Most of the people I dealt with were mostly just people that took their religion to a level because they were either mentally ill, they were doing drugs, or something was wrong. I've only had to deal with probably like two that were really cult-like activity, like a group of people all believe in one way, trying to make one thing happen.
Yeah, I would see a lot of that, man, when I was growing up. Literally cults like witches or warlocks, where I grew up in South, the Rio Grande Valley. Man, that's why, when I hear about the borders and the borders being open for years, I already know where those children that they're kidnapping are going to. They're going to freaking, sacrifice. That's what they do. They've been doing it for years. As far as I can remember, when I was a kid, kidnaps were kids were being human trafficking, child trafficking through the borders.
Right.
And they were going through this people that are corrupt in our government, that believe in Moloch and other things, and that would sacrifice its children. That's why they've been keeping the borders open for so long. What's messed up about that is there've been thousands and thousands of children that have been murdered.
Oh, sure.
And
but when you're talking about cult-like activity like that, you have to think about, there's not a whole lot of people that did human sacrifice, like especially like child sacrifice. Like you go way back to where the Jews did it when they went against God. Then they did child sacrifice. That's where we got Holocaust from the Nazi shit, because that was what they called it back then. And that's what they termed as, that is the worst thing that ever happened, is when our people actually sacrifice children.
The Clintons were doing that with children because they worship Moloch.
I won't comment on that because I don't have any proof of that, but it would surprise me because some of those people were
I have proof of that, brother,
crazy.
from a private investigator. You know, I used to go buy VHSs movies at the Goodwill, and I seen a VHS that looked new, and I said, "Well, should let me play it so I can record over it or whatever," because I like recording, and it was dealing with an investigator. He was all scared and stuff, you know. He had been investigating the Clintons for about 2 years.
Yeah.
That he had evidence that they had killed people in their land. You know,
yeah.
You named the females and all that, and then he was gonna turn all this, you know, try to go after them and stuff.
I hope they do. I hope they are covered. I know they have a lot of
He
stuff
was gonna
on
try
there,
to
but I
go
hope they
after
do.
him, and then before like he had paused the video, then the last time that he played it, you know, he recorded, he was scared, like you could see the fear in his face. He said that that a demon appeared to him, and he told them that if he went after the Clintons, that the demon was going to kill him. So he did not pursue going after him,
Odd.
and that was it. So I grabbed the video and I chunked that sucker in the trash and got rid of it. But yeah, Kola is Sister Brenda knows about that. I don't know if she's here right now. She's
I think
there's a lot of
that one
people
thing
that are within the government, man, that are wicked people. You know, where's the Einstein's list? There's a lot of people dealing with children. You know, evil people, man.
And that's
They're
the
everywhere. They're
issue. I think,
everywhere.
you know,
They're
a lot of people are
judges,
just
lawyers. They're law enforcement. They're everywhere. They're in the military. They're infiltrating. You know, that's what they do.
and a lot of people are just your neighbors. I mean, there's a lot of evil out there.
Yeah.
What I hate is when people throw around the demon word all the time, because one of the things that druids do is they help mankind deal with the spiritual realm. And so people get scared of like they find something that doesn't look good, they call it a demon. And so the easiest way to explain that is if you walk up to somebody and just do a racial slur on somebody because that is your name for someone who's bad. It works the same way, like in the spirit realm, you'll get that anger back. And the demons part of and I'm not saying it's not there, it is there. I'm just saying it's not as pronounced as everybody says. It's not in every corner of every city and everything else. A lot of it is just evil people, and a lot of it is just not happy spirits.
Yeah, I have a lot of evidence that they're amongst us, man. This unseen spiritual war. It's not even dealing with the druids, but you know, it's dealing with this. To me, I call them the DDN, disembodied demonic Nephilim, because that's what they are. They're, you know, when the flood got created, there used to be the Nephilim that got destroyed. So they're the remains, which is they run Earth, havoc on Earth, because they're trying to collect as many souls as possible. So they have many abilities since the Watchers, that were creators, you know, and that's before the Druids. All these things that I'm talking about, that's before the Druids.
Right.
They're the Watchers that created, which were the Fallen.
Right. Where the angels came down,
married
demonic
powers.
wives.
Yeah. So the DDN is sort of running loose right now, in which they don't have a body, but they're in spirit, but / demonic. Because, and what I mean by demonic is because the creators, the Washers, became part of the Fallen, because they went against Jesus Christ.
The Fallen were angels that they called the Watchers. They came down. They took wives of
the Watchers were part. The Watchers
mankind.
were part of those. Okay, we had the Fallen, but the Watchers were angels also at one point in time.
Right. And they mated with females, and they shared knowledge they weren't supposed to, and that's when they were cast out. They were more
No,
demonic. They were angels that just went against God.
yeah, but they became outcasts then when they
Right,
went against
right.
God, because
Yep,
God
yep,
didn't allow them back into the kingdom, which they became kind of like the fallen. But
yep.
their offspring, the woman that they mated with, they turned into harpies and sirens, and they
Huh?
created the Nephilim. Well, the Nephilim got destroyed during the flood of Noah, but what remained of the Nephilim was their spirit, in which since that wasn't created by God, nor by nor part of that fallen, it had no place to go. So they're the ones that remain here on Earth that
Okay.
possess people, bond people. You know, there are many of them. You know,
I'm trying to
kind of
remember the
like
timeline. Like, I thought it was after Noah, but it could have been before. It's like, I can't
yeah,
remember. To be
it
honest
was
with you.
after Noah when the Nephilim after the flood is when they got destroyed,
Yes.
and that's what the deal is right now. They're the ones that make people not be themselves. That's why there's demonic. A lot of people can't see that, but spiritually, you know, when you have a heavenly love foundation and the heavenly Father blesses you with a spiritual good discernment, you're
Yep.
able to ID the spirit. You know, you say you believe dealing with nature and all this, and you know that you're grounded to Mother Nature and to the energies because you're a Druid. Well, I'm grounded in that way because I believe in Jesus Christ, and He just
Right.
blessed me with a spiritual good discernment to be able to ID, or should I say, the discernment to
Yeah.
discern when somebody has a negative attachment because you're able to see the spirit in the individual. So you put it to the spiritual test.
Mhm.
What I do is I tie bind and rebuke it in Jesus Christ's name. When I do that, that person becomes normal because the unclean
Like,
spirit that they had,
so
when I
like the
tie bind
Druid,
and rebuke in Jesus Christ's name, leaves
right.
and
But
they
if you
become
look at
normal.
it, the Druid and a lot of other religions, if you take all the deities that they have and you just take away their names and move them over to Christianity, they fall in line with everything Christian have, which is kind of funny if you really, dive into it. Uh, and I get what you're saying. I can tell you, I do believe demons are here. I do believe evil is here. I think there's more evil than demons, and I think we made that evil ourselves. Coming from somebody that's been out dealing with a lot of the worst days of people's lives ever. I'm a 15-year law enforcement officer, 7-year volunteer firefighter, 12-year search and rescue on 3 different search and rescue groups, and an EMT, and I'm a combat vet. I have seen the worst of people. There's only been maybe one time when I looked in somebody's eyes and I was like, that is not human. That is pure something else. The rest is just you look into them and it's like you are just freaking evil. Like you don't have any morality. You have lost all your morality because of our world today, how people are taught, how people respect each other, which is very rare now. You know, it's one of the things I think we promoted the evil of today, and it takes more men to stand up and go, morals are righteous. You have it on your heart. You know what's right and wrong. You don't have to have a law to tell you that. And then we can deal with the other.
Corrupting society through the school systems is one of them, one of the
Yep.
main ones, and of course
Agreed.
religion is the other, and then
Mhm.
division, which has to do with everybody's nationality. You know, there's a lot of division there, and
Sure.
you know, our government is corrupt, man. You know, it's very corrupt. So when you
Between
have things like
cultures
that,
and environment and all that kind of stuff and
and,
government.
and, and, and if people are not being corrupt, then the opening is there for these unseen forces to attack and have some kind of control over those individuals. I mean, the guy that
It's
killed Kirk, you know, this
it's
guy was
exactly.
against
But it,
gay,
it even
you
goes
know,
it
and
goes
he
even
was
lower. Like normal morals that we would have when my grandfather was here is not here today. When we have a lady on or is a subway or bus that gets her head pretty much trying to get sawed off, and nobody stands up for her. We have kids getting pulled off sidewalks downtown by PDFs. Don't want to mess up your screen. If people are doing anything, if I was there, I would give my life for anybody. I don't care if I know them or not, and make sure they're safe. I believe you would too, and I believe every righteous man would. But the problem is a lot of men don't have those morals, and they don't have that upbringing that is why they're here. In my opinion.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. When somebody's getting killed, people rather record the ordeal. They're actually recording on their phones the ordeal and not doing nothing about it. That's freaking crazy.
We have more people trying to record for hits on YouTube or TikTok or whatever than actually worrying about the person, because they've been behind this camera or this keyboard for so long. They forgot the value of people, like you say, that's made in God's image.
Yeah, TikTok or promote all that, but they won't let me share my videos because I'll talk about Jesus Christ. But they'll promote something evil like that. But they won't promote me talking about Jesus Christ.
And if you go to help a kid that is getting bullied, or a pedophile or PTSD, is going after that, I got kicked off of that because I was in a group helping kids with that. That's why I had a suit. I spent 10 years helping kids with that issue all over Idaho. But the online stuff, I have got kicked off TikTok. I have been removed off Facebook. I don't know how many times.
Yeah.
Because it's like they want to protect the assaulter instead of the victim. And they're innocent.
One of those guys, the old man that they had on the ground on Kirk's, they got him busted today, saying that he had child porn on his computers.
That doesn't surprise me.
They busted him for that.
That's gonna go deep. They're gonna find a lot of stuff and it's gonna spiderweb out. I'm telling you right now, because that wasn't just one guy or two.
It's a lot of people that are involved, man.
And it's sad. It's a father. It's a husband and a father.
Yeah, but I'm saying the people is bigger than that. They're everywhere, but they're all affiliated. They got the lawyers there's corrupt lawyers, there's corrupt judges that are there to protect their people. The ones that's what they do. They protect each other. I know I've been targeted a lot here by people because I do the show late at night. I said, okay, I'm gonna do this show. I do it from 11 Central Time till whenever, but I get targeted because I talk about all these things, and talk about Jesus Christ. I try to give hope to the people, like there was a lot of people that were pissed off when Kirk and I say don't dwell in anger, hatred, or vengeance, because this unseen forces that will come and attack you because you're leaving an opening to that. You have to maintain your heavenly love foundation regardless. And it's hard. Like I've been in a situation, brother, where I was walking with a walking stick because I had a blood clot on my left leg. This is in like 2004, and I was walking on the highway because I was building my leg to get stronger. Yeah. VA wouldn't give me I'm a veteran. The VA wouldn't give me no assistance. So I was walking, I seen this man walking on the opposite side of the road, and he was nearing the bridge. It's an African-American man. And he got lifted up in the air by an unseen force, and he got slammed, picked up again, like 7 feet high, and slammed, then picked up again and slammed 3 times. And I'm looking at this like I didn't see nobody picking him up. He just got slammed 3 times by an unseen force, something invisible. So I walk parallel to him. I catch up to where he's at, and he's on the other side of the bridge. It's at the entrance, where the rails go up before you cross the bridge. The bridge. So I seen him there. I said, "Sir, do you need help?" He was just laid out there, and he wouldn't say nothing to me. So I went halfway to the bridge and crossed over to his side. I crossed over to his side, and I said, "Sir, do you need help?" And he wouldn't move. And then he finally moved, and he got up real slow, started stumbling, and he walked towards me. And we're in the middle of the bridge. This bridge has no rails. Only had cement blocks. It's a pretty fall drop down into the creek. He approaches me, and I said, "Sir, do you need help?" He's like maybe 8 feet away from me. He looks at me, and this is what he tells me, brother. He tells me, "Next time I see you, I'm gonna kill you." And he's looking at me, and his eye look a little bit reddish, and I figured it's from getting dropped by the sunset force. And then he tells me again, "Next time I see you, I'm gonna kill you." So I said, "Sir, I kept my distance away from him." I said, "I need the first thing is get away from the rail, move him to let's try to cross this road because there was a family dollar store. Let's cross this bridge." So I ignored him. Uh, I got him to follow me using maintaining my love foundation, even though he kept on telling me, "Next time I see him, I'm going to kill you." He must have told me that like 10 to 12 times or even more, but I was ignoring that. And I got him to safety. We made it to the store, and I told him, "Wait for me right here," you know. So I go get the water, and I bless the water. I pray for the Heavenly Father to bless the water.
Hmm?
And he asked the clerk, the female, "What's your name?" And she said her name. And then he told her, "Next time I see you, I'm going to kill you." She screamed. She was calling, I guess, the police. And I said, "No, no, 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 no." I found him on the bridge. He hit his head. He don't know what he's saying. So she didn't call the police. I gave him the water. He drank the water. When he drank the water, his whole demeanor changed because when he stopped drinking the water, he told me, "Hey, thank you, man, for the water." Like he don't remember nothing. He don't remember getting dropped the way he did and all this. And I just asked him, "I just got one question to ask you. Uh, what were you doing walking? What were you walking?" And he said, this is what he said. He said that his truck had run out of gas, and he was pissed off because he didn't have his little gallon in the back of his truck. So he's walking home pissed off at himself. And I guess that was the opening that he got attacked the way he did because he was mad. So whatever was there that was unseen in the woods spiritually attacked him and possessed him, temporary possession, because I was able to free him from that possession when he drank the holy water, because I prayed for the Heavenly Father to bless that. In order for something like that to happen, you really have to have true faith and believe in Jesus Christ.
Mm-hmm.
But he became normal, and he walked the opposite way. He don't even remember nothing that happened to him. So I've heard it when people say, "I don't know what happened," I don't know, I don't remember nothing. I believe that, it's something entered their vessel because it had an opening.
That's crazy. Number one, that's a insane thing to go through. And it goes along with what I tell people, where when I say, like, "Are you a Christian?" And they're like, "Yeah." And I'm like, "Okay." It's like, what do you lean on? What is your most faith in? Is it like for protection? Is it your cross? Is it your Bible? Is it like holy water? Like, what is your thing? And they're like, "I have never thought about that." And then I'm going, okay, hold on. It's like nothing's going to work for you unless you believe in it. You have to, mind, heart, and soul, have to have faith in that one thing for it to work, which I think we both can agree on.
Yes.
So honestly, that's why it worked for you, because you had the faith when you did that to help him at that moment, which is very cool. And good on you.
For the Heavenly Father to help me, because the demon had control of his vessel, of his body. I'm thinking if I would have just not giving two fucks. Like people nowadays, you know, what happened to Kirk, that be making fun of his death and stuff like that
Yeah.
because of their skin color. If I wouldn't given two craps about that individual, I could have left him there. He probably would have gotten drugged into
Sure.
the woods by whatever lifted him and dropped him. But
Yeah.
I'm not the type of a person. You know, I'm a person that believes in Jesus Christ. And if he placed a person, if the Heavenly Father placed me on the highway to see what I witnessed, he was letting me know, hey, there's a spiritual war happening. Look, look at your brother where there's being attacked right now. Even though I didn't know him, but he's still my brother in Christ, right? So
Right.
what are you gonna do? You know? So I helped him, even
And
though
that's
he
that's
wasn't
the
my
one thing that I
even
think
though
we
he wasn't my
lost.
brother, even though we wasn't of the same
Sure.
nationality, he's still my brother in Christ. So I had to help him.
I
Because
honestly
if I
believe there
wouldn't have
is no
helped them,
race.
then those things would have probably tried to attack me because yeah, that would have meant that I didn't care about life, and that could be a spiritual opening, you know.
That that's one
It's-
thing I think is like the book says, treat thy neighbor, and take care of the neighbor. And I believe really, I in my heart is like there is no race. It just happens to have one person has more melanin than the other person. It's like it's not that big a deal. I think the farther we go there to where we get back to we love each other and we protect each other, and especially the innocent or those that can't protect themselves. Because I'm not saying like every guy should go over and because some people are not set up for that. Some women are more set up for that because they're doing boxing and MMA and stuff like that. But if you can protect somebody, you're obligated, in my mind's eye, by morality to do something. And I think we lost that. I think it might be coming back now. Hopefully, I hope. But like what you did, a lot of people wouldn't do. They would just turn and just keep walking.
that's why I talk about the things that I talk about because I've witnessed them, I've seen it, and sometimes, brother and sister, I believe there's like every organization there's rules and regulations, that they have to follow for their
Sure.
protection. So they have to follow the rules and regulations that they're taught,
Mm-hmm.
and that's where sometimes things happen that you got to do your job or you're going to be the spiritual person. And sometimes when you're on a job, you got to do your job. If your job is it's an officer or even a soldier, we got to do our job in a combat environment or whatever. But sometimes you wind up in a situation where you're going to be tested spiritually, and it's like, what are you going to do?
Yep.
And if
I
you
say
do have,
screw the job. I say screw the
if,
job. Your morals are more
yeah,
important.
and sometimes it doesn't happen that way because there's people that can come and interrupt what you're trying to do that they don't know what you're trying to do
Mm-hmm.
because they're not the one that is they're not being spiritually guided to assist. So they see something like that happening, they're like, hey, leave that man alone. He's if the cops would show up or somebody, they wouldn't understand what was going on. It was something
Sure.
that I understood, but cops are cops, and you have to. They would have showed up there, anything could have happened. That man could have jumped off the bridge, but I'm just thank God that
Right.
nothing like that happened. I was just trying to get him to safety using the Heavenly Love Foundation.
Sure.
He insult he. It wasn't the him. It was whatever was in him. I could distinguish that,
Right.
especially when he left his body after he drank the holy water. He was like a whole completely different person. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there is a possibility that people might have uh, split personalities, but a split personality is
Sure.
not going to levitate you up in the air 7 feet and drop you, slam you on the ground 3 times. You know,
Right.
and unless somebody that can get levitated in the air and slam 3 times.
I
I
know.
don't. I don't think there's such a thing like that medically, but the only thing I know medically will be demonized. The person that's demonized or possessed. You know.
And I believe, sometimes people just filled with, because I have seen it. people filled with evil and want to do harm. I have seen gracious females, just like the best you could ever believe, go over, put one hand on them, and they just like snap, and they just come right down. I think we as people on this earth can do more for each other than most people realize. Stuff like that, when you like, that's going to be a very, 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 very rare case. I think the rest of it is just us showing strength and the devoutness that we're going to help you no matter what can pull a lot of people back. Some you can't, but others you can.
Yeah, there's a lot of, when you're blessed with the spiritual gift of discernment, you're able to see things like I've been in a situation where I was doing a live during the day, and I had because people, you have weapons. People are like, hey, how come you don't carry any weapons? I said, I used to be in the military. I was in Operation Desert Storm. In the Battle of Medina Range, I was a tanker, and I left that in the past. So I don't need a weapon. I have Jesus Christ with me, and stuff like that. And I know a lot of people that carry weapons and use weapons, and stuff like that. And I tell them, you can give me any weapon that you want to give me. I'm good. I was an expert in everything that I used. But what we're facing here on Earth, you can't do nothing with a weapon. The bullets are going to miss them because they're not here in the flesh. They're in spirit form. So the only way to fight these things is through Jesus Christ, spiritually. That's the only way you're going to overcome it. If somebody has a spiritual opening, they're going to get possessed or whatever. That the person that might be, it could be your partner. You're going to turn around and try to take you out because he's being demonized. But that's where you come in. If you have the faith and believe, then you're able to get rid of that negative attachment, unclean spirit out of them. But tie, bind, and rebuking it, and whatever you believe in. I use Jesus Christ, or sometimes I'll say the deliverance prayer, the Our Father, and they flee. But that's what
like
they do.
Michael or somebody that can come help you.
Yes.
And it's like, a lot of people ask me, it's like, why do I carry when I go out? Because I do. I carry, normally I carry one of these or something else. But where I go out, I have animals. I have timber wolves. I have cougars. I have bears. I have wolverines. I have all that stuff. It's for that and for the human aspect of the ones that are just evil. It's not for trying to deal with a cryptid or trying to deal with the spiritual aspect. Because at that point, you're being kind of silly if you think that's going to work. I find that question very, very interesting.
Somebody
do you have a take on that?
Go ahead,
Why about
brother.
American soldiers who are murdered, people in the Holy Land? How would they be forgiven? You ask for it and you mean it, and if you repent, you get it.
Spiritual warfare. When it comes on to war, every war that's been in history, back to the swords and all the wars in the past have been holy wars. Because it becomes a holy war. I was in the Battle of Medina Ridge and Operation Desert Storm, and that kind of turned out to be a holy war too, because I witnessed the presence of the Heavenly Father, and just like I witnessed the presence of the Heavenly Father, I also witnessed the presence of other things that was out there. We talk about Druids. There's another name that you can give it, something that's been old here or ancient for a long time, that I witnessed messing people up out there. The jinn.
Yeah.
I witnessed it out there in combat, where people or the Republican Corps were trying to give up. They had white flags, and I seen the jinn floating in the air. There was burning tanks. I could see the smoke rising, but this smoke wouldn't rise. I was like looking at the smoke. I was a driver in the middle of the battle, and I'm looking at the smoke, and smoke is not rising, just standing still in the air like that. Next thing you know, it flies across the battlefield and goes into a person. It goes into the person holding the white flag, and everybody knows the white flag means surrender.
Right.
He got up, dropped the flag, picked up a weapon, and pointed. He got eliminated. The Jin jumped out of him and jumped to the next person.
Next.
Went down the line, like 10 people or 12 people. They all died.
We call those the old ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the old one. Yeah. They're nasty.
I witnessed them out there in combat.
And that's the thing is like soldiers out in combat are there because they said you have to go to combat.
And it becomes spiritual warfare.
Right. But like what he was saying is like if they went there, like they waged war on these people. They didn't.
Well,
their country
when I
did.
went out
So
there,
the soldiers went out and did their
liberate-
job.
To liberate Kuwait, to get the enemy out of Kuwait. They chose to fight. So I don't think that if it wasn't their land and it belonged to somebody else and we're there to liberate and it's combat, they didn't want to leave. They chose to fight. It's all fair. There has to be we don't have to ask for forgiveness.
And Bounty is so correct when he says that, because he said about the Creator Made Warriors, every good religion that doesn't want to hurt another person just because they're not in that religion, they all have warriors of them to protect those that are innocent and to fight for righteousness. So you are correct.
Yeah, pray. People, we prayed the night before for the Heavenly Father to protect us. There was a chaplain. A chaplain is not denominational. The only thing he does is gives you advice. People were uneasy. People were, when they let us know we're going to go to be the front line the night before, people were like freaking out. Some people were like scared. And I was just looking at all these people. Me, I always had Jesus Christ with me, so I already knew that he was with me. So I told him, well, I would tell you there's a way that we all can make it in one piece, that nobody's going to die. There was one person that was a Wiccan. He said, I don't believe in your God. And there was this other person that was an atheist and people with other beliefs. And I said, look, man, you're the ones that are here crying and saying you don't want to die. I'm just telling you that I got the solution. I said, what is the solution? I said, well, all we have to do is grab our hands and just let me lead the prayer. Let me lead the prayer, and I'll pray for all of us to be protected. And we prayed, and I call upon the Heavenly Father to bring us calm, no fear, and for us to give us the strength to overcome the enemy, whatever we're going to face, for him to bless us, and I pray for that. And we all made it back. But, we whoever places the Heavenly Father Jesus Christ first normally wins spiritually, right? Or in a combat environment. There was a lot of factors. For example, in the war we were in, the battle, the sand was blowing to our disadvantage. We had like the sand was like a smoking screen. We couldn't see nothing. But all of a sudden, the winds changed and the sand blew the other way. Another thing that was there, the most water ever in that region in history. So there was a lot of signs, when the gates of heaven open, it's sending assembly angels and everything to, we prayed for him, and here I am. I'm still here, When you have true faith, you know that when you pray that the prayer is effective, and I'm here talking about it. But we're not supposed to rejoice over the dead. So I prayed for. I was still stuck in the area where the burning tanks were and all the dead bodies were. We stuck there for 5 days. So I could hear other things come in the middle of the night, like dogs, but other things, demonic creatures or whatever. Demons, so I would be in constant prayer, where we stayed there for about 5 days after the war in that location. I could hear something growling right above me, and there's no trees out there. You're in the open sand and something growling at me, and I kept on praying every night, man, because the unseen enemy was around. But yeah,
And
spiritual warfare is very real.
that's the one thing I
I'm
don't
just
understand is atheists. I mean, I don't agree with some religions, don't get me wrong, but I understand how people can have faith in something. And so I try to be respectful of them for what they have. Atheists, I can't really get behind because it's like, how can you not believe everything around you? There's nothing higher. That nothing like there's not something bigger. It just to me that just blows my mind, especially when you get into warfare, as you know, like you were talking about, when you're dealing with that hard dealing of you have to take a life, and what that means. If you're not believing, you just don't want to accept what you're doing. I mean, you got a job to do no matter what, but in my
yeah,
opinion.
yeah. Even when we were fighting, man, I was still praying. I was praying to our Father during the war
Mhm.
because I was seeing all these things that besides us being in combat, I was seeing things of the supernatural coming into play. So where there's anger, there's that's what it is. You taking out lives. They got anger, and you have to be a certain way because you're fighting. There's unseen
And
forces that have how should I
and,
say
and they can
some kind
still be
of
there for a little bit. Yeah.
principalities or authorities to be there
Mhm.
to collect the souls.
Yeah.
Yeah. I could only imagine what you seen as a paramedic, man, because my brother-in-law was a paramedic, and he stopped being a paramedic because there was an accident. They had found the body of I guess, a woman and a man, and then they were saying that they had a baby or something, right, or a little boy,
Huh?
and he ran into the little boy, and the little boy was missing a head,
Huh?
whether from the accident, and he quit that job as a paramedic. It
Wow.
freaked up. It was his first
Oh,
location, and it just freaked him the hell out that he stopped being a paramedic.
that happens. So if that's like the first thing you go to, a lot of people get out when they have something that hard, like on their first one.
Yeah,
Normally, if you have more to where you do have dead bodies or missing limbs, and not to be graphic, but it gets farther on because
yeah,
the worst one is kids. That's the worst one for everybody. I've had a
yeah.
couple really odd ones. Like I had one guy ask me if I ever had experience as either a cop or EMT where something I felt like they were going somewhere. And I had two, but the one is really kind of interesting. I had a guy that was in a car accident. He wasn't wearing a seatbelt, older truck. And so he went straight into the steering wheel, which just separated him. So pretty
Ooh,
much all of his cavity was out. So he was going to die. There was no question about it. Ambulance was like 15 minutes out. I was law enforcement at that time. And so I'm just sitting there talking to him, and half your job as a cop in that instance or EMT is to lie to them and say, you're fine, you're gonna be good. It's okay to go to sleep. It's like, don't freak him out and let him pass as comfortably as you possibly can. And he was sitting there talking to me normally, and he turned around and he said, are you here for me? And then he got really mad. He's like, what the hell? I'm like, who are you talking to? He goes, the guy right there. I wanted him to come for me. And he said, no, he's here for you. I'm like, who are you talking to? And I talked to him for just maybe like 30 seconds after that, and he just left. Like the spark went out of his eyes. He said maybe a couple more words, even though he wasn't really even there. And when I left to go back to my car to let him know that he had passed, it felt like somebody hugged me. Like whoever was there was there to make sure I was okay because they knew it was his time to pass. I feel, in my own opinion.
Yeah.
But he was really mad because he saw him. Like EMTs, cops, firemen, we all see some very odd things. Very, very odd things.
Military too.
Military too.
I've seen some crazy stuff in the military.
I did 2 tours on the DMZ in Korea. Yeah, back to back by you. You see a lot of weird stuff, especially in different cultures like that. Good Lord. It can get weird. Can't see your picture.
So most of the times, I was running to these people that have negative attachments. Yeah. I can tell when somebody is on the bad road, that they're high on something. I can tell, being in the military, I have seen people high as a kite on different stuff.
Sure.
But then I run into the people that it's being controlled by something else. So I focus with the Heavenly Love Foundation, and sometimes this unclean, let's call them unclean spirits. There's unclean spirits that have control of this person. They'll tell me things like, "Do not interfere. They belong to us.
Mm-hmm.
He belongs, or if it's a woman, she belongs to us. Don't interfere." But then that's when I interfere, and I say, "I type under rebuke in Jesus Christ's name."
I call those evil spirits because
they leave the spirit.
Demons will talk to you differently. Like they think they're untouchable. So when they talk,
they'll be talking a different language too, like different languages, and stuff like that. They'll make pig sounds, or they'll.
But again, it's like we were talking about, especially the military, where that affects them because military is one of those. A lot of guys, I never did. But a lot of guys use substances just like, people in the normal world. If you dull your mind, it opens the door for anything to come in. You cannot be strong with a dull mind. So if you're taking drugs, if you're getting so drunk you can't walk, if you do all of that, you dull your mind, you dull your senses, and it just says, "Come on in. I'm here." Because I've dealt with guys, they thought they blacked out. And I'm like, "No, dude, you did not black out. And that was not you."
Spiritual openings, man. Freaking when I was in Germany, I don't know if you ever been to Germany, but the billets, there were like 4 stories, and then they had an attic up on top where there was a classroom. And I don't know, every time I go to the classroom, I always felt like somebody was looking at me from the attic door. I could always feel spiritually like somebody's looking at me. So I would say to myself, well, maybe it's just me. So then in my room, we were in the 3rd floor. I could hear, there's something that will happen all the time. I could hear a truck through the brick road, or whatever, cobble road. It had like bricks, the road, and then you can hear high heels going up the floor, up the stairs, and then you can hear the high heels going down the hallway, and they will come into my room, and then I'll be getting choked out by someone, and when I go get up and turn on the light, there'll be nobody there. So
weird.
This is something that was happening to me, like a daily thing. Right. So then one day, almost every day, and I was trying to tell my platoon sergeant if he could get me out of that room because, something wasn't right. Something wasn't there. So I can't, there's no more room. That's the only room that we have. Right. So then one day, the same thing happened. I'm getting choked out, and I get up, wake up, and I didn't even turn on the light, opened the door and walked into the hallway. It's a long hallway. And I'm just trying to, get my composure. I'm breathing in and out. The staff duty, it's like, "Hey, are you okay?" I'm not saying nothing. I'm just freaking out, and I see my friend walking, and he's got a smile on his face. I had lent him a VHS tape for a movie, right? To watch a movie, and he's like, "Hey, man," he's like, "Who you got in there with you in the room?" He's like, "What do you mean?" He said, "Well, came and I was gonna gi- give you the VHS, and I heard high heels in the room. So you got a chick in there, don't you?" And I was like, "No, there's nobody in there." I opened the door and turned on the light. There's nobody in there, but he heard the high heels, right? So then that's telling me that what was happening to me was like a freaking ghost manifestation of something that was attacking me. So they finally moved me from that room to a different room, and those things stopped. Well, when we came back from the war and stuff, they deactivated a unit, and most of the people got orders to go back. They had already sent a lot of people to the states, and I was working in the attic. I painted the attic and everything in the classroom that I was telling you about, and I fell asleep on the gallon jug of paint. When I woke up from my siesta, I guess there was a number 666 in between my legs, but the sixes were facing the opposite direction. You see, there were I think they were like the opposite, but there were 666. And I said, well,
Weird.
maybe somebody drew that. So I was upset. I cleaned it up and I went and I go tell the my first sergeant, well, the person who was in charge, what happened. Is like, look, what do you? I was mad, and he's like, hey, I let everybody go, uh, home, off. I let everybody off like 2 hours ago. So I left it at that. So that night is I'm in they moved me across the other billets because we secured those billets. So they moved me to another billets across, and I had ordered some pizza. So the pizza delivery guy comes on the first floor, and I give him the money, give me the pizza. When he gives me the pizza, the light turns on from the other building where I painted, right? And I'm looking over there like, how the hell did the light turn on? I'm looking at the attic, and then you see a dark shadow figure go stand right there by the window, and it's looking at me, and it's going like it's laughing, like it's laughing, and then the light shut off. So the following day, I told my first sergeant, I said, "Hey, somebody went into the building over there." So when we checked all the locks from the main from the doors, they were secured and they had the seals. So they broke the seal. We went and checked every window, everything was secured, and he just said, "Hey, don't worry about it, whatever." But by then, it's when I got my orders and I left there. But I believe there was like maybe a phantom, because they say when I moved there, they said there was a phantom in that area, where in that side of not in the billets, but yeah, in
Good possibility.
a phantom. I remember seeing something like that at the motor pool pulling guard. They were like, "Hey, don't be surprised if we run into the phantom of Ferris Barracks." It's a phantom. So yeah, man. Sometimes the phantom, when you're pulling guard and walking the perimeter, he'll be out there. And I didn't believe him, right? So I'm pulling guard, and I see somebody over there looking at me, and he takes off running. And so I take off running. I said, they're probably messing with me, playing a prank. By the time I get to the edge, he's already around the corner. So I run backwards, but then I don't see him no more. But I would always see him at the mortar pool when I'll be pulling guard. This supposedly phantom black shadow figure. But
Where do
yeah,
you think the
I'm just trying.
666 came from?
I don't know, brother. I don't know where they came from.
Because
All I know
that's kind of like a new thing. That's not actually in the
I
Bible.
know this. I know it's like a new thing. I just don't know where it came from. And what was weird that those sixes were perfect, man. Like like
Weird.
perfect sixes. Like I don't know how that happened. How they surfaced up there. When I went back to the other billets, everybody was already gone. That was the last
I
room I had
know.
to paint.
I've seen it. A lot of other guys seen it, especially like in Korea, up on the DMZ. You're on big towers for patrol. So you're basically scoping out like huge areas the whole time because you have to clear out so much from where the camp is. And guys always say it's like they'll see like shadow figures, or I get the guy in the motor pool because that's kind of almost like common thing when you're those kind of areas. But the gal one is weird. The gal one is really weird.
Yeah, man. And those the man, I hated being out there, and when I went to Desert Storm, and then I went there another time in 94, 95 to guard the Iraqi border. The gym was out there, man. I'm telling you, they're out there. They're huge, and they're like in dark shadow figures, but they're out there. I had they were messing with me every night when I was out there. It's like they can mimic sounds. They were
Yes,
like
they can.
they like mimicking the sound of a, what do you call those little cars that you can with the remote control?
RCs?
You know, the little cars that you can they used for racing. The little
Yeah, RC
cars,
cars.
yeah. But they're
Yeah.
like remote control. They can mimic that because there's a sound that I would hear all the time out there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, what the hell? What's that? Or sometimes I hear like gear, like somebody running towards me because I was
Mm-hmm.
asleep on the ground in a sleep on a cot. I didn't want to be on the tank, even though there were scorpions and snakes. Right,
Mm-hmm.
I was sleeping on a cot, so I could hear somebody running towards me, and I said, okay, I'll get up. There'll be nobody there. And then they started tugging my sleeping bag, and I was like, it's probably one of the guys fucking with me, you know. So every time they would tag it, I get up with the night vision. I couldn't see nobody, you know. That's all right. So I'm gonna get this person that's coming messing with me. Then one day they came and I felt the elbow right in my throat. I got up real fast. There was nobody there, and then it got really bad where it was happening every night, the same thing over and over. So I would pray, for the Heavenly Father to protect me by when we would burn the trash. If I put on the sevens, I could see the silhouettes of the djinn where they're standing around the fire, I guess absorbing the energy from the fire or from the ashes. But you can only see a dark silhouette because they're not living, so you're not able to see their heat signature. They will be standing there, so I'll be praying. I told one of my soldiers, hey, don't be going over there playing at night. There's some shit out here, man. He's like, Sarge, I'm not afraid, blah, blah, blah. So he said he was coming from playing cards. It was like 1 in the morning from the Alpha in the middle of in the Alpha by the tent where the first sergeant company come out. They had a place where you could watch TV and stuff like that. And he was coming, walking, and he heard somebody talking to him in a different language. And when they looked, he seen this dark shadow figure walking right beside him. And man, that night I heard gear running, and it was him. He literally ran and jumped from the ground all the way on top of the back deck of the tank without grabbing the. He was that scared, and
Oh
he
wow.
jumped in the sleeping bag and covered himself up in the sleeping bag. I asked him the following day what happened, and he told me. Said he was walking and heard somebody talking to him in a different language. When they looked, he seen this dark shadow figure talking to him in a different language, and he took off. He took off running away from it.
Have you ever heard them talk? So historically in lore, they like to talk as a child or as somebody you know.
Oh
So
yeah,
one of your relatives.
I've heard him talk like children. I've heard. I've been to the woods. I don't know if you've seen my. I have an episode or a show where I came out on this Woods Are Haunted season 3 episode 2. It's called Something Is Out There Not Human, and I'll talk about what happened to me in Elms Grove. You know, the shapeshifter skinwalkers can do that. They can mimic voices. There was a woman yelling for help, and my sister had woken me up, and she's the one that heard it first because I lived on one side of the mobile home. She lived closer to the street, So she woke me up. She said, "Hey, I think somebody's doing something to a woman. She needs help. It sounds like they're hurting her." So I go out there, stand on the street, and I heard a woman yelling for help. I go inside, grab my bat, and I said, "I'll be right back." I walk to the park, and as I'm walking to the park, I look at the woods, and the cry for help is coming from inside the woods. And I said, "Okay, I'm gonna go in there in blackout mode, so they won't be able to sense me, or some people want to call it ninja mode." So I go in there with no flashlight because I don't want them to see me. So I start following the trail, and I'm getting closer and closer, and I hear her voice louder. So as I'm getting close and I'm walking with a bat, I'm fixing to swing the bat because I can hear the voice very near. The cry for help stops. I don't hear her crying for help anymore. So I'm stuck in the middle of the freaking woods at 3 something in the morning. The leaves are falling. It's like around November time or October time. I'm looking. I could see the club. The club is empty. See the gas station. And when I'm there looking. I was like, "Fuck!" I feel like something set me up. So when I got that feeling and I started turning around, my hair started standing up. My spirit, the spiritual systems kicked in. When I turned around, there was one right there beside me, which looked like people call it a dog man. I call it a werewolf. Or, it was standing right there in front of me. I couldn't see it because it was dark, but I could see its silhouette, its white eyes looking at me. And I seen two other and like 10-meter intervals to the right of the path. Then I seen three other ones to the left. They were huge. That the freaking bat, the wooden bat that I had, would look like a toothpick compared to how big they were. So I dropped the bat because I knew I wasn't going to be able to do nothing against whatever they were. So I had two options: go to the creek or go to the highway that's to my left. The creek was probably 15 feet away, but this one was real close. It probably would, you know, come at me. If I were to go to the left, the other three will go after me going towards the highway. So the only option I had is go back the same way, and I had to go through the center of all three. So I'm there and I'm looking at them, and they're just staring at me. So I start, uh, you know, uh, I went to my safe haven. When we talk about faith, I started praying the Our Father, Our Father who art in heaven. I prayed. I don't know how many times I prayed it, man, till I felt the presence of the heavenly angels, the heavenly Father around me. Once I felt that presence, that's when I took my first step. I try to make a tunnel vision, so I wouldn't pay attention to them looking at me as I was walking between them. It turned his head, and when I went into the middle of all six of them, this is what happened. When I was praying, I could hear either they were saying this or maybe saying it spiritually. But this is what they're all were saying when I was saying the Our Father. They were saying the Holy One, the Holy One, the Holy One. They kept on repeating that. So I just kept on walking. I kept on walking. I never turned around. Uh, I could feel one when I went around the bend to go towards the entrance of the park. I could feel like something was right behind me, but I never turned back, and I just kept on praying. Didn't give him the power of what I was seeing that was real. So I just walked with my faith and belief back home. When I got home, my sister see me. She knew that something had happened because I looked like Casper. You know, I didn't let her touch me because of the fear or whatever, any kind of scent. I just said I'm okay. I went straight to the room, to the restroom, took my clothes off, and took a shower to get the sin of fear. And of course, I prayed for the Heavenly Father to bless the water. If there was any negative attachments, not to be around me. Or, once I came out of the shower, I got my holy water that I had in the house, and I placed it on each family member, and I placed 70 crosses on the doorways and the windows. so nothing could come to the house. But yeah, I experienced that in Elms Grove. Spiritual warfare, man. I'm telling you, it's very real, and that's where they get a lot of people, brother. That's why I got cryptid here. It's that a lot of people, they say that when it's Bigfoots and the dog man and goat mans and Mothman and all this, if they only knew that what they witnessed are really demonic in nature. Like what I witnessed was what people call the dog man or werewolf or lycanthrope, but the time frame was 3 in the morning, which is a demonic hour. So I believe what I witnessed was a manifestation that the demons can take. They can take different manifestations, and like you said, they can mimic different voices. They like mimicking at 3 in the morning. One of the main voices they like to mimic is that of kids, of children, and of children laughing. There was always coming around my home in the morning, like at 3 something in the morning. I could see the silhouettes of the kids outside my window laughing. Then I look and there would be nobody there. But it's kind of like they were trying to draw me to go outside. So I grab my protection, to the sign of the cross, get my holy water, and I go pray around my home and bless the yard and stuff like that. But yeah, they like mimicking like children. They're laughing at children or like a woman in distress. There you go.
Yeah, and that's one thing that I would say is what you're talking about is multiple different things. Like if we accept there's demons, there's spirits, then if you actually go back and you're like, okay, with lore, even to Christianity, you have fae folk, you have other creatures that are kind of separated from them. And so I'm kind of with you on my big point about Dogman, Mothman, all that kind of stuff. I think those are misidentification of creatures we already know about, but they're just using today's popular name for them, if you will. Some of
Yeah.
them, I think, they actually use your fear of what you see to show themselves to make you go away. Others are not good things. Again, I don't think everything out there is bad.
They know
Because it's like
they know your thoughts. They-
some
Sometimes
do, yes.
they'll send you a message to thought. We didn't. Me and my brother went on an investigation. I was out there during the day, and it was during the day, and I seen an image of a woman looking at me, and I was like, "So okay, that was like a mind thing, like mind telepathy or whatever." So I said, "Nah, it's nothing," So I went home and I was debunking the video. I said, "Okay, I'm gonna go look at the time that I seen the image of a woman looking at me." And when I went to it, I found a image of something that looked like a woman looking at me, and I took a screenshot of it and made a short reel out of it. Yeah,
Yeah,
but
I think telepathy does work, but I usually voice, because I think there's power in speech. How you say it means a lot. Even though, yes, they can actually figure out what you're saying in your head. I think that's a big part. I also think, like the Bible says, it doesn't say you can't speak to spirits. It says you can't befriend evil spirits or demons, is what the Bible actually says. So I take that as like, okay, it's like there's good and bad. It's in the scripture, obviously, that you can't just talk to one side because that is evil, but you can talk to the other side. So I believe there's a big variety, a rainbow, if you will, of different kind of things, just like humans, of being, super nice. They want to help you find your car keys, to something that would really like to just torment you every day. So paranormal is that's my main thing. Again, in spirituality, I talk to spirits and entities and that kind of thing. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. It sounds
yeah,
like you're
yeah,
kind of like the same spot.
yeah. We're in the same spot, man.
Okay.
Um, Okay, I got a question now.
Okay.
Do you think what happened to Kirk was demonically influenced or influenced by a group?
I think there's no way he pulled that off by himself. So I think, and now coming about his boyfriend, or it was a trans whatever that he was
Transgender.
with. Yeah. And then her ties into the Antifa and other groups are starting to come out. I thought right away, it's like, this is going to be a group thing. You could use the word demonic, but I don't like to, because I
Yeah, no.
only use that for that one
Yeah.
massive evil thing.
The-
I think it's evil people, severely evil people that have no morals and no care for human life or value at all.
Yeah, the only reason I say demonic, brother, is because the things that these people are doing are against God. You know, they're going against what's written. You know, part of the abominations. You know, of the Sodom and Gomorrah and stuff. That's what they're about.
He,
So the only
like
thing,
the Bible says, he took an innocent life. Therefore, he forfeits his life.
yes,
Point blank.
yes, he made it into the kingdom of heaven, but him, he's condemned. But the
Yep.
person that took the life. But I'm saying what they're associated with, like you said, pure evil.
Yep.
But to scripture, abominations, demons, whatever you want to call it,
Mhm.
and they're not going to stop. They're going to continue to do this. They're trying to send a message, and there's probably more to
Sure.
come. So you know,
Well, I think that's the same group they're talking about. The trafficking, the island. You know, the island I'm talking about. That is the kind of group where this comes from.
I wonder
People
if those transgenders or those kids are part of the island.
I doubt it. For their age and all that kind of stuff, I doubt it. But they could be. There's more than just that island. Like they had the underground. I want to say it was Nevada,
Yeah,
where they were stealing kids, drugging them, and charging $200 for evil people to go down and do evil things. And that went on for I think they said years. It's not just one, it's an infestation of our society that we don't value innocent or humans to the point where we will just we're going back to the slavery times where we don't believe certain people have rights. And we need to correct it. And you know, talking like this and having your great people in chat that's devoted, you know, in a faith that believes in morality is where we start. And I think the thing with Charlie, that kicked off a firestorm. Like I said, every church in the nation was full because people are like, I'm going back to church. And I'm like, right on, right on.
yeah, it's sad, man. You know, especially if you got children. I always tell my son, hey, you be careful out there, son. You know, don't be doing what other people are doing. You know, just remember what's important in life for you. You know, and start give them advice because you might never know what might happen, man. There's people out there who just don't care. They don't give a damn about their lives or anybody's lives. You know.
Yeah, I mean, I got 2 kids, you know.
Yeah.
And I tell them, they're older now, they're 20s, but it's like, you know, we want to see the best in our neighbor and we want to treat them like we want to be treated. But I also tell them is like, be prepared because not everybody's going to be nice. No, not everybody's going to have the same heart you do. There's too much evil out there. So don't ever let yourself open to people you don't know. Don't turn your back on somebody that you don't know. It's a sad thing we have to tell our kids that now.
It's very true, man.
I mean, when we grew up, me and you were on our bicycles out on the street till it got dark, you know?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of things, and I've been fighting spiritually since I was a kid. From being in Mexico because my brother had gotten sick. They couldn't find a cure for him, so the doctors from the U.S. couldn't find a cure for him, and we went to a medicine woman in
Mhm.
Mexico. The deal was that if she healed him, that I would have to stay with her for a couple of months, uh, and that's what happened. He got healed. She healed him
So,
spiritually. What
like
happened to him
Mexico,
was,
that's either a white witch or a black witch. Which one was that?
yeah, a curandera, a white witch.
Yeah.
We call her curandera or medicine woman. She
Mhm.
was healed. What happened to him? Somebody placed a death hex on him. So he lived, and the witch that did that, which was a dark witch, she died because he got sent back to her, or whatever.
Yep.
So the first time I ever ran into a witch, or what we call a lechuza, because that's a manifestation they could take, which is an owl. A huge owl was there in Mexico, where I was at in Reynosa, Mexico, Tamaulipas, Reynosa. I remember that night where I woke up. It was only two rooms. The rooms were there was the dirt. It was made out of dirt. There wasn't even no cement or wood. It was just a hut. And this is back in let's see, like around 72, 73, somewhere around there. And I was looking for the curandera, and I couldn't see her laying in her bed. So I got up, and I seen her blocking the main entrance door. There was only one way in, one way out. And you could hear her arguing with somebody, and you could hear a lot of voices and different sounds out there. And when I went to go look, was when I seen them. I seen like six. When we talk about druids, they used to wear like robes, right? Well, these witches had robes that were black, covering their faces. There were six of them on the ground, and they see me, and they're like, "There he is!" And then you can hear something making noises like. When I look up to the trees, you can see the lechuzas, which are witches in an owl form, and they had the faces of women, and then which we call harpies in I think they're called something else also in Greek mythology, but they were there, and they're like, there he is in Spanish. They were like, give him to us. If you give him to us, uh, we won't do nothing to you. We just want vengeance for what happened to, I guess, was their main witch or whatever. And the medicine woman said, no, he's with me. I'm going to protect them. And they were mad. And then I look at them, and I said to them, not afraid. And they started, hexing or whatever. And I'm there with her, 3 years old, but I still felt the presence of the heavenly angels and the heavenly Father around me. And she's praying, and and we're fighting all night from 3 in the morning to like around 4:35 when the sun's starting to rise, and that's when they left. So yeah, I
Yeah,
got
because
opened,
the
opened
witches
up to that at a young
white witches
age.
can't change form. It's only the dark witches that can actually take owl form or bird form. Correct?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, dark witches.
Yep. So
So
that's where, like, a UK witch or classic European witches, you have kind of the same thing. You have the light side, you have the dark side, but there's also one that's they call them like natural witches, which they are more about peace, love, balance of nature. They kind of like stay away from everything. But it's
on
like
Friday
I always
on
found.
Friday nights we talk about that, about witches and things
Mhm.
like that. If you want to jump on, man. Every Friday we talk about this. I try to do something every day about something,
That's cool.
Like
That's cool.
on Wednesdays we have Werewolf Wednesday, which we talk about, what people call the dog man, werewolves,
Mhm.
lycanthropes, shapeshifter, skinwalkers. I do have a video here of what seems to be a giant owl that's around. I mean, you know how owls look. I mean, you've probably seen them, but this owl was huge, just around, I would say, 13 to 15 feet tall.
That's a big one.
It's turning his head. I got a show reel here on Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters about that.
I'll look it up.
But maybe I'll share it for you on if you want to show up on Friday, or I can share it right now. But you can see it where it's turning his head, and on the video, I could hear like something making a weird noise, but I just couldn't hear it. The only way I could hear it is when I reviewed the video.
Mhm.
And I'm like, where is that noise coming from? But my spiritually, I could sense something was there, and I'm pointing, and it was right there, not that far away from me, but it was huge, and it's turning its freaking head, and it's got some big old eyes looking at me.
Yeah.
So when I see this, you think about Lilith, or Lilith. You might think about the owl man that they call from the other side of the world,
Right.
or the unclean spirit that can manifest to look like that. But I got the video. I got the full video. How far it was from it, and then I got a close up of it. I can
Wow.
share it with you if you like, and you tell me your opinion, what you
Sure,
think it is.
sure. I've seen a lot of weird, unexplainable sized birds that only have one meaning in my thought. But yeah, that's really huge. That's like condor size huge.
How big are the condors?
What they have a 13-foot wingspan. Like when they go over you, it looks like a plane, the shadow. I mean, they're big. It's a California condor.
A condor is kind of like a thunderbird. That's what you're saying, right? The condor, thunderbird.
Yeah, they're
What the natives call the thunderbird.
Well, that's a lot bigger. But these are, what family is that? The ones that like scavenge, not raptors. Vultures. It's a type of vulture, but they're just massive.
Let me find that video here for you, brother.
Cool, I appreciate it.
Let me see. See, you can tell me your opinion of it. Let me track it down here. I got a lot of videos that I capture when I go do my investigations.
I just noticed I have to remove like all the stuff on my hard drive because it's full. My third hard drive. You don't have paranormal stuff. It's like you just keep every clip just in case.
Yeah, I've run into a shapeshifter skinwalker also out there one evening when I would it was in my yard.
Skinwalkers are real rare unless you're in like Arizona. Like they are
well, the same ones that are in Arizona and Oklahoma are the same ones that were here in Central Texas. I tracked it down to the Tawanka. They're called Tawankas.
Yeah.
They used to live here. They were cannibalistic. They used to live in Central Texas, so I spot them here all the time. Even on,
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
On Fort Hood. Yeah.
I know what you're talking about. They call it something else. They don't call it skinwalker because it's a little different from the skinwatcher of the like Navajo.
Nagual. Yeah. Let me see. But it was the same people that moved to those 3 different areas. They moved to Oklahoma. I got a story about that. I can talk about it tomorrow or Wednesday. I'm still trying to look for this. I was able to see it. Oh, there it is.
I was gonna say, don't worry about it. I'll look it up.
There we go.
I didn't make it look that hard.
No, it's just sometimes when you're trying to find something, it doesn't want to be seen.
I always do that. I look over the same file like 4 times before it's like, oh, it's right there.
Okay, I'm gonna play with the volume. My hair's already stood. believe. Oh, right here. My hair's already stood up, brothers and sisters. I feel so. Let me see if you can see it, brother. I'm just gonna show you how far it was. Let me pause the audio. So there it is, right there. It's standing right here, and he's gonna turn his head. So I'm gonna play it without audio, and then I'll show you the close up. So let's look at the close up real quick. I think the close up is upward. There we go. There it is right there, man. Huge. He's got a giant beak. There it is. It's pretty
Very
tall, man.
interesting.
He's got a giant beak. He's got the big eyes.
I can totally see how you seeing that. Yeah,
And
that's
I'll play the video
that's
so
one
you
of
can see
those.
when he turns his head. Look, I'll play the video. He turned his head all the way from the left to the right.
See, that's one of those where I could say that's Perdolia or whatever. It's like you're seeing what you want to see because of the shadow, the shapes. I can actually see what you're talking about. I can totally see it. But
he
that's
turned
one
his
of them.
head.
Like, if
Yeah,
you're
he
not
turned his
there,
He turns his head all the way from the left to the right. Look,
yeah,
I'll show you where his head is facing the other way. See, his head is facing the other way there. I'll play it. See, it starts turning his head right there. And he turns it all
I
the
can
way
see what
around.
you're saying. I can see what you're saying, and that's one of those where when people show me videos like that, it's like I could try to debunk that, but it's like really you can't if you weren't. There's certain things you can debunk. There's other
Yeah.
things you can't really say unless you were actually there, because there's a lot more that goes into it than just a little clip.
Yeah,
You know, what you
because right
heard,
there,
what you felt, the hair going up
Yeah.
on the back of your neck, all of
Yeah.
that goes into it.
and it turns his head all the way from the left to the right. And it's
That is pretty
huge.
cool.
See, and you can see the beak, the becker or the beak. You can see it right there, right in between his eyes. I just wanted to share that.
Yeah, that's cool, dude.
Yeah. that I've captured things, and in the video I said I'm pointing because I go like this because I sense something there, and then the other
That's
video is making a noise, like, but I can't hear it, but because it's making a noise, but I'm
right.
able to capture it. I just wanted to share with you how
The
tall
one
it
thing
is.
I tell everybody is like when you find something like that, hold your camera as still as you can. Don't move, because the first thing everybody's gonna say is you're moving, and so all the shadows and the light is changing, which makes it look like it moves. If you hold it still and just wait, you'll have more evidence that people can't like go, oh, that's BS or whatever. Even though they weren't there, even though they didn't feel the feelings, they didn't hear the growls, they didn't have the hair stand up the back of my neck going, what's going on? And then you saw it,
Yeah, the
yeah,
video.
that's a good video.
Yeah, the original video, you can see it there, which is a good distance away from, not that far away, but the close up you can see it moving his head and everything. On the video, you can hear something making like a sound, like I don't know, some crazy sound, like a bird or like an owl or something, like a screeching sound.
Yeah.
And in the video, I sense my hair stand up, like something's there. But yeah, man, I captured that, and it's pretty tall.
Which is one of our best tools as people is our bodies tell us when someone's around. Like you get the chills, your hair stands up, you feel uneasy, all the stuff that's hard to explain that doesn't people don't understand when they just see a photo or a clip or a small video. You know, it's like there's a lot that goes into it. Like
How you doing, brother
some of the
Josh?
stuff I do, it's like I try to make sure it's like when I do videos, I'm constantly trying to explain because it's like I really don't want somebody go I'm trying to fake something or or whatever. It's kind of like it's hard. It's really hard,
Yeah,
especially
and
when you have something like
sometimes,
that.
like this things here, you cannot capture it with the naked eye. It's spiritually because they're not going to show it themselves to you in the like in the flesh. So they're there in the spirit. Uh, Luckily, the equipment can capture it. I
Oh
have
yeah,
a
definitely.
video where
I've had stuff where like the camera will pick up something I don't see, and other times I can see something that the camera will not pick up. So yeah, it goes both ways for sure.
yeah, I have one where I'm standing and this dark shadow passes right beside me, real fast, man.
Oh wow.
In the daylight. Then I got one where I'm recording in my room and a dark shadow comes up, passes right in front of me. Like I've captured them. I've seen them,
Yep.
captured them. The only one I didn't get a capture on camera was one that I did see visually that it was looking at me from the tree line. That sucker had to be like 17, 18 foot tall. Uh, it looked like a freaking alligator or a crocodile, and he had his mouth open like a crocodile, like it was ready to charge or some shit. And
Oh
I'm
weird.
looking at it and I'm praying to our Father. It's looking at me, and when I type binary beacon in Jesus Christ's name, it vanishes, it disappears. But it was huge. I wasn't able to capture that on camera because I was too busy fighting spiritually and praying against it.
I honestly, it's like a lot of people are like, they said they had an experience, they had a camera with them, but they didn't catch it on camera, and they're like, "Well, why didn't you catch it on camera?" And I'm like, if you realize and you get in the field and you start seeing stuff like that, number one, it's hard to actually get in the right spot at the right time to get voices, to
Yeah.
get visuals, get all that kind of stuff. Number two, it's like hitting the lottery if you have your mics in the right spot and you have the camera in the right spot to catch everything. So it's like winning the lottery twice just to get it on film. And most people don't really understand that because they think, you go any haunted house and you're going to have 4 or 5 black shadows running around you all the time and noises all the time. It's like it doesn't happen like that.
Have you
I
ever
mean,
been, since you were a paramedic and a cop, have you ever been to a location where something bad happened
oh
and your
sure,
senses get triggered, like you could feel something else around you,
bunch,
or in
crap ton.
combat, or while you're in the military, you ever feel like the presence of something else around you?
Oh yeah, I actually when I was in Korea, we had a scout out by the DMZ, and they had one graveyard that was way off to the right of the Freed Bridge. And so when you walked all the way out there, you had to go by it all the time. Well, we were actually trying to be more sneaky because there was stuff going on. So we went and we actually went through the graveyard. Now, that's sacred to that culture. If you don't go in there unless you're a relative or you have a reason to go in there. We got like maybe a quarter way in, and like all of us got cold. We got the chills. We got like uncomfortable. It is kind of like, okay, this isn't good. We should probably leave.
Uh, yeah, they did drink the, what do you call it? The juice,
Soju. No, yeah, soju.
soju.
That stuff will mess you up. Oh, gee. Oh, man. That's like
You'll be
embalming fluid.
you'll really be seeing ghosts with that.
We had so they outlawed it when I was over there in in 90, 90 or 91. We had a guy that went out and just got hammered on that stuff. And we have a speed train that goes right between Camp Casey and the little town. And he walked out there. Once the things come down and say there's a train going, you can't see the train. But don't go over there, because when it goes by, it's doing like 70 miles an hour. It's just flying. The dude walks out there like Superman and just goes, ugh, like he's going to stop the train.
Oh, man.
Just gets plowed. And then they found out that he was just hammered on that. You feel like you're Superman when you drink that stuff. You can do anything. And so they're like, nobody can drink that anymore.
I heard there's a legend of a midget over there. A midget woman. I don't know if that's true. They're like, one time I got orders to go to Korea, and one of my platoon sergeants, hey, gotta go check out the midget over there. And my orders got deleted. He jinxed me.
I was gonna say, everybody, when you get orders to go to Korea, everybody's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry." And nobody wants to go there.
My orders got deleted. I didn't get to go to Korea.
There was a lore of, it's a spiritual woman, like most people would call it like a witch, but in our culture, but in theirs, it's more of a roaming, vengeful kind of spirit. But it's short and it's a female. But yeah, I didn't see it.
A lot of superstitious stuff over there.
A lot. It's like every other culture you go into, you have to figure out what's right, what's wrong, and just how to talk to them. You have a guy come up and start screaming at you. That's in their culture. He should be able to. In American culture, you're like, okay, I'm going to knock you out. So there's a lot of learning different cultures when you go overseas. Like,
Yeah.
Is Jack still here?
Jack, are you here?
I think I just hijacked the whole thing, and he was like, yeah, I'm going to make coffee.
Oh, he is here. He probably fell asleep.
No,
He's just listening.
I was eating popcorn.
Oh, my God. He's enjoying the show.
Yeah, King, over there, you can get some crazy, like, handmade stuff for extremely cheap. I bought my brother a full like king set for his bed, which was like something like 90,000 won or something like that. It came out to like $20. And then I bought my mom like a jewelry box that was inlaid with mother of pearl that cost me like maybe 30. Stuff over there is cheap.
Yeah, I had a friend that came over there with like, I don't know how many suits, but he got them real cheap.
Yeah. Clothes over there are stupid cheap. Because it's people in the smaller towns, and those people are talented as all get out, because that's all they do. And so you can go in there one day and go, I want a suit. He's like, okay, come back in 3 hours, and you go back, and it's a tailored suit for you. It's nuts.
So we hit almost going to be at the 3-hour marker in about 6 minutes. So you see anything strange when you were out there in Korea? Out of the ordinary, or you're just too busy drinking soju?
Be honest, as when I was over there, it's funny you said you're a tanker, because I was on the M1A1 fielding team out there.
Yeah,
so
I was an M1A1 tanker.
So I brought all the M1A1s that came into Korea. I went through every one of those tanks, and then afterwards, the full board colonel was very worried about where they could go, how to do maintenance. So I was one of the guys that was put on the secondary fielding team. Mm-hmm. So you're always out in the field. Like, where can we move them? Where can we do like shops, so like pop-up tents, all that kind of crap, or expanded vans. So I was out in the field so much that it's a weird area because it is an old culture. I got more feelings than I really saw anything. We did see some like weird shadow like figures off and on, but besides that, not a lot, be honest with you. Not until I came back. And then when I was in law enforcement, it was like, okay, we're going off the rails now.
That was the cops were called to where I used to live, where I had my encounter, and there was a woman. Mobile homes are on metal frames off the ground, and there was this woman saying that there was. She called the cops because she said there was a peeping tom. The only problem is that the peeping tom, in order for him to peep into the restroom, he'll be very tall because it was way up on top. So they brought like 6 squad cars, and they had the big lights flashing them, and they were chasing something. So they hit him with the lights, and all you see is a dark shadow figure inside the light. That's all you see. It's not a person, just a dark shadow figure. They're telling him to stop, and it's just moving around real fast. And they're trying to. There's lights flashing everywhere. So I go to the main entrance, and I'm over there. There's 2 cops guarding the main entrance road, and this thing, this dark shadow, passes right in front of them. They look at each other, and he said, "Did you see that?" He said, "Did you see that?" And they said, "Are you going to write the report?" And they said, "No, are you going to write the report?" And he said, "How about this? I just got this job, man." He said, "So I don't want to get fired. So that's not right. That's not right anything about what we saw here tonight."
All
So
cops get very creative when they write reports on the paranormal because they do not want to be called in and for a psych eval or whatever. I'll give you a good story of like how crazy one of my best visuals of a spirit. We were going out middle of winter, just snowed. We get inside alarm on a house, newer house. It's like a vacation home kind of thing. I'm cooking out there. My buddy goes, slow down. I'm catching up to you so we can at least get 2 guys on that just in case somebody is in the house. Because those alarms, number 1, go off a lot. And number 2, there's no reason for them to go off. No animals, control, temp, all that kind of stuff. That's a whole different topic. But anyways, we're running out there. We get to the property. We run up in the driveway. No marks in the driveway, fresh snow. There's snow all the way up to the front door. So I get out, I go to the right, my buddy goes to the left, and we start going around the house to look for footprints. And if anybody is like pulled the window out, I'm coming around to the back side of the house, and I turn the corner and I pull up my flashlight, and I see a guy standing like maybe 4 feet from me, cowboy-like hat, duster-like, and old clothes. And I grabbed my gun and I pulled it up and I'm down on him saying, "Show me your hands." When I look down and I realize he doesn't have feet. At that point, I went, "What?" And I looked up and he vanished. Like he was like me and you, blood and skin. I saw him. I thought I could hit him if I wanted to. And he just vanished. My buddy came around the other side at that time with his flashlight. So all of a sudden, he vanishes, and I just have a flashlight that shows up on behind him now. And he sees me pointing my gun at him, and he's like, "What the hell is going on?" And it took a minute for me to kind of register everything that just happened. And he about crapped his pants. He's like, "Dude, you almost shot me." I'm like, "You don't know how close you almost got to get shot," because I was lasered down on him. "Hey, Wolf, what's up, dude?" I was lasered down on him. And he just went away. And so in a report, we said we thought we heard something. We checked the area. There was no footprints where he was or anything else. And so we just called it a day and said, "You know what? False alarm. We thought we heard something. We checked the area. We're good."
Well, he
You-
couldn't
you-
leave no foot. He couldn't leave no footprints. He had no feet.
I'm telling you, it's like you get creative with reports on some stuff as a cop because you can't explain them. There's no way you can.
So if you had no footprints, you're gonna call him Bigfoot.
True.
I'm just playing. How you doing, Brother Wolf?
What's going on, gentlemen? How y'all doing tonight?
Just here chit-chatting.
Good.
Good.
Dude,
You
I was
never
gonna get
put-
on your live last night, and I had like one too many of these, and I'm like, I'm not gonna get on there and act dumb. So I was like, I had to do a video that night. I'm like, okay, I'm drinking Coke, and I'll just listen. Or I would have jumped on.
Oh, it's all good, man. Doesn't matter. I just saw you guys. I'm over here working at a job site earlier. I just had something really weird happen to me earlier. There's this really nice overlook that I usually don't really go that way to get to this part of South Austin, but I took the scenic route, even though it's night, and I pulled up into the scenic overlook. And my wife was on the phone, and I got out and I kind of stretched and looked to see if I could see anything, like nice, at night. Because if you can see through the foliage, because it's summer, they're so overgrown out there. It's off of 620 and 2222. And I thought, if I could see anything, I could get a good view of the lake from right there. And I haven't been out on that spot in years, especially at night, to look and see if there's anything, And so I got out and I looked, and I wasn't even there like 5 seconds, and I heard what sounded like the shuffling of feet, something coming toward me. And then I turned and I could hear my wife talking on the phone, and I was like, what the heck? And so I kind of turned to look to see if anybody was there. There wasn't anybody there. And then I heard this weird noise. It's a really steep, like kind of a cliff right there. And there's this big rail, so you're not going to fall over unless you're just so stupid, you can walk up and, whoa. And so I just kind of backed off and started heading back toward the truck. And I heard this weird noise. I don't know if I can recreate it, but it was like, like that. But like a lot deeper, a lot more guttural, a lot more terrifying. And dude, I got back in the truck so freaking fast. And usually, like when I go to work at a site, if I can, I'll take one of my dogs if I can. This one here, I didn't think it was a good idea. I'm only gonna have to work it from, it was like from midnight to 5. And had Anthony kind of take control.
Was the shuffling like big feet, like big, like something big, or more like a person like shuffling?
No, it was big, definitely. And where I worked at before, and see, and I'm from the country. The first 15 years of my life, I lived out in the sticks, and I worked on a ranch when I was 15, shoveling horse shit. And it was kind of that was my job. I mean, I've talked about that before. I mean, you clean stables, you know what I mean? And so I did that as a first unofficial job. But my dad, he married this woman who was into rodeoing, and she had horses, and I had to clean her horse stables, and they had about 5-6 acres. They was just
rocks, just saying.
Yeah, she was a barrel rider. And so my dad ended up marrying her, and I've never gotten along with her. But all of my dad's family, and he's got half brothers and half sister, and and they're pretty cool, but they're all country people too. And so all of my dad's family, they're all country, very country people. There's nobody in my dad's family that doesn't wear a cowboy hat and boots. I mean, if you go to Thanksgiving, Christmas, whatever, I'll be the only one without a cowboy hat and boots. And I don't need them. It's not practical for me. But if I go out there enough out to the ranch, you'll catch me looking like a cowboy. But I've been out there lately because I've been so busy with work. We're so shorthanded. And so I'm over here trying to ascertain what that sound was. I remember back in 2007 when I was working out by the lake, there was a mountain lion out there, and they were trying to blame it for attacking a full-grown mare, which I kept arguing with this. And the game warden backed me up on it. There was this dumbass sheriff's deputy that was trying to tell me, well, I think that was a mountain lion, the mountain lion that's been seen in this area. And I said, the mountain lion's been seen in this area ain't big enough to do that. He goes, oh, those paw prints are big. It's definitely a male. I said, it's definitely a male, but there's also a female in the area. And he goes, how do you know that? I said, because I saw its cub. So I saw a really small cub, and it was me and Scorpion. We saw it. And Scorpion's in the chat. He's under Gary Lopez. And so I told this guy, and he argued with me. A couple days later, the game warden came out there, and I met him at the kill site where it had killed a foal. And I said, look, it tore the haunch on that, whatever it was, it tore the haunch on the mare. The mare could be saved. It didn't need to be put down. And the
then
foal
it wasn't a cat.
It wasn't. It was. I know it was not a cat. And I said,
Cat
look at
goes
the
for the
paw
neck.
prints. Yeah, absolutely. So that's what I told him. And the game warden tried to tell. Oh, man, hold on. Are you there? Are you guys there?
Yeah.
Yes.
My phone just did something weird. The chat disappeared. What the heck is going on here? So I can't see the chat now. But okay, thank you. My wife just saved the day. So you let me look. I can't really. No. You don't got to hold it the whole time. See, because look what it's doing. So I argued the point with this guy, and I told him, I said, I saw a cub that might have been 6 months. Wasn't really big. It wasn't small, but it wasn't grown. And I said, there's a female here, and he's probably it's a male. He's going to kill the cub. So the female will go into heat and he can get her, And this guy from the sheriff's department, he was just like, I lived out in East Texas and I know this and that. And I said, well, you obviously don't know that much because you don't even know, anything about animals or predators, And I told him, I said, there's also a coy wolf out here, or maybe a red wolf. He started laughing at me. He said there haven't been no red wolves out there since the 70s or whatever. I said, yeah, well, I know what I saw. And I said, this is weird. And I showed him the paw print, and one of the paw prints was in the mud by the gate. And the paw print was humongous, but it was definitely canine. And I told him that. I said, this is a canid paw print. And the guy was like, that's impossible. There's no canid. I was like, yeah, well, and knowing what we know in this community, and I didn't make an issue of it, but the game warden took some pictures, and he said that was odd that was there. In particular, because you knew it was a canid because you could see the claws. See, when a cat walks, most people don't know this, but when a cat is walking, its claws are retracted.
Retracts. Yeah.
You just see the paw. You don't see the claws. This had the claws on it. And so this dummy, he was a Yankee. He didn't know what the hell he was talking about. But this dumbass was I grew up out north. Yeah, but he was like northeastern Yankee, dude. And I'm not talking about like the tough ones from northern New York area, from upstate New York. I'm talking about this nasally talk or whatever, And he was from Jersey. But, the Pine Barrens is right there. But this guy didn't grow up in the Pine Barrens. He was in North Jersey. And I said, where are you from? He goes, North Jersey. I'm like, I can tell. I was like, you don't know what you're talking about. Well, just because I'm from somewhere else. And I was like, no, but you're from there. And so I told him, I said, there are some large coyotes out here, and there are wolves, coy wolves at least. He didn't believe me that they had gone that far south already. I said, I absolutely believe that they had been out there. It was another place we worked at where we had seen a couple of them. And they look almost like wolves, but you can see that little bit of a slender body, but they're hyper aggressive, when they mix breed them like that. And this mountain lion, I'm convinced one day when I was doing my rounds that I heard it. And the reason I'm convinced of that is because the next day, right behind the pool shed, I saw these huge paw prints. And I showed the owner that was building that mansion. And it was mansions. They were huge mansions. At that time, it was a $4.8 million home. Now it's probably worth 12. Yeah,
But the only problem you're going to have with that, the shuffling, cats don't do that. Like
they don't.
When they're coming up, so they put their paw down from like heel and then down, and it's a soft pad. So
it's quiet.
The only time all you can hear, like maybe if you hear a crunch, it's not like a hoof hitting a stick going crunch. It's like a pop. It's like a stress pop noise. So the shuffling could be from a cat. So I'm not sure what that is.
Yeah, I don't know what that was, but I don't believe it was canid or feline. And then that grunting growl noise, it was so loud and guttural that I got back in the truck real quick, and my wife was like, "What's going on?" 'Cause she wasn't paying attention; she was on the phone. And I said, "We got to get out of here." I don't know what that was. And now we do have a lot of homeless people that are just taken over a lot of wooded area. I've never seen one in that area, especially on the side of that cliff. What was weird about it, whatever that was moving up the side of the cliff, and it was very large. So I'm not going to sit up here and go, "Oh, I had an encounter with a Bigfoot." But if you had to give me multiple choice of, some sort of big cat, a dog of some kind, or a wolf, coyote, whatever, a homeless person.
If you're talking shuffling, big noise for like shuffling noise, big animal, like it's heavy as hell. A canine's not going to do it. A cat's not going to do it. A bear will not do it because a bear doesn't shuffle. It would have to be something that's injured, which means it wouldn't be coming up that cliff. There's only a couple things that's that large to make a heavy noise that can make a shuffling noise and a grunt.
Yeah.
And it narrows it down for you.
Yeah, so I mean, the only thing I could think of was a Bigfoot. I mean, in that area, there have been lots of Bigfoot reports over the years, and I haven't gotten any from that area from the last 5-6 years, probably. I think the last one I fielded from that area was 2019, but that doesn't mean that they don't exist. That doesn't mean that they're not there, because that's one of the areas that's sparsely populated, comparatively speaking. And it's like a cliff. It sounded like it was coming up the side of the cliff, which I know it wasn't a homeless person if that's the case. It was too heavy, making a lot of noise, and it wasn't, like I said, a cat, dog, or whatever. And the weird grunting noise sounded almost human, but way louder and more guttural. But it was kind of like it wanted me to know that it was there. You know what I mean? Like, I think maybe we pulled up, something was walking up, it wanted me to go before it got up to the top, which I did.
That would make sense if it's going up a cliff. Why it would sound like it's shuffling? Because it might be on all fours and knees, like just running up it. Like he's trying to get up quick. That could be the shuffling noise. Maybe.
Yeah, that's possibly. It was weird because the way the thing is built, it's kind of like it kind of half circle, and the echo. I think it echoed and kind of boomeranged around behind me. So when I turned and I looked behind me, and then I thought, the only way that noise would do that is if it was coming from my left in front of me, like maybe the noise boomeranged around. Because I've been on that spot. I used to go there sometimes when I was young, sit there and look over the side of the cliff, whatever. And I've heard the way it sounds there, like the sound kind of echoes around. So the shuffling was probably more to my front, to my left, but it made it sound like it was more behind me to my right. And that because of the echo, it kind of curves it, the sound. So it was weird. I don't know what that was, but I got in the truck real freaking quick because I wasn't in the mood to have an encounter with something before I got to work. And the thing is too, Abe knows this, and Sparky, I'm sure you do too. And who is the other person here? I don't see the name. I can't. It's too small.
Jack.
Oh, Jack. What's up, man? It's the Romanos, Abe.
Yes.
Yeah. And so, the average layperson doesn't have what we have. By the grace of God, we know when we're walking and we hear noises like that you're not just going like, well, that could be, this and that. Being from the country originally, I know sounds, noises, I know predators, I know hoofed animals. I can tell the difference between a horse and a cow. Most people can't do that.
There's one more that I think could have been it. Could have been it. One that's a master of mimicking voices and sounds.
The Lechusa?
Walker.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that would be something else. I just, the heaviness of it and the way that it sounded.
I would think it'd be that heavy. And I don't think it would make the grunt noise. It would more likely make a human more like noise.
Yeah, they keep like a mimicking noise.
Sounds of everything.
Yeah.
Like I've seen it where one of them was breaking all the branches coming straight at me in that path. You hear the branches breaking. We lost Wolf, and there he is. And I got my guards up, and I'm waiting for the impact because you can hear him breaking, and it stops right in front of me. But then, no sound, no nothing. So I start praying and I back out of the area and go back home. But it was breaking all the branches and everything. But they can mimic all that. Like you think they're breaking branches, you think that they're shuffling or whatever, but they can mimic not just like the sounds of babies or the sounds of women yelling for help. They can mimic the sounds of breaking branches. They can mimic the sounds of rocks being thrown. They can mimic water splashing. You know, that's what they do because they want you to believe. So if you believe, then that's a spiritual opening where they can attack you spiritually.
Well, most times skinwalkers, like originally, what they're known for is more of they're an ambush creature or entity to where they try to get you to come to them. So usually, they have been known to like mimic growling and stuff like that. Don't get me wrong, but most of the time, their mimicking is something to draw you to them. That's why I'm like, I don't know if that would fit the description of that, just because of how you said it, like shuffled, heavy feet, and then it made a grunty noise. I think if it was be like a skinwalker, it would more likely act like something else and then call him to like come help me, or make a noise that makes him want to go over and look down. In my opinion,
What I'm saying, if they're in manifestation, you know, they're in the manifestation of whatever they can do all that. Also, if they're in the beastly manifestation of the dog man or what people call the Bigfoot or Sasquatch, that they have those capabilities. There's only one way to find out. Do an investigation. If it was going up to the top, you need to go investigate the top. But most likely that's where its home is if it's a Bigfoot.
I mean, what I think is the side of that cliff's probably got, you know, it's probably hollow. It's probably caved something in there, maybe. I know the one out in Comanche Trail is that way.
What's the bottom
If you go down to
cliff?
the bottom, like it just kind of, there's a drop, like there's kind of a gradual, and then there's like a quick drop, and then another gradual, a gradual decline. Hold on one second.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just kind of wondering if there'd be like
Jesus,
a food source, water
Did you-
source.
Oh yeah,
Like
it's just the bottom, at the very bottom, there's a lake right there.
and there was no scent or nothing.
Hold on. These trash trucks, dude. I swear they go out of their way to make as much noise as possible.
La Morgan says, I have heard a baby cry in the middle of the dark woods before. I went to the edge of the woods and all my hair stood up and said, F that noise, and bounced.
Yep, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
And there's other entities that actually do the same thing as skinwalkers when they do the baby cry, or they mimic your loved ones, or sometimes they even repeat like in your voice. There are several entities that actually do that. Skinwalker is just the most known one for that. But again, they're rare, and they're usually more over towards the Navajo Nation in Arizona. They were a very kind of like local thing, and now people are saying they're seeing them, you know, in different places.
Yeah, definitely a food source there, and definitely water. There's a lot of deer over there. Every time I drive through that area, going through those curves, there's a lot of deer. I mean, I've gotten close to hitting one on a couple of different occasions. Once because I was using my car, which is a sports car, that was going way too fast. You know, I mean, I wasn't like breaking the law big time, but I was like definitely speeding. You know, and so I thought, man, I better chill out here because it seems like there's more deer now than there were 20 years ago.
Well, you know, that's two of the main things they need is a good meat source. They like berries and that kind of thing, of course, because their diet is with it omnivore. They eat everything, but they do love deer. If there's deer down there and there's water down there, that means they also can get water source foods. And yeah, that'd be a good spot to see one coming up.
And you know,
in my opinion,
I believe that in that Bigfoot is a spiritual entity, but I also believe it's a physical entity. And I've said this before. I have the same opinion that a couple of my researcher friends have espoused that if it is, and this is something that Linda Godfrey and I talked about at length, if it is a spiritual creature, like it can move in and out of our world, it's the longer it's here, I believe this is the truth. It has to do what we do. It has to eat. I believe that. I believe it becomes very physical, and it has to, because if you're living in another realm, another dimension that's not even your original home, you kind of have to adapt. I mean, that's the whole point.
And if you go back to the lore of it, like Native American, I believe you're right. I believe it's more flesh and blood, but there is a spiritual aspect to it. And like they said, it was always here, but it moved in and out in a spiritual manner. So what we know is we have deer that the legs are broken, the marrow's taken out. We have skulls that are crushed. We have a lot of evidence to say they eat meat. They've seen around berry bushes. So to me, or getting fish, all that kind of stuff. So to me, it'd be like that is a more flesh and blood that is eating these and needs these things. Shelter. We've seen huts. We've seen caves, structures. Yeah.
Yeah, I've come across boar. I think the biggest one I saw that was not alive was near Lake LBJ back in 2002. Or maybe it was 2003. I was out there with some friends. It was July 4th weekend or something like that. Maybe it was 03. I remember what year it was. Because I know I went out there one year and with my friends had a big party, and then they wanted to do it the next year. And I can't remember if it rained or I had to work or something. And then the year after I went back, and I can't remember what year it was exactly, but we were out there in the early 2000s, and there was a hog out there that looked like somebody had picked it up. I would estimate this hog about 600 pounds. That's a big animal. But where my ranch is at, they've killed hogs out there. Get this, 1,200 pounds. I mean, you're talking about almost the size of a damn bull.
800 is like a big pig. Like 800 is a really big pig.
Mm-hmm. This one here, though, I think it was about 600 pounds. The weird thing was that it smelled terrible, but it wasn't all bloated out. I saw one on the side of the road, about 400-pound pig, and I put it on a video that I made. And that idiot from Oklahoma was like, "Oh, it's a dead pig." Ooh, ooh, ooh. Yeah, but the weird thing was there was nothing like if a car hit it, it would have flipped the car, first of all, as big as it was, but it was just bloated. There was you couldn't see what the damage was to it. It was just bloated. It was like it just died. So I thought that was kind of odd. And it was right there near the habitation where we found Bigfoot habitation. I advertised as that, and I showed everybody, look at these weird structures. I mean, you could see these like rounded teepee-like structures. I put that video up. I don't know if you remember that, Abe. But that dummy from Oklahoma, the one that Sparky lit up, the one that Abe lights up pretty regularly.
You are going to get me in trouble.
He's a moron. Dude, you're already in trouble. If you're hanging with us, you're already in trouble with these herds. You're going to get more clout than you would get in trouble. The only people that watch them are the Hills Have Eyes. But so, you're not getting in trouble you're getting in trouble with the remedial class over there, And besides that, we got your back. So let them come and watch what happens. Chief runs his mouth over there. I'm Native American. No, you're not. You're a $5 Indian. I could tell you the whole story how his family became that. They bought their way in. Carpetbaggers.
Did I tell you that I know somebody that knows somebody that actually checked into that and is no? That's in the
really?
tribe. Yeah.
Oh, really? Wow.
That's why I put that in the video.
Yeah.
I don't put anything in the video I can't prove.
He's got his hands full anyway now because he stole somebody's video, and Jerry and Ella Williams are friends with those people, and it's a Hispanic lady, and she's already sued one person for taking her in for her stuff, from what I was told. Yeah, dude.
Yep, I remember that.
He's got all kinds of crap, dude. I don't know. That guy's always in trouble with something, dude. But he's got his buddies, Curly, Larry, and Mo over there. They're coming at me, talking a bunch of crap. Who cares, dude? I mean, if you put all of them together, dude, they wouldn't fill a thimble full of IQ points. But anyway, so this guy was mocking me or whatever. But the point is that there was habitation right there, and there was a dead hog, and there was no blood anywhere around this hog. Really weird too, because like if you kick the animal over, it just rolled like a big blueberry.
So
you know?
the only time a hog is like that. Okay, so I have raised hogs, and I have been like down in Texas with the wild hogs, mind you. But the only time I've ever seen a hog do that where it bloats and it has no blood, it has no physical injury, it has to be either medical where he had something that like internally killed him. Usually they're not that big. They actually shrink like any other animal that has a disease. Or something hits it in the back of the neck and breaks its neck, and then they just fall down and die and bloat. Then there's no blood.
Yeah, because I don't know how this could be unless a vehicle hit it, but there would have been a wreck. And I estimated that when I found that hog the first day we were out there, he wasn't fully bloated out like that. He hadn't started to smell too bad. But then he started to smell, and we went back out there, you know, and it was this past winter. I think it was like in January, honey? Yeah. So
well, if you got hit by a car, dude, you would see that. I mean, they have thick skin, but you would still see it.
Yeah, you would see some kind of some evidence of a vehicle. I don't know what that was, unless his neck was broken. And here's the weird thing: maybe the blood was drained from him, because I've heard of these things actually just drinking blood. And I know that sounds crazy, cuckoo bananas, but I'm going to tell you the weird thing that I've discovered about these animals. And I'm going to tell you this: I would like to do a show like what we're talking about right now. I'd like to do a show with you two. Just come on. And let's us three and Anthony or Tony, whoever wants to join in or whatever. And we should talk about these things and just talk about what we're talking about right now and just go through and just do a show.
That'd be interesting because like with the blood thing, like cattle, if they have to have an injury to drain the blood like that. But once they drain blood like that, because they have an opening, they don't bloat. Because all the gases, once it reaches the skin, will actually shoot down the skin and come out the cut. Like if you take a deer carcass, you slit it, you put an air nozzle in it, you blow it up, all the skin will pop off the meat. It's the same kind of concept. So I don't know.
I don't know what it could be. It was weird. And he felt lightweight. Like you could kick him and he would roll. He was like bouncing like a balloon. I'm telling you, man. Something was weird about that, man. So we put it on the video, but I didn't want to say too much or do too much or whatever, because I didn't know for sure. But the third day, we went out there 3 days in a row, and I believe it was that third day when we were doing the shooting was when Abe. You could see it on your video. It's on your show. Remember, I called into your show and I said, "Abe, check this out," because you were live, and there was like this shadow thing. I don't know what it was. It was like the size of a horse right there by that fence, by that ranch.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah. And so I called into Abe's show and I was like, check this out. And it was weird because where I was at, there was like this shadow. It was just a weird thing. Like I couldn't shake this feeling that something was out there, so this hog that I saw out at Lake LBJ, and Abe, I'm sure you know where that's at. It's not far from Temple, but, I mean, it was probably a 600-pound animal. And when you looked at this animal, it looked like it had been, when I pushed it with my foot, it felt like the bones were all crushed. And it was out in the middle of nowhere. Nobody hit this with a car. It was not by a road, dirt, gravel, paved, or otherwise. It was not near a county road. It was out there near the lake, and I was wearing flip-flops. And so I was out there, and I was with my friends, and my brother was out there with us. Scorpion, I don't remember if you were there that time or not, but we were all out there. And one of my friends was like, dude, this when he pushed down on the hog with his foot, it just kind of went like this. You could feel it. Like there was like the ribs had been crushed and everything had been pulled out, or had been pushed out like through its anus, which was weird, but nothing had been eaten. Like nothing was eaten on it, on that animal. So it's like something picked it up, and the front legs looked like they were broken. So if you were to imagine And nobody else really caught on to this because I'm the person that thinks about weird shit all the time, you know? And I said, what if a Bigfoot did this? And everybody's like, well, why would you say that? And I was like, well, the front legs are broken. You could see it. And I have a pet pig, you know, now. I know and he's a pretty cool dude. He just hangs out at the ranch. But my uncle, my dad's brother, he used to raise hogs too. He used to farm and ranch, and I was raised around cows my whole life. And my cousins, literally half of them grew the hay and the other half of them had the animals to eat it. That kind of thing, you know. And so I could tell you this.
I find it odd that the anus wasn't ate out, if the eyes weren't ate out.
Because they would do that. That's what a predator. Yep, the predators would do that. That's exactly what they would do. They would eat the guts, Sparky. They do. It sounds gross, but they'll rip open that underbelly and they'll take out all of the organs,
juicy bits.
Yeah,
yeah.
Quickly eating that liver, eating the most nutrient-rich parts of the animal, and then they would go for what we call the tripas, in Spanish, and then they would eat out the anus, which sounds gross, but that's they're trying to get as much nutrients as possible, as quickly as possible. So that's what you would be looking at. That's what you would be dealing with. And so when you have an animal that is just crushed up like that, and it's about a 600-pound animal, what being on the planet could pick up a hog by its legs? Front legs look to be broken. Maybe, particularly the one it was laying on was mangled. It was turned. You could see it was turned. The back legs look like they were pulled out of socket. So something took this hog and I believe bashed it against a tree. The reason I believe that is because it was left laying between two big trees and one of them was missing some of the bark. And so I said that in front of like 20 people. I said, this thing was picked up and bashed against a tree. And everybody said, that's crazy. This one old boy out there, he's from Belton and he's a rancher. He's a cowboy, He says, man, I ain't never seen nothing do that. This is crazy. He goes, this isn't a predator. I said, I think it's a predator, but I think whatever happened to this pig, I think it happened, and it was starting to smell, but it wasn't bloated out yet. It wasn't, hadn't been that long. And I said, so I asked this guy, his name's Corey. I've known him for years. And I said, Corey, when did you guys get out here? He's the cousin of the guy that I'm friends with, Ian, that had us come out there. And I said, Corey, when did you guys get out? When did you arrive? He said, 3:00 yesterday. I said, okay, 3:00 yesterday. I said, who were the earliest people out here? And it was the day before, because I came out there, and I don't remember what day it was, but it was like 2 days before. They had got there July 2nd. So somebody had arrived the day before him to set everything up and get those cabins or whatever rented. So I'm thinking that this thing may have killed this hog, and then they got interrupted by that dude's female cousins that had come out there to clean that area and do whatever. So I asked one of them, and I told her, I said, let me ask you a question. Her name's Tish. I said, Tish, did you come walking down this trail? She goes, yeah. Well, me and my sister came and we went and looked at the lake, and she goes, the hog wasn't there at that time.
I think you might be missing one thing, though. I think you might be missing one thing. It's a hog.
Yeah.
Unlike other animals where if you have a Bigfoot kill, it's because it's like a deer or an elk or something where he kills it, he grabs it, he eats it, right?
Yeah.
A hog is an aggressive animal. More aggressive than a bear, actually. So if something came in, they could charge that. If it charged it or it was being an ass, there's no reason why a Bigfoot wouldn't just grab that, like, screw you in that tree. If you have bark mixed from the tree, you have bones broken in the hog, and you have the legs broken. To me, is like, if it looks like a duck, it's a duck. You don't have to like try to invent a new wheel if all the evidence is set in front of you. Like a cop, it's like there's an impact on the tree. There's an animal here with broken bones. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I mean, I think that's what it was. I mean, but everybody there was just kind of like half drunk anyway, and me included. I'm not going to say I wasn't, but half drunk, smoking pot, whatever. And everybody was like, wow, yeah, whatever. And nobody was like really wanting to play investigator, of course. But I told them, I said, I think this was a Bigfoot. And they're like, well, where were the footprints at? I said, there's no footprints. As you can see, the grass is matted down all over the place. But something I think happened. Maybe he killed it, male or female, And then the girls came, spooked it, and then it just left it. But by their own admission, though, they didn't walk, because it's kind of like up on a slope. They didn't walk up that slope. The way that the trail was like, this was before it had flooded. So it kind of washed that trail out some, but it was like, it gradually goes down like this and goes around. Like, so you would have missed that spot right there unless you were looking for it. What got me was that I could smell something dead, and I went up the hill. I said, "Oh, there's a hog right there." And when I saw how damn big it was, I was like, "This thing is massive." But imagine a Bigfoot. Let's just say it's like, for argument's sake, a 9 foot tall, 1,000-pound, whatever. But these things, a chimpanzee by comparison, not even a 200-pound animal, is stronger than a 400-pound powerlifting man.
I was going to say a 6 or 7 foot tall one could probably pick one of those up.
Oh yeah, but this thing, I mean, it looked like it was, like it died quickly, like the crushing. That's what I think.
That's why I think, your description of it, I don't think that was hunting. I think that was, I got to stop something, because if it wasn't hit by a car, it has broken bones, and it wasn't taken, and it's not touched, means some scent is on that where other animals aren't coming near it. Number one. Because birds, will come down and get the eyes right away.
Oh yeah, they have a lot of nutrients in the eyes.
I got a short of something big enough to be able to do that.
I think something like, maybe it charged something it should have charged. From what you sounded like, you got the evidence of how it was impacted, probably a couple times, and left, because he's like, I had to stop it. I'm moving on. Probably because you guys had people in camp.
There's a look at this one. It's pretty big. I don't know what the hell it is, but I think when I talk about it opens and closes his mouth. I think I will have to do if I got a closer video of it. I don't know. There it is. It's got his mouth open. It actually looks like it's got two horns there, but I'm not sure what it is. This is from the creek near Elms Grove.
Very interesting.
And it kept on saying, on the recording, it kept on telling me to run. I couldn't hear it with my ears, but when I debunked the video, it was telling me to run. And it called me.
So you have EVPs of it?
Yeah, it's expanded. Yeah, I had EVPs of it, and it said marranito, like little pig.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
There it is, and that's huge, man. That's big, whatever that is. But I did have encounters with the Church skinwalkers there, but that's massive, man. That's like real tall, whatever that is. Okay, there it is, showing his teeth. Right there. That's a pic I want to. There you go. The mouth open.
I can see what you're saying.
I got a close up of it.
What we were talking about before is, like, I can see what you're saying, but it's so hard to override debunkers. Like I said, when you're taking photos, like, try to hold it as still as possible so they can't see it's light play, they can't see it's all that. Also, all the feelings, like you said, you got EVPs, you felt weird, you heard something. They think all of that has to be going with the evidence, with one, like, as one, not just a photo.
Oh yeah,
it really helps.
Yeah, I got all that evidence, man. I think I got a picture of its face, how it looks. I did all kinds of short reels because I seen the movement. A pareidolia is not going to move, open up his mouth and stick out his tongue. Pareidolia is more like on trees, like a tree is shaped a certain way and stuff like that. But this is actually moving and it's following me.
Yeah, it's with trees, foliage, light, patterns, all that kind of stuff. That's why they say don't move your camera.
Yeah, this
because
moving.
That's when they're going to say it's pareidolia. Yeah,
it's actually moving. It's opening its jaw. It's showing his teeth, sticking out his tongue. Just trying to get to the other. See, I can find it. Just so you could. I did a close up video, a picture of it, how it looks. Let me see if I can find it so I can share it with you. Just the face. I just one of the
Like I said before, getting a clear photo of something like this is like hitting the
yeah,
lotto 2 or 3
because they're
times.
moving pretty fast. The video I had to shorten it because the original video is moving real fast. You know but the best version of it that I could get would be this one here, but it's just it's just showing his face. You know, I just worked on the face because on the created a reel of it is this face here. You know, I try to put different filters in there, but with his mouth open, you know, I just don't know what the hell it is. Me and my brother wanted to go back there to go investigate, but we haven't. We were going to go last week, but it was hot as hell.
It's very interesting, dude. It's very interesting.
Yeah, right there. That's, I guess, the original, and it looks like it's got two horns right here, right in the center, two horns. But you see, it's got his mouth open, sticking out his tongue, and it's got like teeth. And then, of course, it makes his. If I were to do the other one where it looks at me and it shows his teeth and it raises up its ears, it looks like a werewolf. You know, I don't know, but there's just an image that I created just to share that these things are out there. And you know what's messed up is if they're beastly like this and they have the abilities to mimic a voice and call you deeper into the woods, that's crazy. And it's kind of like only God knows what can happen. You know, it's kind of like
Well, exactly.
what happened to Brother Wolf. You know, he's over there. Imagine you're out there and you're with your wife and you hear your wife calling you up there towards a hill, and you're like, "Wait a minute, my wife is in the vehicle."
Well,
Trying to
that's the
lure
point.
you.
Is
Thank
everybody's
God
like,
that didn't happen because that would have freaked me out even worse.
a lot of people are like, "Oh my God, it could be a Bigfoot. Oh my God, it could be a dog man." It's like, now wrap your head around. There's thousands of different entities out there, and
Mhm.
there's hundreds, if not thousands, of different kind of spirits out there. It's like, I know everybody grabs the most popular name to describe like most of the stuff they see, but it's like if you really wrap your head around what was made on this earth and what is here now, it'll blow your mind. I mean, it really will. Like a lot of
This is
people,
what
they
happened to
get
me
into
one
it.
time. My sister had gone to the store and it was already getting dark. I said, "Well, I'm gonna go meet them in the woods. So if they need help with I was in the park. I said, I'm gonna meet them by the path. If they need help with the bags that they're buying, I'm gonna help her carry them to the house." So I'm waiting for her by the woods, and then she calls my name, and it's like, "Hey, you need help with the grocery bags?" I say, "Yeah." So I'm started walking towards the woods to go help her with the grocery bags, and then next thing you know, I hear my sister yelling at me from the house, and I stop, and I'm like, I didn't go into the woods, but I stopped. I'm like, what the fuck? So I walk home. My sister had already carried all the grocery bags into the house. So whatever was there was trying to lure me into the woods. But it mimicked my sister's voice. I mean, the way she sounds.
Yeah, that's freaky.
Yeah. That's why you have to be careful
Yeah, hey, we
about
were
when you.
talking about this on the show the other night about Elms Grove, and I can't remember what we were. There was something in the chat that was being said, and did they clear that out? Because I didn't know the answer to this. Is
Uh, they, they,
Elms Grove been cleared?
no, Elms Grove is still there. There was a section to the left by where the embark is that got cleared out, but the
Okay.
Elm Grove Woods is still there. Um, Yeah, man, a lot of strange events that have happened there, man. When we talk about double hangers, because they can do that, shapeshifters, that's what they do. They can. It's kind of like the one where the Philippine lady was moving. She'd been living there for about 27 years or 30 years, and they had bought a home. So I was going to the store. We used to cut through the woods all the time, and I seen. I guess her son was by the shed, but he was outside the gate, and he was standing there. And I went up there to him. Hey, man, how you doing? I know your mother and all this stuff. And he's looking at me, and he's standing by the fence, and he looks at me. But the way he's looking at me like this, right? And he's like looking at me, and he's got like his eyes have like a yellow glare, and he's looking at me like this. And he says, "Hey, do you go to those woods?" I say, "Yeah, I go there to cut to the store." And he says, "Don't go to those woods." And I said, "Why?" He said he tried to tell me that he was a what do you call those people that do like
Psychic?
a historian, that
Oh,
he was a
okay.
historian for the natives. He
Uh-huh.
said, "Don't go to the woods in there because a lycanthrope lives in there." That's what he told me. Don't be going into those woods. And as he's telling me this, he's looking at me with this yellow glare in his eyes, and I'm like, "Man, what is this guy's? He's acting strange." And it's all right, man. I won't go in there and all this. And then I just walk away, but I walk backwards because there was something about him that I didn't trust. Right. So I walk and I go to the house. So 2 weeks later, I see a truck parked inside the where the mobile home was. It's parked in there, and it was him again. So I go up to him and I say, "Hey, man, how you doing, bro? Remember me when you warned me not to go into those woods uh, because there's a lycanthrope that lives in there?" And he's looking at me and he says, "I don't even know who you are." I said,
Wow.
"Merle, you told me that you're a historian for the natives, uh, in uh, I think from Arizona, and you told me not to go to the woods because of the lycanthrope that lives in there because you're a historian and all this." I said, "Look, man, so I don't even know who you are. I'm a mechanic." That's what he told me, that he was a mechanic. But
Okay, so I had to look it up because
there was a
what you
there
said.
was there was a difference. He was way taller than the other version of him. The other version of him was shorter.
So what you said, yellow eyes. I was like, if I remember it, that's shapeshifter. And so I had to actually look it up real quick. And it is a noted feature for shapeshifters. If you get
Mhm.
that yellow tint or that little like yellow glare off the
The
eyes.
Djinn has the same
The same
yellow eyes.
feature.
The
Yeah,
same feature. The
for the
Djinn.
Middle East.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
you know
yellow
what else
eyes.
is crazy? We did an episode. I don't think it was the members only last Thursday. We did an episode because we got that new paywall thing with the Patreon and the members only. It's only been a couple weeks, but it was either on the Patreon or the members only. It was a werewolf. Oh no, it was the one we just did on the Patreon. Yeah, yesterday. I think it was yesterday, and it is literally an episode that we did about. I mean, I'm going to say it was a werewolf. I mean, I don't know. Some people are going to say it was a dogman, skinwalker. I don't know. There were two of them, but they looked distinctly different. But they were talking about these things having yellow eyes. I remember that when I interviewed these people, and there were multiple people from that neighborhood that we talked to, and they told us that these things had yellow eyes. And I thought about that oftentimes when someone will see a dogman, they'll report red, orange, or yellow eyes. And I
Bigfoot.
think that is very, yeah, Bigfoot
Uh,
will do that too. They'll have that
the
same,
there will be demonic. The red eyes. The Bigfoot. The Mothman. The Hat Man has red eyes. The Hellhounds has red eyes. They're kind
Yes,
of
but
like
if you
so
look into it,
collected.
the most of
Collect.
all of the stories before were red eyes. It wasn't till later they actually were like, it has
They
like
pulled it. They
yellow.
pulled it.
Vampires, they say they have red eyes.
Wait,
Also,
see if they can bring it up.
But if you look at some of the entities that actually, if they're trying to make you, the first thing I was going to ask them if they saw the legs, if the legs were backwards like a dog,
oh shit.
because there's other entities that actually they'll figure out. It's like most people in their head, most popular, that's what they're scared of, and that's what we're going to think about. If they see you and they're like, they're afraid of dog man, guess what? I'm going to take the shape of a dog man. So it's like, that's why some of them I'm kind of like the descriptions change, and when they change, that's when we have to kind of go, it might not be the same thing. It could be, but we have to be open to it might not be.
Yeah, the ones that got surrounded in the woods, whatever it was, had white eyes. That was freaked out. It had white eyes. At first, when I seen it, I said, it's probably some military guys fucking with me. That they have the, what do you call it, the night visions. But no, it wasn't no military guys. They were too tall to be military guys. So the yellow eyes.
Andrews actually has a good question.
Who's
Hey,
that?
Wolf Sparky. Andrews, ever hear of a black coat, cloaked white color female with a skull face? Because the only thing I think of is either a witch or a saint of death. Well, I don't blame you for that one.
That's what. That's something that people worship. The cartels. And
no,
the
that's yeah.
They call it like a saint of some sort. That's what they
Yeah,
worship.
But what he's talking about, it's I can't remember what it's called. It's like the White Lady. So a lot of people talk about the White Lady they see walking with she's all in white dress. There's multiple names for her, right? And they're all over the world. They're all over
the Wailer, the
Llorona. This one, the skull face is the one I'm trying to remember, because that is one. If I remember right, it's a evil entity that actually wanders to. It's not. I don't want to say it because I'll probably get it wrong. I'll have to look it up, but I know what you're talking about.
He's talking about the Santa Muerte. Is Mexicans be worshiping the Santa Muerte, the cartels, and they've been doing sacrifices and stuff for her to protect them, because they'll be doing the drug dealing and all that kind of stuff. So they worship. There's a lot of people that are into that they worship the Santa Muerte.
Yeah, that's the what's it called, where they do that, the skull dress.
Yeah,
they paint their face ain't all white. Yeah, I
know what you're talking about. No, she's not Dia de los Muertos. It's an entity, or they call her the Santa Muerte. But she, know, it's like a death, dealing with death.
I want to say it's a vengeful thing. I can't remember why she wanders though.
There was a girl that was 23 years old that had killed a lot of children in Mexico, and they busted her crossing the border, and she had killed a lot of kids because those sacrifices that she did it to La Santa Muerte. So yeah, it's nothing good.
Oh wow. That's yeah.
It's dealing with witchcraft and stuff like that. There was this guy that used to come on here named Benny Blanco, that he would praise the Santa Muerte and to protect them. I guess he was on the bad road or something. I haven't heard from him again, so I don't know if something happened to him. He used to come here all the time, and it's been
that's kind of spooky.
Yeah, he would worship to the Santa Muerte, and he would always come and say here in the chat that he worshipped, that he protected him because he was a drug dealer and all this stuff and blah blah blah, and all of a sudden he hasn't been We haven't heard from him anymore. So something must have happened to him because he hasn't come here no more. He was a regular, like almost every day he would jump on there.
Really?
It's been about a year. I haven't heard from Benny Blanco. So I guess him worshiping the Santa Muerte might have not worked out for him.
Apparently not. I'll try to look up in my books of the thing I'm thinking about. And if I do, I'll put it up somewhere so you can see it and just.
You talking like a death, like a reaper?
Mm-hmm. But it goes after a certain thing, and that's why I can't remember
My
why
brother knows
it's
a little bit
out.
of the Santa Muerte, no, bro. What do you know about the Santa Muerte? Jack, are you here?
Not a lot.
I think I know my brother's asleep or what.
No, I'm here. But Jesse's the one who knows about the Santa Muerte.
But what you've heard of her, right?
No, not really. But I mean,
There's a lot of people that live from Mexico that are drug dealers. That's what the worship is, the Santa Muerte. Supposedly supposed to protect them from death, but she is death. So you figure that one out.
Yeah, I know they worshipped. I can't remember which saint it was. Because they always had that emblem or that statue with them, and then there was another one that was an odd one. I can't remember what that was called, but I've never seen the drug dealers actually have statues of her.
Oh. You know, they that's what they worship. The drug dealers, the cartels. Because
Yeah,
Benny
I've
would
dealt with the cartels. I've dealt
belong
with
to
them a
something
lot.
like that. Yeah.
yeah. But as far as the Llorona, come on, man. You already know we grew up with that shit all around us.
Yeah, we seen her. We seen the
We hear
Llorona one,
crying.
the whaler.
We would hear her crying,
Yeah.
pass by the house, and every time she would pass by and go to the corner, on the same corner, somebody would get killed. Old men, little
Yep.
kids, they would get run
Oh
over
wow.
spot every time we would hear her crying. Yeah, it was bad. I mean,
Yeah. Every time we seen her, somebody died. Every time we seen the Llorona, somebody died.
all I
She,
saw was like a white luminescent glow, and it was like glowing white. Um, and that's what I saw from the window. I didn't get to see her face or the front of her. I was the last one to get to the door. Y'all were at the door, and y'all saw her floating.
I closed the door before she came into her house because we had no AC or ceiling fans, and we had the door open to get in the fresh air from when it was raining. And I seen her coming around the corner of the house, and I closed the door and locked the door, and I blocked the door so she wouldn't come in. Uh, One of the things that the Llorona will come for is children that are not baptized. That's another one. If the child is not baptized, she'll come
Oh
for
yeah.
them and try to take them.
What's
You
the
know when
one
people,
which it's the lady in white that
yeah, that's her, the Llorona.
she drowns kids?
She drowned
I
her.
can't
She
remember.
drowned her children because the
Yes.
guy she was having a relationship was already married, or
Mm-hmm.
he wasn't. She thought that he was gonna let his leave his wife for her, and he said no, that he was gonna stay with his wife. So she got mad and drowned her kids. So God punished her
Yeah.
to roam Earth searching for his kids. She comes out by the creeks, rivers, lakes, ponds, anywhere where there's a source of water. Even when it's raining, she can come out.
And does
And
she focus on kids, but is only unbaptized kids, or is it all kids?
uh, unbaptized kids, and men that are unfaithful.
Oh, okay. I didn't know
Men
that
that
one.
men that are unfaithful, she targets them too.
On the corner where we would hear her, because we couldn't just hear her. We would hear. I would hear her all the time crying, but every time that she would pass by through our yard and beside our house, somebody would die on that corner. Uh, Not the corner from our neighborhood. The next corner, there's a store, and every time on that corner when we would hear her crying, somebody would die. Either an old man would get run over, or a young kid would get run over, in the same
That's
spot.
crazy.
We
That's
seen her
crazy.
crying in front of her house. I seen her. Well, I don't want to scare the people, not unless they want me to talk about this. But it was one evening. It was raining real hard. This is in South Texas, in the Rio Grande Valley, and something woke me up that my ears were hurting. It was like a low, like ringing real bad. I was like, man, what made my ears pop? When you. So I'm there, and I was like, man. I lay back down. Then I hear in the distance. I hear. I'm like, what the hell was that noise? And I said, well, maybe it's a cat or something. The cats are out there. I said, why would the cats be trying to mate in the rain? So I went lay down. So I'm going to sleep. So then I let me drink some water so I can mimic this voice. So as I'm laying down, I hear like closer to the house. I was like, oh, what the hell is that? And then right by the door in that room where I was laying, she's right there by the outside of the door, and she's like, and she says, my children. That's what she says, right? So I get up. I was like, because we know about her because everybody, like her grandmothers, great grandmas, talked about her, the Llorona. So I got up and I went, and my brothers were in the other room. I shake the book, and I was like, La Llorona, La Llorona. My brother Jack's like, there's no Llorona. And they see her pass by the window. My brother Robert seen her by the window. She's dressed in white. She's, man, we all get up, we run. And we got only 4 rooms in the house. So we passed by the kitchen, and we're screaming like Llorona, Llorona. And we didn't see her pass by the little window in the kitchen, but when we got to the front room, I grabbed my little sister because she wasn't baptized yet. I got my little sister, and I'm telling my mother, the Llorona, the Llorona. And my mom was like, there's no Llorona, huerco pendejo. Then,
Okay, I don't speak Spanish, but I was a cop, so I know all the bad words. So that was funny.
so then you see the Llorona pass by the window. Man, my mom jumped on and got on her knees and started praying automatically. And I went and I closed the door. When I was closing the door, I seen her coming around the corner, and I closed the door and locked it. And she started wailing in front of her house. She was crying and crying. And I looked at my mother, and I'm blocking the door. I said, Mom, should I find out what she wants? And she's like, no, huerco pendejo, that's the Llorona. and and she's wailing and waiting for a good about 5 minutes, no, bro, 5 minutes. And then we see her go, and she goes right through the link fence, because she's a spirit. She goes right through the link fence, and we all come out of the house, run out there in the rain, and we're looking, and she goes up the hill and goes in the street, and she's moving pretty fast. Next thing you know, we hear like something wrecked, and and then you hear the sirens and all kinds of things. So we go up there walking, and there's a 16-wheeler that went sideways and ran into the Exxon, the gas station that's there. And they're trying to find out what's going on. And the truck driver, they're like, have you been drinking and all this stuff? I said, no. So I was driving, getting into town, and I dodged the woman in white. There was a woman that got in got in front of my trailer, so I dodged her so I wouldn't hit her. So nobody died that day, but she tried to, I guess, try to take that guy. Uh, and but yeah, it was a Llorona. She goes after children that are not baptized, or possibly all children, I think. Besides, but the main ones is those that are not baptized, and she goes after men that are unfaithful.
That's the ones like that. I have a weird take on them where I do believe the lore started from a thing and it was an entity or a spirit, whatever you want to call it. But I think how as it grows in culture, people think about it, and I truly believe if you put like prayer, if you put enough thought and you put enough energy into anything, it can get bigger. So some of these cultures they have certain like spirits that are known because everybody thinks about it, everybody talks about them, and they keep like almost dwelling on it. So
It's
it gets bigger and bigger.
like me, I was asleep and I got woken up because my eardrums were hurting where something popped my eardrums. But what popped my eardrums was her low pitch crying that popped my eardrums. That's what it was. So it
Yeah, that's
sounded
weird.
louder and louder when she came around the house, you know. But we've seen her numerous times, and I know she exists. So, like I said, wherever is a source of water, you might find the Llorona. She might surface up. I think she uses the energy of the current of the water and possibly the limestone to surface up. Most of Texas
Yep.
is on limestone.
Well,
We
yeah,
call
you
it
have
caliche.
an energy conductor with the limestone, and then you have water, which is the blood of the earth, which just lets energy flow with it. And you get that with a spirit that's well known that people talk about and think about all the time. You got an issue. I mean, that has been around
She's
forever.
she's
I mean,
known she's known
that's
around the world, and
yeah.
many people have spotted her around the world. Uh, she's known
Oh,
as the
they did say
Whaler.
Wolf had to go into the garage. He'll jump back on in a bit.
Yeah, we lived at the edge of town, and so there was canals and rivers all around there. We didn't have to walk far. And I remember going to sleep, hearing that crying on most nights, but it would be far away.
I would always see her because I'm able to see spiritually. So I would see her during the day when the kids were playing a softball in elementary. She'll be standing by the fence looking at the children and or at the other kids, but nobody's seen her. I'm like, I can't believe it. She's standing right there
Because
by
that
the
school
fence.
is surrounded by a big canal. That school is
Yeah,
surrounded half of
nobody
Yeah, that's
no
freaky.
a big canal
nobody
around.
would see her, but I would see her.
Oh, Josh,
Lies they don't roam. What are you talking about? Lies don't roam. They don't roam.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Josh Turner said throw a link, bro.
I did. I think he's still stuck with Jose stuck with La Santa Muerte. I believe that's what he believes in.
Oh, gotcha.
That's why he's saying what he's saying because that's what. Now we talk about faith and belief. That's what he believes in.
Gotcha. Because I did say that the thing I was thinking about rooms. So that's yeah, it's probably. Which respect, dude.
Yeah, it's just a figure that looks like with a skull. I got a picture of something like that, but it's not in black. Dealing with Elm Crow.
Yeah, there's several things in lore that actually has like a skull face. Most of them aren't white though, so that's why it's like that's the cool part. If you look back through lore, is like there's multiple different things that certain things can be, but cultures usually have their own that they point to. Nobody's right, nobody's wrong. We all have our beliefs of like what it could be.
If you give something power to, I'm more sure that it'll manifest of what you believe
Oh, yeah.
in.
Especially like what you guys are talking about is like you've seen it over and over and over again and heard it, and it matches up exactly with what your lore says. Is I guess probably that.
I don't doubt that thing appears. I mean, there's a woman in white. There's a cemetery out here near Dripping Springs, woman in white cemetery. And there was nothing out there at one time. Now there's all these buildings and everything that's been growed up out there. And so I was working out there one time. They were building a CVS pharmacy. And I look over and I saw something that looked like a woman in white, like moving through the cemetery. But it actually it was drizzling and raining. It was in October years ago. And I just remember thinking, why is that woman walking around out there? Because it just looked like a physical woman. It didn't look like a ghost. Like I didn't look wispy, and it did kind of just, and for a couple of days, I kept thinking I saw something white in the corner of my eye. And then there was this guy that was working out there named Don. I remember this guy. He was a black dude. It was one of the managers that was helping when they were building it. And he comes out there and we started talking, and he had been living out there for a couple of years. And he was like, yeah, I don't live too far from here. I live up in the country, and he was telling me where, and he goes, I like this area. He goes, but I wouldn't want to be out here all night next to that cemetery. That's a haunted cemetery. And he said, that's White Lady Cemetery. And I go, oh shit. And I heard of it, but it never dawned on me that that's what that was. And I told him, I said, Don, you're not going to believe this, but like every night I see something white in the corner of my eye from that cemetery. And he goes, and a couple nights ago when it was raining, the rain kind of picked up and started raining kind of, aggressively. I said, and I saw a woman wandering around out there. Kind of looked like she was wearing a nightgown, but it looked like she was wearing like a white shirt underneath it. Like she didn't look like she was dressed like from the 1800s or anything. And he goes, oh yeah, that's her. And he was telling me, he swears up and down that I saw it. And I'm like, I don't know. I mean, maybe. My cousin worked out there for me too for a couple of days, and he saw it. Like he was convinced that he saw a woman wandering around out there, and I didn't tell him at the time because he's real superstitious. He probably would have drove home 20 miles back home, And so he was sitting there eating the sandwich, and he was like, "Yeah, I thought I saw something out here," and I was just like, "Yeah, okay, I don't know what that could be." I shouldn't have lied, but he asked me if I'd seen anything out there. I said, "Nope." And then my brother, blockhead brother, he tells my cousin like, oh yeah, Wolf saw something out there. Like, dude, I get this call like 5 a.m. He's like, you son of a bitch, you lied. It's like, there's something out here, man. It's La Llorona. And I said, no, I didn't know La Llorona, man. It's a haunted cemetery. What's the big deal? He goes, because I'm right next to. He was so mad. He was mad. He stayed though. He goes, well, it's only another hour before they get here, and I didn't tell him. So I waited on this one too. So I didn't tell them that they came in at 8 a.m. on the weekend, and it was a Friday night. So about 5:30, I called him up and I said, hey, I just wanted to remind you, they come in at 8 a.m. And he's like, what? And I said, yeah, you got to stay there till 8. He's like, you better send somebody out there. I said, nah, dude, you're good. I said, it's going to be daylight in a little while. I said, stop crying. You're being a baby, man. And he was just like, dude, I saw this, lady out there, whatever. But he said it looked like a abuelita. I said, it didn't look like no abuelita, mentiras, bullshit, man. I said, that didn't look like a old lady. I said, I saw her, dude. It was a white gowned, dark-haired white lady, young looking. He goes, no, it's old, whatever. So about 7:30, he calls me. He goes, yeah, they came in and relieved me early. I'm out of here. And I said, okay. And so he's driving home. He's got a hike back into Bastrop, or not in Bastrop, but close to it. He's on the highway. He keeps calling me back, like waking me up. I'm like, dude, I'm trying to go to sleep. And I said, this defeats the purpose of being off. You're over here bothering me. And he says, I'm not going back up there tonight. I said, you agreed. So we kind of started arguing back and forth. And he tells me, he says, okay, I'm going to go back up there. He goes, but I'm bringing my dog. I said, I don't give a shit what you do. Do what you know, whatever. So the next night, I wanted to make sure that he was going to be there. It was about 6:30. I was scared to call, man. I was like, I'm probably late or something, you know. So I called up. They didn't answer. So I called, and one of the managers was there already. They already had stuff they were starting to move into the store. It was almost over. And this guy, Alan, answers the phone. I said, hey, is my cousin out there? I told him who he was. He goes, he gets my cousin on the phone. My cousin's like, yeah, my cell phone's dead. It's not. It's in the truck charging. You know, I was like, well, it rang. He goes, yeah, it's charging. And he goes, look, if I see that woman again tonight, I'm gone. I'm leaving. So about 3:30 in the morning, dude, I get this call and then another call, and I was half asleep. I was watching something on TV. I can't remember what it was. And I answered the phone. I knew it was him, you know. I said, okay, it's my stupid cousin, you know. And I said, what's up, man? And he's like, I saw it again. He goes, but I'm going to stay. He's like, this police officer out here, he's pretty cool. He came out, BK's police officer. He came out here, he told me, he says that, but I told him that what it looked like. And he said, it doesn't matter. Sometimes it looks like an older woman. Sometimes she looks young. So when he said that, him still not knowing that I, you know, was like I got a good look at her. You know what I mean? Like I just kind of told him, yeah, I saw her, whatever. And he didn't know for sure if I was bullshitting, just trying to appease him or whatever, or just wanted to argue with him, you know. And I told him, I said, look, I got a good look at it. It was raining, and I saw her wandering around in that cemetery. And he goes, well, shouldn't you have gone investigate? I said, no, because it's not part of our job. It's not our property. And he said, well, you should have at least called the police. Some woman's wandering around in the cemetery. I was like, that's not my job. It's not my property. We're not cops. And he's like, well, it's really creepy, dude. He goes, look, right when I was talking about, this woman appears. Freaky, dude. So I'm sitting there talking about this woman, like, peeks her head around the corner, some homeless lady. And then walks on her. Yeah, dude, pretty freaky, dude. Yeah, we're sitting here talking about the homeless woman. So anyway, I tell him, I said, look, dude, what did that police officer tell you? He says, she's harmless, you know. And that cop, I know the cop he's talking about. He's a little short dude, a little short gray-haired guy. I said, man, that guy, you're like tower over that dude, man. And that guy ain't scared of it. He goes, well, he doesn't have to sit out here. I was like, he sits out there all the time. He'll sit there on one end of the property and do his report. And then he'll just sit there and radar people going by down the highway. And not the highway, but whatever that road is right there. And he says, well, yeah, I've seen him out here. You know, it's like 79, whatever. And I said, yeah, dude, that guy's not he's out there all the time. He's parked right next to that cemetery. So the next night I went in and worked. So he worked Friday, Saturday. I worked Sunday night. So that cop comes out there, and that guy, Alan and Don, they had told us, hey, we got till Tuesday night. And Tuesday night should be the last night. So I said, I'll go ahead and finish it up. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. No big deal. That cop comes out there Sunday night, and we're talking. He was talking about the Cowboys game, whatever. And he's like, man, Cowboys, they suck, whatever. We were talking about them. And I'm a Cowboys fan, you know, and I told him, you know, I said, well, luckily for me, I'm a Bucks fan too. I don't just have the Cowboys. I'm seeing if they're any good, whatever. And we're just talking about sports, whatever. While we're sitting there talking, I kid you not, we hear this noise come from the cemetery. We didn't see anything, but it was like that, kind of like how you were making that noise, Abe. I know what you were getting at, right? And so that police officer told me, he says, you want to go check it out? So I was like, okay, cool. So we go over there and we walk in the cemetery, and, you know, he's like got his gun out and everything. And he's just like, sometimes kids like to come in here and act out, do stuff, whatever. He's like, I had a problem in here one time. He goes, because I found a drunk kid sleeping on up against one of the headstones. And when he got up, he was like, he was having a night terror or something. And he tried to attack me, and I just restrained him. So he's walking through there, and we heard it. We heard it again. We heard like a noise, but this time it sounded like it's coming from the back of the cemetery. So we walked toward the back of the cemetery. It's not a huge place. And we hear this, like this noise. And as we get closer toward the back of the cemetery, we see this white thing bobbing around, kind of floating in the darkness. And I'm like, what the hell is that? So we go directly toward that back end. And as we get closer, you can see it was a grocery bag, like a white grocery bag. And it was just, and as the wind blew on it, you heard it go, like it was making noise. And it was just flopping around back. That's all it was, a grocery bag, dude. And I said, holy shit, man. And it was making some weird noise, dude, because it was hung on that barbed wire, you know, and it was twisted. And I guess the wind was zipping through it, you know, and there was kind of a hole at the end of it, and it was making kind of a whistling. Yeah.
That's hilarious.
So
That's hilarious.
that was creepy, though, man. And that cop goes, man, I nearly shot that bag. But yeah, dude, there's some creepy, freaky stuff you know, but I saw that woman. I know. I didn't see it full on, but one time. But that night, it didn't dawn on me what I was looking at. I thought that was an actual woman that had just been walking around, you know, and just decided to go into that cemetery and was just walking around. Because it was kind of like in the country, but it was starting to grow up. There was like a Planet K, like a head shop, caddy corner from me that stayed open till 1. And then down the road from there was I think it was called a Texan Mart or whatever. So there was a few places, you know, that were open when that gas station was open all night, you know, and it was just a couple, you know, clicks down the road. So I don't know. It could, you know, I just thought maybe it was a woman. Maybe she was high on meth or crack or something, you know, and she just decided to go wander down the street, you know, and oh, there's a cemetery. I'm gonna go walk around in the rain, because it looked like she was wet, like on her upper body. You could see the moisture that was going through her gown or whatever. You could see it. It looked like, you know, she looked like she was out in the rain, like a human being would be like covered in water. And it didn't look like a ghost, like you would think of as, you know, a spirit. You didn't see through her. She looked like a human being. And that's what my cousin saw. But my cousin was staring at her, and he says, man, I'm telling you, Wolf, it was crazy. He's like, she's walking away from me. He's like, and you could see her body. She was a very shapely looking woman, you know, but she had gray hair and had her hair pulled up, but she didn't look very old in the face. He's like, but then as she's walking away, he goes, she's just like gone, like, ooh, she's gone. And that's not what I saw, because I thought it was just a normal, like a woman. So when I looked back over there, she was gone, and I thought, well, she probably wandered off and, you know, sobered up. You know, that's what I thought at the time, you know. But now looking back, when that cop told me, oh, that's a cemetery, you know, for the whatever, that guy Don told me that. And so I talked to that cop. He says, yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it a couple times. He said the first time he had seen it, he was a rookie, you know, back in like 2004 or something like that. And he said, I was driving down the highway. He goes, and I just look over and I see a woman standing there with her arms out. And he goes, and I'm thinking, what the hell? He goes, and you could see through like a gown. You could see her, that she was nude underneath the gown. You could just see through it. And he goes, so I did a U-turn, turned back around. Like, what is this woman doing? And he goes, when I looked up, she wasn't there. So I parked my car. And he goes, when I called it in and I got out to go wander around, the dispatch lady told him, where are you at? And when he told her where he was at, she said, don't bother. That's a ghost. Straight up.
They know. They know.
Yeah. Straight up, man. And so he just, okay, got in his car and drove off. And then he's like, are you kidding me? Are you being serious? Like, she was kind of laughing about it. She goes, no, I'm being serious. This is a little country police, you know, whatever. They're not real big force, you know, two people at night at that time. Now it's a lot more grown up. There's a big old Galleria out there and a bunch of rich Californians. But she was out there, you know, and wandering around in the cemetery, and she was that dispatch told her, no, don't even bother with that. That's not a person. You're not gonna find nothing. And then when, you know, he pushed, she said, well, it's a ghost. And everybody just kind of, okay. But that's crazy.
Yeah, I can't remember. We had a code. So law enforcement has codes for different things. So you say a number and everybody knows what you're talking about. We actually did have a code for those buildings. Like, you would pull up and you see shadows walking across the windows and all that kind of stuff. So the dispatchers had like a list of like, these alarms go off all the time. You're going to see this. People are going to call in like somebody at the front of the door or inside the house. It's like a normal thing.
Did you guys ever, because I've interviewed cops that have, a couple of my buddies are still cops. One of my buddies is a cop down in Caldwell County, and he told me, he goes, I haven't had any. I used to work security with this guy. He used to own a company, and then he sold it and became a cop. And he told me the other day, he goes, "You're smart." He goes, "You started a company," and because I'm making way less money for a lot more work. But he just
Yep.
ran for constable, so I think he's doing a little better now. But he's going into politics. And I told him, I said, "Look, another one of our partners." Hold on one second. That's making a lot of noise. Okay, all right. So one of our partners, the guy that I work with, he ran for constable, and he was going to have to, give up his company for a while and turn it over to his brother. Thank goodness he didn't. But I told him, I said, if you're going to go into politics, that's one thing. But if you're just going to go become a cop, you're going to lose a lot of money than being an owner. And if you're an owner and been like almost 2 decades, like I have, you can do pretty good. You can do some pretty good work. But you will get to know a lot of the law enforcement, a lot of first responders, especially in certain areas, if you work in those areas, which like I did. And I learned all the different sectors. I got to know the county sheriffs of Williamson and Travis. I got to know APD, Round Rock PD. I got to know the cops down in Buda. I got to know the cops, in all the different directions, all the different, Pflugerville. Abe knows all these towns out here. He knows. So I got to know all these different police officers from all these different places. And I can tell you, man, I've found cops on every force in this area that will tell you ghost stories. They will tell you weird stuff. They get to know you. Not they get to know you. They don't know you. They ain't gonna tell you shit. But they get to know me, and they know me for forever. They're like, oh yeah. And now a lot of them know that I have the show, and I've talked to some of their buddies, and they'll send me somebody stories and stuff. And I've covered some really creepy, freaky stuff from law enforcement and security people. And I have some security friends that have done work overseas in the private sector, and they've told me some freaky stuff. Just weird things. Abe would be familiar with this. Ghosts of war is what I call it. Like they take somebody out, and a couple hours later, you see a shadow moving around. You look at it through your NVGs, and it's like that person is up walking around, but they're not giving off any kind of thermal, and they look really weird under the NVGs. This looks like a shadow, yeah. And then they'll kind of bob around and wander off, and then or shadows, yeah. And then they'll come back to the corpse. And then you're sitting there going like, well, what in the hell is that? I had a police officer one time, and he was working out near, and Abe, you'll know this town, Davila, out there near Bartlett. And so we were out there near Bartlett, and I forgot the other name of that town further down. I bought a washer and dryer from a guy right outside of Bartlett. I forgot the name of the town. No, not Salado. Salado got a lot of weird stuff too. Salado's got that Bigfoot creature that screams down in the river. Trying to remember the name of that town. There's a little town right there. No, it's like if you're heading toward Temple from Taylor, it's on the other side of. No. Gosh dang it! That's Arizona. No, this guy lived. He lived out near Davila, and there's always kind of weird stories and stuff out there. Hold on one second.
Gatesville, yeah. There's some.
Holland. That's the name of it. Holland.
Yes.
Holland. Yeah, Holland. I was trying to remember the name of a country, or name of a state of a country. And so I was sitting there, I was talking to this guy. This cop said he was working out there for the county, and it was in between Holland and Davila, and he had stopped to help this lady on the side of the road. And I was talking to this guy, and he was out at Bartlett. There was a barbecue cook-off thing or whatever they had, but it wasn't a contest. It was like a get together. And so these people were, kind of, competition, but not like the one in Taylor where it's like statewide, whatever. But they were out there, and this cop was out there, and I was talking to him, and I got invited to go out there. So we all went out there, and this cop was telling me that he answered a call one time out on the county road in between Davila and Holland. And he said, man, he goes, I was living out in Bartlett at the time, and he goes, and I had heard some weird stories. I grew up in the area, and this woman was on the side of the road, and she was walking. and he sees the vehicle. He had seen the vehicle like further down the road, and he called it in. And then he says, I'm going to drive further down and see if I see anybody leaving the vehicle. The vehicle was about 10 years older. You know, it was like 1999. The vehicle was like a 1989, 1988, something like that. He sees this woman, she's bloody. Her face is all bloodied up and she looks all beat up. And he jumps out of the car and he's like, ma'am, are you okay? And it was a little chilly that night, you know? So it was like late November. And he's like, you want to ride? She was in her dress. Her dress was all tattered, bruises all over her. Looked like she'd been through hell. Got her in the car, says, let me get you to the hospital. You look terrible. So he decided he was going to drive to the closest nice hospital, whatever. So he decided he was going to take her to Temple. You know, it was a little further out, but it's Scott and White. You know, they had the big Scott and White there, and they had King's Daughter. And so he drove her into Temple. And he says, dude, we're about 5 miles out, man, and we're talking, having a conversation. She's talking about her husband and her kids and all this stuff. And he's like, and then he goes, I'm starting to pull in. He goes, I can see her face, you know, every now and then. He goes, it was weird. I'd look at her through the mirror and I couldn't find her. And then she'd pop back up. And I thought she's going unconscious. Maybe she's laying down or something. But she wasn't. She refused an ambulance. She didn't want any medical help. She's like, I'll go with you to the hospital. That's what she said. So he decided to be nice, take her, whatever. She obviously was not, you know, she was coherent. Let's put it that way. She wasn't like fading in and out. He goes, we were having a conversation. He's like, and even then, when I look back and she wouldn't be there for a minute, and he goes, I had to keep my eyes on the road. You know, he goes, I can still hear her voice. She was talking. So it wasn't nothing supernatural. He goes, but then at one point, right before we got into town near the hospital, we get near Scott and White. And I told him, hey, I'm bringing in a woman. She needs to be looked at. You know, it looks like she had roughed her car up a little bit. They're getting to the hospital. He gets a call on the radio. And this other officer responds and says, where is the vehicle supposed to be at? And he tells him. And the guy goes, well, that there's no vehicle here. There's no red car, sedan, whatever. And he says, well, that doesn't make any sense. He goes, and he looks back at her. He said, when he looked back at her, she didn't look like a human. She looked like he could see her skull. And he said, dude, he turned back around real quick and was like, what the hell? And then he kind of like started to go off the road and then go back onto the road. And he was like, dude. And he said, you know, his car, that car that he was in or whatever, it was a police car, but it didn't have the cage on it. It wasn't he wasn't on duty when this happened. He was like, you know, he's just in his backup car, whatever that he was a detective, whatever. And he said, dude, I turn around and she's gone. Like this time she's gone. He goes, and I stop and I just, you know, cause she was in the back seat. He goes, she refused to get in the front seat with me. She was really scared. He goes, so I get freaked out. He said, it was on a Saturday. He said, the next day I just slept all day. It was crazy. I had to wrap my head around what had just happened. Told his wife about it and everything. And his wife, she was out of town. She was in another town. And she was staying with some friends in Rockdale. And his wife came back and he told her, look, I gave this woman a ride. She vanished, whatever. And that woman his wife told him about that woman. He goes, you need to look this up. This woman, she was murdered. Like they never found her body, or they did find her, but they didn't find her body by the car. Like her car was abandoned. And like a month or two later, they found her body in a field out there. And so he looked it up, whatever, did some research and found a detective that had been doing the work on it, who'd retired years before. And so it was like, it happened in the so it happened in this like 79 or something like that. This was like 89. It was like 10 years later. And so whenever he saw her, they don't know for sure that that's when she died, but supposedly what he was telling us was that would have been probably around the time that she had died. Because he couldn't get her to tell him what had happened. And all they ever found was that the car had scraped up into some barbed wire, and they didn't find her body until a couple months later, badly decomposed, and it was in a pasture. It was these ranchers that found her body when they were mending fences back in like late January or something like that. And so, yeah, and they never did find who did it. Well, here's the crazy thing. When he was talking to this woman, She told him, according to what he told all of us, and there was like 4 or 5 of us he told the story to. She told this cop, she says, if I told you how I died, you would, or if I told you what had happened to me, you wouldn't believe it. If I told you, you would think I was dead. That's what she told him. And so when he was sitting there listening to this woman talk, he was like, dude, it sounded like she was describing herself as already being post-mortem, like she was gone.
Wow.
And yeah, and so he said she was terrified. She was shaking, and she goes, maybe if we get to the hospital and they can help me out and I can figure out where I'm at, because she was talking weird. She says, then I could tell you what happened to me. Well, that area out there, I told that cop something that was very, he kind of perked his ears. I said, that area out there near Davila was known for satanic ritual. Not only that, Bartlett, Holland, all them little towns out there, Taylor too.
Yeah.
They were all known for these.
The some brujos there. What do you think that the tornado hit the way it hit?
Gerald, yeah.
In Gerald.
Yeah, Gerald hit and wiped it out. The whole town was wiped out. The entire town.
I got a story for you from Gerald, Texas.
Let me wrap this one up, and then you tell that one. So here's what happened. I told him, I said, because this was after I had been, doing the Dogman thing or whatever. It was back in like 2016, something like that. And I told this guy, I said, I'd like to get you to tell me your story. Because he said he knew a guy after I'd told him what I knew. He said he knew a guy that had seen something like that. So out there in Davila, there was this legend that my friend Daniel Henderson told me years ago. He knew all about what me and Daniel Robles had seen that night when I was 15. And I always tell that story that I was going to go pick up a bike from his house and ride it back to my house if I would have made it over there. And Dan Henderson says, I used to live out there in that area. He's now a mechanic. He works on Porsches. He makes a lot of money. And he said, that there have always been legends of werewolves out there. To the point where when I was a kid, they called them the Davila Wolves. That was the nickname. They always said that they were wolves, these big wolves out there. And the rumor was these kids from Holland and from Bartlett and Granger, they always said that those people out at Davila were Satanists and that they could shapeshift. And that they had been doing it for a long time. And it was actually a family originally from Taylor. And they were Czech, like they were like Moldavian people. And so, Moravian, sorry. So these Moravians supposedly had been out there and they were feuding with these Bohemian people. And they found these Bohemian people, this is in the 1920s, all chewed up, like their faces had been chewed up and they had found bloody paw prints in this house. This is a urban legend, as they would say. And I heard this story when I was a kid, and I was like, I don't believe that. I didn't believe any of this shit until I saw what I saw. And so they said, this is what they do. And every now and then somebody will go missing or they'll find them, their body be mutilated. This woman looked like she was all tore up, like somebody had just mangled her body and thrown it there. But there were no bite marks or anything like that. But it looked like she'd been scratched up and like just, tore to pieces, like just, and then put back together, And he couldn't understand how she was walking. That's what this police officer said. And he said it was really chilly that night, in the 50s, 40s, whatever, but it wasn't cold. He's like, but she wasn't asking for a jacket or nothing. And she says, oh, I'm fine. And then when she gets in the car, she tells him, she's like, well, it's nice and warm in here. And he's like, you sure you don't need a jacket, anything? No, I'm good. You need a blanket? I have some in the trunk. No, I'm good. I don't want anything. Didn't ask for water, didn't ask for nothing. And then 5 miles from the hospital, disappears. Told him, if you knew what had happened to me, you wouldn't believe me. You think I was dead. She was dead. That's the thing. Positively identified this woman. He said, this woman was absolutely dead. And he said, and I don't know how she was talking to me. But I think that what happened was people did something to her.
You said it was raining?
Yeah, no, it wasn't raining. No, not that he said.
I wonder how she was able to keep the manifestation for so long. Maybe it was the time of the day that she died.
No, that's what it was. Because he said that it was like 10 years before that. It was like she went missing in 1978 or 1979, something like that. And this happened in 88 or 89. I can't remember what year he said it was exactly. But he had told me that one of the guys who used to work with him on another department used to live out there. And that's how he ended up buying that land out there. And that guy told him, he says, you can go and check it out, but I wouldn't live out there for nothing. And he goes, well, why did you move? That police officer told him, he says, I saw a freaking werewolf out there. And so after that, he goes, I moved. I never went back. He said, I saw this thing literally eating one of my neighbor's calves, like just eating its liver, like right in front of me. And so I never got to interview that guy, but I was going to interview him and take it to Vic's channel, you know, and never did it. In 2016 was when I talked to this guy. We were at a barbecue cook-off right there in Bartlett. But yeah, that's a crazy story from a police officer, you know, and I have a bunch of them like that, man. These police officers, there's a couple from Houston told me some crazy shit. I told them on the show. I can't remember if I told that one on the show or not, but that cop, like, he told me it was me, my brother, and like I think it was Scorpion, and like a few other people. My friend Willie, he was still alive. We were all out there. I think Anthony was there.
All cops have some kind of story. Like if you've been in like if you're over 5 years, you know, you hit like 10, you're gonna have some kind of story that you cannot explain. And if you work county, like I did, you'll have also cryptid stuff that you cannot explain. You know, and the search and rescue guys. Literally, I carried beans and pears when I did search and rescue because I would go out and I'd have guys freaked out saying something is throwing rocks at us, is trying to get at us. We pull them out up to main camp, and I would just open those cans because my grandfather told me to do this. Take them out like 50 yards or so, put them on a stump, and leave them there. And the next morning, I'd go out, they'd be cleaned out, and the cans would be sitting right back where they were. And just grab them, take them back, throw it. Just like, we're good. Just don't mess with me. So all first responders, you're in it long enough, you're gonna have something. Firefighters, EMTs, everybody.
Yeah, it's always they always have the best stories, man. Some really good ones. You know, a lot of them cops too, they may not openly tell you when you first meet them that they believe in the paranormal, supernatural, but a lot of them do, because they all have at least one or two stories of something that made them question, you know, or they know somebody who made you know, that they'll tell you, hey, it didn't happen to me, but I know a guy. Because I've met so many people.
We talk between each other about that kind of stuff. And when you reach out and you're actually, okay, so I'm not going to say the group, but I actually went out and I helped a paranormal group. I started talking to them and they're like, you were a cop. I'm like, yeah. They're like, well, I'm a cop. And they're like, well, I'm a jailer and I'm this. And before I knew it, half the group was first responders. And they're like, we saw too much stuff. We want to figure out what's going on. I'm like, yeah, I know. It's like they can't come out and say they're part of the group. So they have to keep it kind of like secret, private, or they'll have the wrath of the community. And I'm sorry, but the church groups, they'll shut them down. They'll get them removed off the force because a lot of church groups, if you do anything in paranormal, they see that as extremely bad. I've been shut down where I live on a couple of the sites. I was actually hooked up, ready to go. And it was the populace that talked to the church, and then the church went to the owner of the property and shut me down because they said, you know, I don't want demon worshiping or conjuring spirits or whatever. And I'm like, what are you talking about? But it's how some people view it. So yeah, they have to be very careful what they do.
What happened to who was the guy that was talking about the Santa Muerte? Was it Joe Jose Cantu?
I think so.
He believes in a Santa Muerte, but he don't believe in the Llorona. And the Llorona's been here for a very long time, longer than the false idol that they believe in, Santa Muerte. Yeah, it's crazy. It's people are gonna believe what they're gonna believe in.
Yeah, pretty much.
Because you have to experience it. There's a lot of people that have to experience something to understand. They have to experience it on their own. But we witnessed it. In our household, it was me, my brothers. We're seven, and my mother. So that was eight of us that witnessed the Llorona. So no, she's not just a tale. She's the real deal because we witnessed her.
But we know now what she is. Just like we would find the footprints in our front yard.
Yeah.
And I was like, why are there hoof prints in our yard? And our mother said, oh, some kind of cow or something came in during the night. So then I closed all the gates and locked them. And then we would still find footprints in the sand, hoof prints.
Yeah, yeah. Sparky, we had something happen to us when we were probably like 8 or 9, where one evening we hear outside our home, we hear like a native chanting outside. Then we start hearing the wagons. You could hear a whip,
Yeah.
and you could hear the horses making the horses sound.
And
Hear
the
cow
wind was real
sounds,
strong. Yeah.
like tiger, lion sounds, and different sounds of animals. Right, all, from like around 3 in the morning to like around 4:30. And you hear voices telling like my parents to come outside, and just all kinds of activity. So when the sun rises, we go outside. We're like all we were praying and just trying to figure out what's going on. We went outside, and our gates we kept them locked with chains. It was 4 lots, our lot and our grandmother's. When we went outside, there was shit, piles of shit everywhere in the front yard, backyard, and between the homes. So me and my brother spent Friday, was it Saturday morning, Saturday, all day shoveling shit, man. Different sizes of shit. We had blisters in our hands and everything because we were small. We were like 8 or 9 years old or something like that, or younger, like 7. I think I might have been like 6, and he might have been 8. We were young, and we shoveled shit all day and carried it and dumped it in the alley. So our grandmother told us to put wood underneath the fence, in which there was no gaps, and to lock everything up again. So we did, and we're trying to figure out what did that, because it was different kinds of shit in our yard. There was even flies everywhere. So Saturday night, we're laying down, we're asleep. The same thing happens. You hear the whip of the horse, and the native like chanting, and all kinds of activity happening. So when the sun rises, we'll go back out there, and there's shit all over the place again. So there we are shoveling shit all day again. This is on a Sunday. We shovel the shit, and we have a big pile of shit in the backyard. So as we're telling the grandmother, well, what did you tell her, bro? You told her something because you're trying to find out how the crap showed up in the yard if we secured the fences.
Yeah.
As he was saying that, asking her how could that happen, guess what happened, brother? The pile of shit vanished in thin air. I'm talking about it was a big pile. We shoveled shit for 2 days. It just vanished, disappeared, like if it was never there.
Oh wow.
Yeah. It, it was piled
And
up in the alley, and then it was just gone. While I was talking to my grandma, it
disappeared.
disappeared.
It disappeared, vanished.
And she was standing right there, close to us.
Yeah, it just disappeared. I think she knew.
Yeah, that's
Well,
crazy. To have a physical, you pile it up and then it disappears. That's the crazy part.
It was
The
a fine
first
ass
pile
pile.
was there 24 hours, longer than 24 hours. We added the other pile to that pile. We had a big old
Yeah.
mound full of crap, full of crap, and then just like that, vanished. It was gone.
I have never heard anything like that. That's very interesting.
We had blisters for where the old wheelbarrows had wood and they had splinters, and we were all cut up and stuff. We shoveled and shoveled for
You,
2 days,
you know
and then
what's crazy, guys. A lot of times, because I know Abe, you do the spiritual and cryptid encounters, and it's in
yeah,
the title. But one of the things I do a lot of cryptids. But everybody that I interview with the cryptids, not everybody, but I'd go on a limb and say mostly, they've had stuff happen. With spiritual stuff, with ghosts, with things like that. Even people
Yes,
with
sir.
alien abduction have encountered spiritual things too that they couldn't explain. And I had a guy that I was talking to today, and he's about to come on the show pretty soon. So it's crazy. He was talking about demonic and spiritual encounters. He's an abductee, and he's got all kinds of weird stuff happen to him, not just the abductee thing. And we were talking, and he was like, "Dude, you're one of the only people though that's ever really asked me about that aspect of it. Most people, when they interview me, they just want to hear about the abduction. They don't even go into the other things that have happened." And I know one time he was talking about being abducted, and for days after, he felt like there was this presence that was around him. It was invisible, but it was there. And I asked him, I said, what would you think? It was some kind of alien that was cloaking? Maybe it was invisible. He said, I don't think so. The way that he described that entity to me, he's like, it was like something demonic that was tagging along, that was feeding off of my abduction, the pain from my abduction, like a parasite. And he was literally, get this, on a ship, like being messed with, going in and out of consciousness. And he was watching in the corner. He could see something that looked like black smoke, in the corner of the left corner of the room. And he said that those aliens or beings, whatever they are, they were physical beings, whatever. But they kept stopping and like looking around the room, like that they could feel it too, like they knew something was there, but they couldn't figure out what it was. And they even stopped a couple times. And he thinks they were changing out his implant, is what they were doing. And literally, they had like these masks on, and they were pulling them off and looking around. And one of them even pointed to the corner of the room, and one of them walked over toward where that shadow was at. And the shadow drew up to the top corner of the room, while these alien entities were kind of freaking out. Like they were like, what the hell? They knew it was there. They could feel it. When they dropped him off, he's like, it was like a week-long ordeal where I kept thinking something was there. And then he had this nightmare, which was really weird. He ended up waking up in his restroom, and he was holding on to he was like squatted down, holding on to the sink, and he was terrified. He was like hiding. So imagine you wake up and your hands are on the sink, on the counter of the sink, right? And he's got one of those restaurants where he's got two sinks. And he says, dude, my wife I could see her over in bed asleep. He goes, but I couldn't get up. And I said, what do you mean you couldn't get up? He says, I couldn't sit up. I couldn't stand up. And I said, you couldn't or you wouldn't? He said, well, both. He goes, I was so terrified that I couldn't get my legs to get up. And then I realized what it was. He goes, whatever was there was in the mirror, and it was looking for me. But it was in the mirror looking for me. So I just sat there, squatted down for like what felt like forever. Might have been only a few minutes. He goes, but I was too scared to stand up because I knew that whatever was there was in that mirror, and it was gonna see me and come out of there and try to grab me. And so he ended up crawling out of the bathroom into the bedroom and then up onto his bed. And he closed the door behind him. He reached over and closed it and crawled to the bed. So he was so terrified, and he said, I didn't sleep. It was middle of the night. He goes, and I didn't sleep. And then finally daylight comes and my wife wakes up. He goes, and I couldn't speak or say anything. I was so terrified. And he said, but I didn't have an abduction for about 2 years. He goes, but I had this thing, whatever it was around me. He goes, and I could be at work. I could be doing anything. I could be driving around in my car and I would just feel it right there like a presence. And then one day he goes, I was in my car. I'd come out of the bar and he goes, I'd taken to drinking really heavily. Me and my wife's marriage was on the rocks. We were about to, call it quits. And he goes, I come out of the bar and I sit down in my car. He's like, and I'm laying down in this Toyota Camry, and he goes, and I'm just like cramped, uncomfortable, really tall guy. He's like, and I'm thinking, man, I'm just going to take all these pills. I'm going to end it. Right. And he hears this voice whisper in his ear, says, do it. And he goes, and I look up in the rearview mirror and I see this demon, and there's the only way he could describe it. These weird curved horns coming out of the top of his head, going downward, and then these other horns coming out the sides of its mouth, almost like tusks, going upward. He goes, it was just a horrific looking demon. He goes, and I just jumped out of the car. And he said, I just heard this laugh. And I look and I see this black smoke going out of the top of the car, or out of the back window of the car. So that was one of the things. He had a whole bunch of weird stuff happen to him, but he thinks that those aliens messing with him opened him up to this demon. And that demon was even like following him around during his abduction. So what in the hell, the world is a lot stranger than we think it is. It's a weird place. It's a weird thing, how those aliens were noticing that there was something there, but they couldn't figure out what it was. Yeah, Nelly just made a good point. What was it again?
Might have not been programmed correctly.
Yeah, the implant she said that the implant they used may had been given off a weird frequency that was calling. Yeah. And so that's a good point, because we've interviewed people who have said that before, that they get a spike in an increase in activity when they'll change an implant or something. They'll wake up with a different implant or whatever. And that's a weird thing. I mean,
that's like so I'm a pretty heavy woodsman. Have been all my life since I was like little. And so right now it's like I do help a lot of like Bigfoot investigators, like for tracks and stuff. And then because of my nature, I'm really into paranormal. So I help the paranormal guys trying to like figure out photos and reviewing and cleaning up EVPs and all that kind of stuff. What's funny is I find the Bigfoot people have more than they think. Like I've had Bigfoot guys go, I have this audio, and I start scrubbing the living bejeebus out of this audio, and I'm getting EVPs inside, and then Bigfoot calls. Or their photos, I'm like, you need to look at that because you have no wind, you have no dust, and you have an orb in the background that floats between trees. And it's kind of like, they don't even look at it that way. And it's like, there is a crossover where I think where Bigfoot the cryptids go, it's more of a safe space. Once they get, if it's a good area, it's a safe space. Other things do or are drawn to that area, in my opinion.
Wow. I was reading some of the comments. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, because, Abe goes out there, he feels something, he takes pictures, and then there's stuff there. That happened to us, like I said before, to prove Abe's point about that. It happened to us at Apache Pass. We were out there, but we didn't feel like it was like right there, but I felt something when we went over the bridge. Remember that? We went over the bridge, and my wife snapped some photos, and right there in one of the photos on the left side of us.
Yeah, I got one right here for you. That's during the day. Here we go. I'll push play.
Because I've been through here. I just heard something here. Sounded like some kind of bark. Because I've been through here. I just heard something here. Sounded like some kind of bark. Because I've been through here. I just heard something here. Sounded like some kind of bark.
You seen that?
Because I've
That's
been through here.
crazy.
I just
That's
heard
a
something
heavy
here.
shadow.
Sounded like some kind of bark.
Yeah.
Because
So I'm
I've
gonna
been through
pause
here.
it. I'm gonna pause it. I'm gonna do I think I got one that's a short reel of it. Oh, it's downward. Okay, here we go. Slow motion.
Yeah, that is a wall of shadow right there. That's weird.
It's got face and everything, man. You know, I can sense these things. They show up, and I catch all kinds of things on my recordings. You see, I'm not moving, and it just comes and goes. I just wanted to share that with you. This is a lowered speed, big time lowered speed. But the other one
But it
is a regular.
shows you're barely moving the camera, and that thing is doing Mach 5. And there is something in the lead of that which has a form. That's weird.
Yeah.
That's a cool catch right there. That's a lottery catch right there.
There you go. See it one more time.
Yeah.
Imagine that.
That's
They move
cool.
that high rate of a speed, and that's during the day, and it looks darker than night. Imagine that running around at nighttime. You can't even see it because it's in that black smoke form that Brother Josh Turner is talking about. And this is during the day.
Right.
Yeah. Telling you, there's all kinds of activity in Central Texas. You see this dark shadow? We see them down here, right here where I live, in the street sometimes. My brother, when it's the one standing behind his vehicle. I think I have a video also, brother, where it's it happens inside my house too.
Oh, no kidding.
You know, where I'm doing a live, and it literally freaking comes out of nowhere. It passes right in front of me. You can see how big it is, but it's in spirit form. You know.
That's cool, dude. That's a good catch right there.
See, I got I can share the other one. Let me find it. So just so you can see that I have captured things, and what the Bigfoot community doesn't understand is that these things follow. You know, if you don't stay prayed up and pray before, doing, and after, they will follow you to your house because they can attach themselves to you. Then you start having activity happening inside your home.
Oh yeah. Yep.
It can.
A lot of these researchers don't understand that.
Okay, so that's two different things. Going out in the field, it's rare to have something follow you back. But going into a haunted area, that's where you really have to be careful. Like,
check out this one, brother.
Have to be careful.
I want you to this one more right here. I'll turn on the volume on this.
Sisters.
Wait up.
Something is pissed off. So they I know y'all seen that. I just seen like a dark shadow figure pass right in front of me, and it went past me by the light. Your health is staying physically active. You don't have to lift a lot of weights. You don't have to go for long runs. So long you're doing something. Oh, y'all seen that, brothers and sisters?
Yeah, I saw that.
Something is pissed off. So I know y'all seen that. I just seen like a dark shadow figure pass right in front of me.
Yeah,
it appears it didn't want you to be healthy.
I think I got a slow version of it, but I have to look for it.
When that happened to you, Abe, what did you feel? What did you see? Like what did it look like to you?
Yeah, dark shadow figure passed right in front of me, through me. It was in front of me, through me, behind me. That's why I turned on the Palo Santo.
You know what's freaky is when me and Nellie were leaving the house, because I had to do the first part of the patrol. Anthony had a bunch of stuff to do on the computer, and he was doing some other editing for another show. And we were leaving the house. We came home, got some food, and said, hey, Anthony, go ahead and finish the patrol. We're out of here, And so before I had that weird encounter on the ridge with whatever the hell that was I heard, me and Nellie both saw about 4 or 5 houses down. You could see it down the road on our street. We saw this. I don't know. It looked like a shadow of a man, right? It just looked like a shadow person moving in the street right in front of this basketball goal that's sitting on the side of the road, and it was weird. Like you could see the basketball goal is white, whatever, but then you could see this shadow move, kind of like right in front of it, and then we end up going and stopping at that spot, at that ridge, and I had that weird encounter with whatever the hell that was. So it's like that was there before, before we got out of the neighborhood. There was some weird stuff already happened that we could see.
Hey, bro, tell him what you seen when you were, because my brother, he talks loud, so he said, "I'm going to use your Wi-Fi, and I'm gonna be in the truck doing the live with you." Tell him what happened to you, bro, with a shadow figure.
I just looked in the mirror and I saw it. It was like 14 feet tall, and it was right behind my truck, and it moved real fast. And I was with him on the show, and I told him in Spanish, "Hey, man, something's going on. I need you to come outside," because it freaked me out. And then he came outside, and I told him which direction it went, and we were looking, and then he heard it running. He heard the footsteps on the ground.
Yeah, on the street, but there was nothing there. So I start praying, and I say, "It's not welcome here." Type on your Jesus Christ name. You're not allowed around my home. Yeah, it was. He said it was huge. It was right behind his vehicle.
Freaked me out because it was right behind me in the truck, and it was huge, and it moved real fast, just like that.
So imagine this, guys. This is what I've been trying to say all along. Imagine you've seen it there during the day running. You've seen it inside my home where there's light. Imagine that moving at nighttime. Wouldn't it look like it's something real? Like it's something that's really, like when people say a Bigfoot or a dog man, that they see something moving like that they're going to think it's real, because if it looks that dark, it's going to look like a silhouette of something, right? It's going to look like it's something massive. But as you've seen, I get the evidence there that it's something that's more of in spirit form. The way it looks is.
I mean, he's
and it's hard to say what it is, really. I mean, like, say what it is like I think it's a spirit form. Don't get me wrong, but what kind of spirit, I don't know. Like, I get shadow figures here, but this house is protected. The only thing in this house are the ones I allow to be in this house. So it's like, again, it's like every time you see a dark figure, it's not always bad. It might look bad, or it might scare the crap out of you, but they're not always bad. They could be relatives coming in, checking in, going, "Hey, how you doing? Hope you're doing well." Or it can be other things too. You just never know until you get that feeling. Normally, like, I deal with spirits a lot. When you get that bad one, you'll get the feeling.
Oh yeah.
Like,
there's times, man, when I'm out there, man, you start smelling like blood or like pestilence, nasty smell, man. So I start praying. It's times that I'm recording, I hear somebody say something to me in a different language right beside me. Then I start hearing different noises like pig sounds, freaking snout sounds, and something talking like different language that I don't understand. It's not English or Spanish. So, I start praying because I already know they're identifying themselves to me. So I just pray for my protection. I have to pray against whatever they are, because demons can mimic things to make you believe it's something else, and that's where a lot of people make the mistakes. Like Brother Josh Turner was saying, when the people that they use those Ouija boards to make contact with the spirits, that's not good. When they're summoning spirits to identify themselves to show up, that's not good because there's other things that are around that might they're going to surface up and be there instead of the spirits that you're trying to call upon, right? So other things are. I'm just saying that all these things are around us. We are under a spiritual war. We just have to be alert, like what happened with Brother Josh Turner tonight. What he heard
Yeah.
earlier. Yeah, the shadow figures, and how many times have we seen them down the street, bro? Where they're taking off, they're running, right? They're well, not running because they don't got feet, but they're like gliding,
You caught the things on your
and
house.
all the lights from the houses start flickering, where they're draining energy from the houses. It's crazy.
I mean, you caught those things on your
I
house.
had to change out. Hey brother, I had to change out the batteries to each vehicle by brand new batteries. They drained the battery, all the vehicles, even my brother's, and my brother was just here visiting for that day, and the following day his vehicle didn't want to start. He had to change out the battery.
Yeah, my truck was flickering at the same time the lights on the houses was flickering, and I was like, "What the hell's going on?" My console was flickering at the same time. But I mean, he's caught the thing on his house cam when I was leaving his house. He caught it on his house cam. Some
Yeah,
activity.
a possible succubus because it was in front of him with his mouth open, like trying to drain its energy.
But there was a big shadow thing with horns in front of you.
Yeah, and I had like a something with big horns right in front of me.
He caught it on his house cam.
Yeah, man, we'll talk. We'll probably show those on Friday.
And then
Here you go. Here's Jose again. Demons don't have spirits. Jose, demons or they're unclean spirits. They're called many names.
Yeah, the big one that classifies demons versus spirits. Spirits used to be human. Demons never were. So that's the big break when people use the word demon versus a spirit. And like you were talking about, the spiritual war, which I agree with, but I think we have more of a spiritual war with humans being evil than we do with spirits right now, or demons, or the evil side, if you will. I think that's been kind of a constant throughout time. Right now, I think it's more of human evil than we're dealing with for that kind of thing. What do you think?
Well, people have spiritual openings. I mean,
Hmm?
the guy that killed Brother Kirk, and when we use him an example, I mean, golly, he was in a relationship with a transgender.
Mhm.
That's a spiritual opening. If that's going against God, what's going to be there? It's not going to be Jesus Christ. The only thing that's going to be there is demons, unclean spirits. So maybe he was hearing voices in his head. Where were the voices coming from? From demons? He got influenced. He got.
Mhm.
He probably was so bad that his parents turned him in to the cops. The father said he didn't want the money to give it to the family of Kirk. He didn't want none of the money, so he told him to donate the family to Kirk's family for them to keep. Yeah, telling you, man, I'm more sure that the kid probably heard a lot of voices, and I just don't understand.
Oh yeah. Mhm.
Why the parents, or if they knew that their son had issues, why they didn't do something to seek help for him? Because the father was a Trump supporter. The boy's father was a Trump supporter.
He was also a law enforcement officer at one time.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So if they're living in sin, the only thing that's there is this unclean spirits that I speak about. Some of the openings that they use, the fear factor is one of them. If you're anger, that's a spiritual opening. If you're believing in things besides Jesus Christ, that's a spiritual opening. If you have vengeance in your heart, that's a spiritual opening that even can go from generation to generation. That's what they use. If you give them those openings, they're going to use that to come up against you spiritually. That's what they do. But yeah, I'm more sure that this guy. I mean, he was confused. With the guy was a transgender. That was his boyfriend or girlfriend, or I don't know who was poking who or whatever. But
it sounds like
we're talking
that
about
could have been
aliens. We're talking about aliens. Maybe it was being probed. I don't know.
the wrong way.
No, but I'm saying
it sounds like the transgender had ties. As far as they've come out now, they think his boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever that was, had ties with multiple groups. So
that was planned out that way. There was more.
Yeah,
and it's going to come out. There was a lot of people involved in that.
Israel. Sorry.
But anyways, I'll give the floor to y'all. Yeah, I mean it's complicated, man. The best thing I can tell you is, like I tell everybody here, always maintain the love foundation, because that's the key, man. That love foundation, and you have the relationship with Jesus Christ. I know what everybody believes in, but that love foundation, man, is the key. With the spiritual gift discernment, you're going to see the spirits of those individuals, and you're going to know, because they have to identify themselves to you through spiritual law, this unclean spirits. So you're going to know who's got a negative spirits. Brother Judge Turner's going through something with a certain guy that looks like the creeper. That he knows, he reads verses from the Old Testament.
The crypt keeper.
Yeah, but he reads scripture from the Old Testament, and that's all he sticks in. This guy, Brother Judge Turner, Sister Nellie Turner, pray for him. I wasn't going to pray for him, but then I said, you know what, Abe, God even wants you to pray for your enemies. So I prayed for him. We all prayed for him to get better. He get better, and next thing you know, when Sister Nellie gets sick, he starts talking shit.
Yeah.
After we all prayed for him, and he's still talking shit.
He said that God told him that. Said that God told him that we weren't. He wasn't supposed to pray for us. No, I didn't see it either.
They got some serious issues. We already know what the issues are. That's what happens when you mess with that crack, man. It messes up your mind. You think everybody's your enemy. But you know what? That's okay. He done shows his path. So be it. I try to stay out of a lot of things, but he keeps on bringing my name up.
Yeah, I saw that. He's never, that whole thing, whenever that first popped off, he was mad at me. The first time he got really mad at me was because you and him had gotten into an argument, and he wanted me to publicly denounce you and all this stuff. And I'm like, man, I'm not getting involved in that. I said it wasn't that big a deal, that it should have been a big old conflagration. But, he wanted to get involved. He's the
one that disrespected me initially, telling me to kiss his ass, or his white American ass, because I had banned Larry from my friends list.
Yeah, it was all about Larry, and Larry. Yeah. We know now that Larry was working with old Mike from Hills Have Eyes, Oklahoma people. He was with them way back, and now you got old Vault over there, the Vulture. He's making a comeback. Crazy, stupid, whatever. I had somebody call me today, and we talked about that situation.
Mm-hmm.
He's another one.
And I said, man, that guy's a fraud.
Yeah, you called it right away. You were like, this guy's not to be trusted. And I remember when we were in the group call, and old brother Larry was just causing a lot of problems. He kept on, his phone was messed up or something. He kept interrupting and making a lot of noise. And I thought, man, at that time, I had talked to Clough, who I thought Clough was our friend, And I said, what do you think of Larry? He goes, I don't trust Larry. He sat there and he said he didn't trust Larry. He thought Larry was playing for the other team, kept saying he thought, so did Bettina. They thought that Larry was like infiltrating. And now Cluff's over there running around with him, you know, because he's mad. Mad at Maddie, mad at me, mad at Nelly. You know, I mean, just ridiculous, dude. I mean, you're going to go and hang out with people that you know are absolute frauds. They're grifters. That's what they do. And then there's other things that they do too that are horrible. But it's okay because you're mad at Abe or you're mad at Wolf or you're mad at Blondes at Booze or whatever. You know, it's all good. The end justifies the means as long as I can get back at, you know, Helbin Holler or whoever you're pissed off at. You know, and this is ridiculous. These people are absolutely ridiculous, man. I mean, just disruptive, angry, hateful people causing all kinds of problems.
That old man wants people to respect him, but he don't respect nobody. You don't even respect his old lady, his own wife.
No.
Screw that dude.
And when he said that about Nelly, you know, Nelly's not sick other than she has COVID like I do, but she has an illness, which is, you know, a long-term thing. We're going to have to do something about it. She's got a tumor and possibly another one behind her eye, or that tumor could be causing the pressure behind the eye. And when she got sick, the timing was really funky because she was supposed to go in for the MRI and we couldn't do it because she's got COVID. So now we have to reschedule until the 26th. That's a problem. And then this guy comes out, you know, him and that wicked Dana talking about, well, she's not really ill. She don't have anything. I wish that was true. I wish that was true. I'd give anything for it to be not true. And that's a sick, sorry thing to do.
Yeah.
We prayed for them and they turn around and tell us that God said not to pray for us. Yeah. Okay. Whatever.
There's a lot of evil people, so they will fit in that category. Because if they were Christians, true Christians, they would be praying for Sister Nelly. They would be not talking bad about nobody, you know.
Yeah, and Sparky, don't be deterred by these people. They did the same thing to Harley Owens. Harley's a good friend of ours, and Harley didn't do anything wrong. He went and he went on BMR, Bigfoot Michigan Rob's show, and Mike went and told him, you know, if you go on his show, then, you know, you're an enemy. And so he did, and they just started attacking him and attacking him and attacking him. And who cares? It hasn't hurt him or done anything, you know, hasn't stunted his growth or anything. Now it's like it's good that you're on the other side from those people, because if any of those people are your friends, you're going to be looked at as like, oh my gosh, okay, you're one of those people. You're weird,
okay,
you know. You're one of the people.
That's funny because they've kind of warned me that they might be going on other stuff, and they try to jump on channels I was on. I don't know if you know this, but I'm actually on with all those guys. That massive group, I go on their podcasts all the time. I'm mods for half those guys. And he started jumping on going, hi, Sparky. I was like, okay, hi, how you doing? And then he went to one of my friends and asked them to ask me to take down my video. And I was like, I'm not doing that.
Hell no.
And I'm not. It's like everything I put in there is truthful. It's honest.
Mm-hmm.
I'm leaving it up. I'm like, and I told him, I don't hate you. I'm just reporting to my friends on what I believe is the truth. If you don't like that, that's fine. But there you go.
Yeah, he's definitely a fraud. I mean, he threw a rock and said it was Bigfoot, you know, and it was me and Abe and Bettina Moss, Jerry and Ella Williams, and Hellbent Holler. Do what? Yeah, and we talked about that way back when this thing popped off 2 years ago. He's been waging war for 2 years. And then the Easter Bunny costume, which we know was probably his sister. And you're sitting there going, like, how many fraudulent things are you going to do before we figure out that, like, granted, I don't go out and do a lot of, and when I do investigating, we go to location and I interview the people, or I'll talk to them, or they'll show me around and where they were at, where they saw what they saw. And we've done that many times, but I didn't think at the time, you know, I was like, well, I'm just trying to get the stories to repeat them or have them tell the story. I don't need to do the own location videoing of it, you know? And then it actually dawned on me to do that because I had a good thing going. I didn't need to do all that extra camera stuff, you know? But everybody
Well, you
said,
know,
well, we like if you do that, we like it. So we started kind of videoing us going out and doing some stuff. But I don't go around advertising that I'm boots on the ground, but I do show up on location a lot.
How about the
Hey,
one
that's
where
the
he got scared shitless with a little Bambi?
oh god. The funny part was like on that video, him on several different like accounts tried to comment, and I don't know who. Everybody that came in on that video kind of shut him down real quick, and he removed most of those comments. And then I think at first he thought I was gonna. He's like, I'll go to his Facebook and really screw with him because I only have like 625 or something on YouTube. He goes over my Facebook account, and then he realizes why I'm on everybody's podcast because I have over like 4,500 people on my Facebook account, and I'm like, yeah, dude, probably not the spot. Probably not the spot. He made one comment, and it just went. Brrr. I was like, yeah, you need to go away for a minute. Be nice. Play nice in your sandbox. Like I told him, go over there, do your thing. I don't care. You're not worth my time.
There were the first time I ever seen because I was a member of their show. The first podcast that I seen of them was they were in the car and Mike had gotten off the vehicle and he was on the dirt road, and the sister was recording from inside the windshield, and she's recording and you can see Mike standing out there, boots on the ground. Then she's like, "What is that? What is that?" Something moving on the looked like it was moving on the dirt road, and she's like, I think it's a booger. And then it started climbing a tree. I was like, what the fuck is that? Then I'm looking at it closely. I was like, wait a moment, that's not no Bigfoot. So I take a close look. What it was a roach running on the windshield, and then when he running up the windshield, he had the little legs and everything.
True story, dude. Yeah,
that's okay. That's funny and gross as hell. I mean, that's funny and gross.
Who's gonna have roaches inside their car?
Dude. Yeah, they already have them at their house. Sparky, I don't think you know about that. I don't think you know about the roaches on the wall when he was sitting there bad mouthing everybody, talking about everybody, and there's a roach crawling over there behind him. And I'm just like, dude, are you serious? Like, how, Yeah, you can see him flicking them off the table and the couch and stuff. And people, there were people that were still they're still in bed with this guy. I just can't. Me and Abe have talked about it, with a lot of our friends, and I just can't wrap my mind around it. I don't understand it. How people can be that nasty.
I thought it was a skit, like Hee Haw. You know how they do skits. So I thought, man, this guy that was pretty funny. I thought it was a skit, right? But no, then the following day he's selling duckies for $20 and $50 for the big rubber ducky. And he's sticking to a story that it was a Bigfoot, and all this. It's like, what the hell? That was a roach, a big roach.
Yeah.
When I first found this guy, it was a while ago. And I was like, this has to be like a parody. Yeah. Because I'm listening to him and I can tell immediately that he's talking behind his camera. Like it's obvious, right? And then when he's like, it's over here, it's over there. I was like, this has to be a parody. And so I looked up and I'm like, it doesn't say for entertainment. It doesn't say anything. I'm like, okay, whatever. I left it alone. And next thing I know, I have a whole bunch of my friends going, have you seen all the footage he has? I'm like, oh God, no, please, please. And that's why I did the video, because I had too many friends believing he was real. I don't know why, but they did. And I was like, if you want to watch him, watch him. Just understand it's not real. Nobody gets that many EVPs ever. Nobody gets that much action ever. It's like you just have to know what you're watching. And yeah, that went to the shitter real quick.
like every time
days afterwards.
I mean, it doesn't make any sense. Every time you leave the house in that little bitty area, you're running into a Bigfoot, Dogman, the demons, whatever. Every single time, like it doesn't make any sense at all. Oh, did you hear that, folks? I mean, no, we didn't. It sounded like a cow. Like, stop. It's crazy, and it's like over and over and over again. I don't understand that.
And that's kind of what I was when I did the video. The guys that are the people, I should say, that were watching him that knew me actually was like, oh my God, I didn't realize when you pointed out that that's a well-maintained service road. That's not a logging road. That's not a forest road. That's not a road on the res. It's a high maintained, like just off the highway, graveled, leveled, compacted road. And they're like, I didn't notice that because we thought he was like really deep into the woods and that's why he's getting everything. I'm like, you have to look at the nuances. You know, I get a lot of people don't understand or are not trained to do that, but like as cops, investigators for long times, you start picking up like all the little stuff. And I was just kind of like, oh my God, please don't do this. And then when he was like, I have law enforcement or ex-law enforcement and military guys down here for security, I was like, why did you say that? It's like,
Sparky, one of his videos, he has this guy on there named Blake Dusher. That's his real name, Dusher. That's his name. The guy's come after us. He started. I'm not even joking, man. It's hard to say without laughing, but he attacks me regularly too. I don't know why this kid started attacking me or what his motive was. All I could think of is Mike got to him or something and got him to start, riled him up or something. But he's got this goofy channel and he's always saying stuff. So he started attacking me and just, I guess he thought he was important enough to be noticed or something. But anyway, he's on there with him. And this is one of their videos. And he says, yeah, I used to work at in a gold, what was it? A gold, forgot what he called it. Like a facility where they have all this gold or something. And he protecting gold. Yeah. Like bullion. And he said there was so much of it that he, one piece of it or something he could put in his pocket. Yeah, 1 troy ounce of it was worth like millions. And I'm like, what? I'm like, what the fuck? You're talking about gold, and I know economics and I know precious metals. That's something I invest very heavily in. And I'm like, no, you don't, because there is no troy ounce of gold. Right now, I think it's the futures is trading at like 26 or 36.80, something like that. And I think the spot is like 36.60 or 70, something like that. It fluctuates, but it's moving up. But he's trying to say it was $1 million, and I'm like, what the This guy was like,
Mr. Douche did.
Yeah, no. Ike did. We call him Ike. Mike McKee. Ike. We call him Ike, like from Tombstone. Ike Clanton. So Ike is on there. Yeah, it's worth $1 million. And that Blake Dusher guy's like, wow, like he believes him. He doesn't call him out on his bullshit. It doesn't matter to me if I'm on somebody's show or they're on my show. If they start saying something that I don't believe or I think is incorrect, I might, if I'm friendly with the person, I might say, well, maybe I don't know if I believe that. That may not be true. Or, you might say something, but I'm not going to sit there and go, oh, wow. Which something you absolutely should know as a grown adult is a fairy tale.
I'm on a lot of podcasts. There's the hits. I don't think I'm going to get anything from him because, like, every time I jump on any of the big podcasts, everybody's like, Sparky! It's like walking into a bar. But when I go on people's podcasts, if I do get that, if it's something that's like, it's just they believe it, I just shut up. I let them believe what they want to believe. That's fine. I don't care. If I believe they are knowingly lying is when I kind of go, no. That's the only time I speak up. Just because I don't like liars. I hate liars.
There's Dirty Ike for you.
I'm reading this here. Rain said, laughing my eyes are so laughing my ass off. He set up a fishing pole saying someone was following him, and someone in chat says, "Oh, isn't that the fishing pole you found last week?" Oh my gosh. Oh, that guy's such a joke. Wow, dude, that's some crazy. Is somebody following me? Like, the freak, who would be following him out there?
Bambi.
Rain said he supposedly worked at a safe vault guarding gold. He also can't keep straight how many years he was an investigator. Yeah, well, I had a conversation with him, Sparky, and Abe already knows this. back when I didn't know any better. I didn't know he was the way he was. And he told me that Hellbent Holler had been reaching out to him, trying to build an alliance against me, and that Jessica Jones was trying to get me and all this stuff. I didn't know anything. I was like, what? You know,
Yeah,
why would these people do these? Yeah. So, but when I tried talking to Jessica about it, you know, she wasn't, well, it turns out he was doing that to her too. He was going back and forth between us, but she to this day won't talk to me. And he played us, you know, and that was happening with him. He was doing that to me. He was doing it to Abe. He was doing it to all these different people. And I think he's been at it for a long time doing these things. It's been a long, long road of him doing with the.
That's what I understand. After I put that video up, several people from several different communities kind of went like, yeah, he's done this before. He's known to do this. He shut down one channel apparently, and now he's coming back or whatever. And I really don't care. But it's kind of like, you know, when they're like, well, careful because he'll look into your background. I'm like, I'm probably not the guy he wants to do that to. I mean, I have a better record than most investigators of why I should be investigating, and I'm still a PI now. I mean, it's like, you want to talk about how you investigate stuff? I'm probably not the guy that you want to like go in his background to throw shade at. So I'm like, to me, he's doing his own thing, and he just doesn't want bad publicity, which I can understand. But also, he's kind of taking advantage of everybody that believes him, you know, throwing up his PayPal and it's like, just send me money and for his, you know, roach bombs in his car and stuff. I don't know. Maybe he can get side panels for his doors so he won't be able to go through his door and hit the outside of his door for noises.
Yeah. So when he had I had a conversation with him. One of the first conversations I had with him, he told me that he was a police officer. He absolutely told me. And he had this wild story about going to a wreck and there was a child and all this stuff. And I'm going like, oh my gosh, that's horrible, you know? And I'm listening to this guy and looking back on it, I'm like, dude, this guy is a pathological, he's a sociopath. Like, to be able to talk about something like that. And he goes, yeah, go into the wrecks and handling accidents where there were children involved was the most horrific thing, you know? Of course it is, you know, and if you're a normal functioning adult, you think that is the most horrible, most horrific thing you could think of to deal with, is to see a child tore up from a wreck or whatever. But you find out this guy was never even a cop. I mean, that's
the issue. I don't. There's sick people out there that says, you know, I was a vet when they're not a vet, or I was a cop, they're not a cop. When they make up the stories to go along with it, the guys that actually had to deal with that stuff and have nightmares now because they saw that stuff, I'm not okay with. That's bullshit. People should be charged for that.
You know, you were talking about there's some evil people, and then, you know, we talk about unclean spirits, demons, and stuff like that. Check this out. This is him right here. I'll share this picture with you. Tell me what you think about this.
Dude.
Is he high high on some shit, or do you think he's being demonized by something by this picture?
No, I think that's a clip that was taken at the right time, and he's probably out of his mind, number one. And tell me that roly-poly, like, I don't want to make fun of him, but his shape, how is he going to pass the physical exam to be a cop? Like, how is that even going to be possible? I'm not being rude. I'm just saying.
No, I mean, you're being honest. I mean, that's the thing. You know,
when people look like a weeble wobble, when they look like a weeble wobble, they're not going to pass the physical exam to be a cop. They're just not gonna. I'm not trying to be rude. I mean, good on him. He has a dad bod. I mean, so do I. Just saying.
I mean, he's always talking about people's weight, you know, but he is a very, I'd say he's obese, maybe like borderline at least. But he's always calling me that or saying that Abe is or somebody. He's
It looks
hunched
like
over. He's like hunched back. The way he looks is real. You could tell he's real unhealthy. Just
like
a
right
very
here.
unhealthy person.
It looks like he's sitting on something. He's getting a freaking kick out of it.
I am with
Whoever,
Sparky. I think it was just a picture taken at the right time, but it does
is.
stand though that he does look very unhealthy. He does.
He does. And whoever took that screenshot, good on you for that timing. But I'm gonna have so many people going, did you really see that last night? I'm like, yes, I did.
I wonder what he's probably thinking about Brother Josh Turner in this picture.
Oh my gosh, dude.
Oh,
Well, you know,
Josh.
Nelly. He tries to tell everybody that Nelly was romancing the phone with him. Like she was calling me late at night.
He's like,
Stupid ass.
my bad.
One conversation, and he called to talk to her, and I was part of that conversation for about 75% of it. And Kirk Reed, Kirk Reed, his old partner.
Brother Sparky, you said that you known him for a while. He's like, oh, Sparky. Look at his eyes.
No.
His roll.
No.
Spark me up, Sparky.
Hell no. Wolf,
Give me a
later
jump
on,
start.
I'm gonna take some photos of my pool room. It's my I Love Me room, just so I could make sure I'm not lying about my background. Okay, I'll send a photo or video to you.
I'm just playing.
Oh,
man.
I don't judge people, whatever. I mean, in all these years that I've been doing this, I've had all kinds of people say all kinds of things, and I just took him at his word because I thought, why would somebody lie about something that you can look into so easy, and you look into it, but it's like you said, there are people that'll be like, I was a Green Beret, I killed 40 men, and they just say things, and you're like, what? And it's cringe and it's embarrassing that when people talk about things that they don't know what the hell they're talking about. I mean, but that's just part of it, and he has a psychosis, and I believe it.
It's really sad because that's a really they know in their own mind they're not good enough, so they strive to be something that somebody else did. So they latch onto that, and then they make this backstory that they never can continuously say, or carry on. It's sad, and it also pisses me off.
Yeah. I mean, and what you were talking about, how you had so many people that were believing him at one time, when he started this war with us, and he started it, he went after Abe and Bettina, and he tried to strike a deal with me behind their backs with his mother on the phone. And she was telling me, I have a good son. He's a good boy, trying to convince me that he's a good guy. And I'm like, no, he's not, lady. He is not a good guy. He's doing these. She condones his behavior. That's why he's the way he is. But it's not her responsibility because he's a grown man. So he does what he does. But she has facilitated it up to this point. And so he was trying to convince me. I said, I don't operate that way. And so I didn't talk to him anymore for a while. I was just like, we eventually tried to make a peace with him. It didn't work, obviously. And Bettina ended up leaving the field because of him, unfortunately. But I feel like he'll always be around in some form or another. Every time something happens to him, he spins it like it's some kind of misfortune that somebody has put up on him.
When somebody shits on your deck or your front stoop of your house, you can clean it up, but the stink's going to be there for a while. That's just a fact. And he did the same thing to me. So there is a nice, sweet older lady that's in this field that he knows I'm very close to, and he went to her and some other people in her group, and that's where he was trying to pressure them. Number one, he tried to get a lot of information about me, and most of them have seen me around my house, so they know about me. And he's like, yeah, he's not lying, number one. And number two, no, we're not going to tell Sparky anything because we can't. He does what he feels is right, and that's what he's going to do. But he tried really hard, and as far as I know, he's still trying to pressure this nice old lady or elderly lady. She's an elder, I'll put it that way, for a native tribe. to come back on me, to remove the video, be on with him on his show, or do something. I don't know. He's just weird. It's getting weird.
Yeah, he's not going to stop because he's so used to always getting his way. And I think it goes back to his childhood. I mean, I'm not going to psychoanalyze the guy, but I'm pretty sure that's what it is. And he's one of those people that's always won. And so he needs to win. And he can't win with us. And so he just keeps on banging his head against that wall. But he's got people that enable him. He's got these guys, this Larry guy and Barton now again is back, and that other fool Clough. And they run around with him, and as long as he's fighting me, they're going to be on his team and helping him and doing whatever they can and promoting the false narrative that he has created around the child endangerment thing about his. When that thing went down, I didn't know shit about that guy's kids. I didn't really know anything about it. I didn't know his kids hardly at all. I knew he had a son. I didn't know he had two. And that was about it. And, so when that all popped off, now he's claiming the state of Oklahoma kidnapped his son. And it was because of me, Nelly, and Krista Tweedy from Blondes and Booze, and this guy's wife and his sister. I don't know. He's created an entire story, a fairy tale, why his kid was taken away. Yeah,
With
we
Brandy?
paid the state of
Really?
Yeah, supposedly, yeah. Me, Nelly, and Krista, and from Blondes and Booze, and his wife, his wife and his sister. They were, because he's at war with them, always fighting with his wife and his sister. And he got this whole family feud going, which isn't their domestic squabble is not my concern, but they have involved the whole field, and. So they go around spouting this narrative, and now when I guess he stole this woman's Bigfoot footage or something, and then he turns around and goes, "Oh well, I got played, and somebody anonymously sent it to me, and I know who it is," and blah blah blah.
He cropped the voices out of it because you could tell who it came from. Because there's not a whole lot of Spanish-speaking Bigfoot guys out there. And so it was pretty obvious when you watched the video why he cut the video the way he did, which I thought was kind of like, come on, that's forethought and malice of why you did what you did. Number one, it like when I put up that video, everybody was contacting me. I literally had 4 different people send me legal documents about him, like message me copies of legal documents. They're like, dude, we know for watching you probably could get this, but here, so you don't have to look into it. Here's what he is about. I was like, oh my God. It was pretty amazing. I was like, well, this guy's a bigger problem than I thought, I guess, because there's a lot of people out there. There's like, this guy is not right in the head.
So what did you see? Like, exactly. I mean,
I don't want to repeat it.
Okay. Yeah, because I mean, we've seen a lot.
Yeah, I know about some calls and about his kids, and about some government intervention.
Yeah, and he did like he did with this Bigfoot thing most recently. I've been dealing with Nelly's situation and with a lot of other stuff with work and with all kinds of stuff that's been going on, and I didn't have a whole lot of time to invest in it. I know Jerry and Ella Williams had made a video, kind of like your video, and I caught part of it. I didn't get to watch all of it, and I didn't get to watch all of your video because there's always some drama around that guy that's going on. And it's always something that he did, And so I just, when I saw that he had taken somebody's footage and done something, and he was over there talking about, I talked to a lawyer and I'm going to sue these people. Shut up, dude. They're always talking to somebody and they're going to do something. And, it's always something like that. That Barton, said something today about, he told the FBI about me and all this. Go ahead, dude. Who cares?
Yeah, they
I'm so sure that with all the
You know
Charlie
what?
Kirk stuff going on, we heard about our feud.
they talked they tagged Temple PD on me saying that I was making terroristic threats. It's like, what the
Dude,
That's so ridiculous.
there were some anonymous people saying it's like you're gonna get sued for this video. I'm like, well, you better watch the video really carefully, because if you know what I do around Idaho, I have a lot of lawyers friends, and so I'll have them watch the video. If I think it's going to be like this could be a problem, I'll send the video to them and have them watch it first before I put it up. I did the same thing. I won't say the network. It's one of the big networks. I had an issue and I tried to correct it online during the thing. It didn't happen, so I made a video on it. They came at me like this is defamation. We could do a lot. I'm like, no, you can't. Because in the video, when I said my opinion, I said it's my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And then I said facts when it was facts. And I'm like, trust me, you can't do shit. And after talking with them, they were like, you know what? We're going to fix this. Could you take down the video? And I'm like, you know what? I'll play nice. If you fix that, I will take down the video. And so I did. Like, people don't understand is like you can't sue people for a video unless they actually come out and make stuff up. You can't.
It's also
impossible.
very expensive to sue people too, because
yes,
yeah, I mean, and I spent out cease and desist, and all they did was just wipe their ass with them, and then turn around and lie and say they sent me one, which they never did. That was a total lie by Larry. There's a guy in their group we call him Lying Larry. And he's a former lawman. He really was a former cop. He was on a few different forces, which makes me wonder, like, he never stayed on one for more than a couple of years. So he probably got in trouble and was just bounced
That's
around.
A hint. That's a hint right there.
He is such a freaking, I mean, he is a fucking walking nightmare. Yeah, he's a walking nightmare. He's going around telling everybody the most wildest shit he can dream up in his head. Yeah, and his wife has a criminal record, and he's real ashamed of it. So he tried to say recently that we photoshopped it. First of all, it wasn't me. We didn't drop that. Somebody else did anonymously, and he blamed us, of course, and because he blamed everything that's ever happened on us. And he's running around with Mike. That's his problem right there, was being around these fools. If you hang around with dogs, you're going to get up with fleas. Don't hang around with these fools, and you won't have those kind of problems. You won't be having to answer for all this weird shit that you did. I mean, that's just simple as that. I don't.
Yeah, and the cease and desist order. It's like I have had several cease and desist orders because of what I've done. It was hilarious because it was a motorcycle club at MC. Like, if you think about what an MC is, it's like the big motorcycle gangs. I went after one because he was an asshole. They sent me a cease and desist order because I was doing videos, making ads, and sending them all over Idaho. And they're like, you can't do that. I'm like, I just peed on it. I'm like, well, take me to court then. I don't care.
Yeah. I mean, that's what they did with our cease and desist. And so I said, this is absolutely useless. It's pointless unless you're going to sue them. And to sue them costs a lot of money.
A lot.
Yeah. So that's pretty much the story. And they're going to do what they're going to do. When they started messing with Harley and saying all kinds of shit and attacking him and calling him a devil worshiper because he went on, BMR's channel. And I told him, I said, man, it sucks, and they're going to mess with you and they're going to do whatever. I was like, but dude, just think about it. I've been dealing with this for years now. Me and Abe have gone through the ringer, and these people, they just don't stop. They're like the Terminators, dude. And then you'll think that they'll go quiet for a little while, leave you alone, give you some peace. And you think, well, maybe they're going to finally grow up, Nope. No, sir. That does not happen, And now Barton's calling on me to give up my channel for 6 months and go away like he did. I'm like, why would I do that? You went away because you had diabetes, because you drank 2 12-packs of Coke a day. So what reason do I have to go away? Oh, should I go get diabetes so I can go? Folks, I got to go to the hospital for a couple months because I can't see because I have diabetes. That's what it is. But instead of taking responsibility and going like, okay, I drink a copious amount of soda, of soda water or pop or whatever, you know, that's why I have health issues. No, it's I have been demonically cursed by the Turners. They are hiring witches and warlocks to curse me, causing my blood sugar to be 780 and to put me into the hospital. That is literally what he has done. He has gone around telling everybody that that's what happened to him, that we were slinging curses like, like crazy, man. We were just throwing curses out there and they were working. But, if you are such a righteous person, and let's hypothetically say somebody is cursing you, you should be able to get around it. I mean, and not have it cripple you for months and months because you are so righteous. But I don't believe that's the case, that he's a very righteous person. I don't believe it. And it's also true that we do not throw curses at people. We're not hiring witches and warlocks to attack them around the clock. And he also made a statement yesterday saying that we've been threatening him for the last year. We have not threatened him. He also claims he has receipts. That's another lie, because we haven't threatened you, so you don't have receipts for anything. But these people will sit there and lie and lie and lie, and they don't have any kind of conscience about it.
That's a good point. Is when I jumped on here, this first time I've been on his channel, because I had so many friends, it just came up, and I got in here and I saw a whole bunch of people I know, and I was like, "Hey, how you doing?" And I didn't realize he was very religious, and I started put in there. It's like, well, I'm whatever you believe, da, da, da. And he's like, what do you mean by that? I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm a Druid, da, da, da. I could see in his face, he was like, oh my God, who is in my chat? I was like, I am so sorry. I won't talk about it anymore. And then he was, and the mods were really awesome. And then he started asking about the Druid thing. And I'm like, do you really want to talk about that on your platform? And he was like, yeah. I'm like, okay, I'm going to jump on now, because I respected him enough. If I'm on his platform, I'm gonna follow his way he's gonna have a show. I'm not gonna make a problem in his chat. I'm not gonna change the conversation in his chat. I'm not gonna try to convert anybody or anything else like that. But he was nice enough to actually go, actually come on. We want to talk about your point of view, which I thought was awesome. And we actually did. We actually talked about how similar we are. I thought it was awesome. So it's when people are saying that about you guys, it's kind of like, no. You're very, very welcoming. Because Abe doesn't know me from anybody. I don't think he's probably ever heard my name before. When they say like that, it's bullshit. It's really bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, and with me and Abe too, we don't judge people. Like we're a devout Christian, both of us, and we pray for people. We do all kinds of stuff, but we don't judge anybody. If somebody's different than us, that doesn't mean that you're to mistreat them. In fact, you're supposed to treat people as guests, and you're supposed to be kind to people, because that's what Christ teaches us. He never tells anybody to be ugly, mean, and rude. And some of the things that these people say, like, God told them not to pray for us. God is never going to tell you, hey, stop praying for these people because they're such Canaanites that you need to quit. That is the most ridiculous thing, And I think of all the horrible crap that they've pulled and said and done, that's got to be one of the most debased, is just saying that. Because if you're a true follower of Christ, I'm not talking about some Christian that just goes to church and Sunday school. I'm talking about a follower of Christ. Christ will, the teachings will tell you, those that are in the Bible and those that are considered apocrypha, they're all the same. In the end, they all say the same thing. He tells everybody the love. That's why Abe calls it a love foundation. Jesus says love covers a multitude of sin. And that is the truth. And there are so many people out there who are acting like Jesus never even said anything. And they go around acting like that they are the God of the Old Testament, like they themselves are, like they're angry and bitter and jealous and vengeful because the priesthood said those things about God. Not true. They're not true. The priesthood used it to gain power over the people. And that's why they said and wrote those things about God, which I don't believe that. I don't believe he has those human traits, because Jesus speaks of a very different, loving Father. Now, when Jesus returns, he's going to be angry because of all the crap that's gone on. But these people that live the way that they do, and Abe is addresses on his show, addressed on my show, they're going to be real sorry for the way that they've treated people, the way they've judged people, and the way that they have not reined themselves in, and with this unbridled anger and hate and just absolute character assassination and everything else that they have allowed to go on and that they have fostered and that they do themselves, and the way that they have pimped themselves out. They are going to be in a world of trouble, but that's their problem. That's their sin. We've done what we're supposed to do. We've prayed for them. We've forgiven them, because I don't hold grudges. I don't. Every day I just shake it off. Every day I wake up and I don't hold grudges. And every day they come back and they stick another spear in me.
Yeah,
Well,
they
I
come
just
with a
take it
picture
out and I
file
just keep
all the
going.
time.
And
They're-
I think it was right before you got on. I was actually talking to Abe about this. Like when I'm helping people go in and do paranormal stuff, one thing is like for protection is like, what do you believe in? It's like, because I want to be respectful for people's religions. And if they're like Christian, I was like, okay, do you have more? Do you feel more powerful with a cross or a Bible? Or it's like, what is your like that? That's my faith. Like, which one do you want? Because that might be helping you in a paranormal area if you get into a situation. And some of them are like, I don't know, or they don't understand what I'm saying. I'm like, do you go? You actually, are you practicing Christianity? And they're like, well, I go to church. I'm like, oh, okay, you're screwed. Because it's like you don't have that faith, because whatever you bring with you, you have to have heart, mind, and soul faith in that.
Mm-hmm.
It's like what you're saying. It's like if anybody can say I'm a religion, but if you don't practice it, believe it, love it, and do it by that, then you're not really it.
No, and there's so many people that'll pass judgment on others, and they're quick to say, "Oh, that person's a witch. That person's this, and that person's that." And like they attacked Abe about his crystals. Well, crystals are part of the earth. They're there for a reason. He's not obsessing on them. He's not worshiping them. He tells everybody point blank that they work and what each one of them does and how they have a different frequency. That's basic, just common knowledge 101 that our ancestors had a few generations ago that we lost because a lot of fanatics went around saying, oh, well, if you're messing with that, you must be a new age witch or something. That's a problem, because you are losing knowledge. And Jesus warns us big time about that. He says, my people die for lack of knowledge. That's one of the most important things he emphasizes, that if you don't have the knowledge, you're gonna die.
If you're ignorant, you don't understand. Crystals have been used in multiple different religions, including Christianity, for a very long time. If you don't understand that, that's being ignorant. And you're just, again, like, when we first came out, I was like, be careful of how you use the word pagan, because it just means it's not Christian. Don't lump them all together. That's one of those which Abe was like, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean it that way. But that's ignorance of everything that I don't understand is evil, it's demonic, it's terrible, it's stupid. It's
and there's willful ignorance too, which is even worse.
Yes.
Yeah. One of the things we say on my show, Sparky, and we say it all the time, the cult of ignorance is very pervasive in this country and in the world, but especially in the West. There is a very ignorant mindset, and Jesus says you die for lack of knowledge. Well, the cult of ignorance leads to the cult of death. Every time you have ancient civilizations that were committing human sacrifice and doing all these horrible things, it started out as ignorance, and then a lot of it just keeps going through willful ignorance. And the willful ignorance, when you turn a blind eye to the truth and shut it out, that's the worst.
And Law, you are correct. Crystals were used on chest plates and also adornments for the church for a very long time.
Even the Ark of the Covenant had crystals on there too.
Yes, because if you want to get like really defined, a diamond is a crystal, and that's been adored everywhere. But like you were saying, like our biggest problem nowadays is we have the Google age. So people don't want to learn; they just want the fast answer. So instead of like reading the book or reading all the text or learning why it said that and how it said that and what came after that, they only get a small, so they can answer you by jumping on the phone and doing this real quick, but they can't tell you why. They can't tell you where it came from. They haven't learned anything. They just have an answer.
Let's start. Wolf had to step away for a minute.
Cool. We have the better half now.
Oh, my throat is really messed up. I had COVID. Well, I still have it. And it's that razor blade one. Your throat for your throat is not good.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay. I know I sound terrible, though.
Prayers for your sister Nelly, for you to
Thank you.
to get over that. I've been feeling in a slump too for about 2 weeks.
Oh no!
You know, that's what I didn't want to give power to what I was going through. So there's not worry about it, but the symptoms that I had was what you might be feeling. Because
I'm sorry.
I was hurting for about a week, 2 weeks now, but I'm doing better today.
That's good. Yeah.
I'm not dozing off like I've been dozing off for about 2 weeks. Every time I do a live, I doze off, but it's because I've been sick. You know, I can't say, hey, I'm sick, because then people are gonna pull out the Old Testament on me and start saying that I'm getting 7 times fold or some crap. You know,
Yeah.
So I just don't say nothing that I'm sick. The only thing I say, I'm not feeling too well, but you know how it is. You get the trolls that show up and they want to take something out of context all the time, you know. So
Yeah, you sneeze and they're like, "Oh, see, the devils are trying to escape their body." It's always some fantastical story.
And it's been pretty slow nights. I mean, I've been doing 2-hour shows, and as I told my brother, yeah, we're just gonna do 2 hours tonight. You know, probably nobody gonna show up. And all of a sudden, we've been strong all night.
Yeah, I got
showed up, Sparky showed up, and
we're at 6 hours now, dude.
Yeah, I know. Well, you know, when you have a good conversation going on, it's like just keep it going. But yeah, 6 hours, I think that's enough. It's like, man, how do you expect us to rewatch the tape for 6 hours?
But it doesn't even feel like
keep it like 2 hours. But if the topic is good, you just go with it, you know.
Yeah, it makes time fly by. You don't even notice.
Yeah, and I didn't even doze off once tonight.
Nice.
My brother was worried about me because he knows how I've been feeling. But I told him that I was feeling better, you know. So we went 6 hours strong. Whoever is here, I hope everybody enjoyed tonight's live stream. I'm gonna say tonight, but it's morning too, so it's like going for 2 days. That's 6 hours. Yeah, I don't have nothing against anybody, you know. My upbringing, what I've dealt with spirituality and stuff, you know, I know there's a lot of beliefs in a lot of things. But I'm telling you, when you find Jesus Christ, it just changes you completely. Because I've been there fighting unclean spirits, demonic spirits, and I would pray to the Heavenly Father to help me, and things will continue to happen until He finally showed me what opening I had. The opening I had that I was getting spiritually attacked was unforgiveness. I had to forgive an individual that tried to take my life when I was 10 years old. I forgave that man. The man had already been deceased for about 3 years. I forgave the man, and all the things that were happening to me stop, because I forgave him, and forgiveness is part of love, in which the Heavenly Father uh, blessed me with the spiritual gift of discernment. Forgiveness is part of love, and God is a forgiving God, so He blessed me. So that's what I do the lives late at night. I'm not trying to, I'm just trying to help with the people. I'm trying to awaken people spiritually, to help out people that are going through things that might not understand. That's why I created Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters. I do forgive people daily. I'm not nobody's enemy. I know there was somebody I had to put a time out because he was saying all kinds of crazy stuff. But I block him. But I had to block him because he was disrupting the show. So in the chat.
And that you're always
So I
going
had
to
to
have
block.
one that does that,
Not to be a mean person, but I had to do what I had to do to protect the chat. So like that, the chat could respond to what we're talking about. Instead, you always get somebody trying to interrupt the show by saying some crazy stuff in the chat.
Yeah, or you have the guys that like derail the chat either to cause arguments or they're just trolling. And so the chat actually can't follow, the podcast because they're trying to deal with this person.
See,
So yeah, you have to do it sometimes. You just have to put them in timeout or, and sometimes I just remove them.
Well, I removed him. I put him on timeout, but then I said he kept on, so I had to remove him. But yeah, man, I try to be a good guy. I try to give people advice, but sometimes people just want to be stuck in their ways. They don't want to change. They want to continue to be in the situation that they're in. So I just, sometimes they'll get mad or they'll make a comment after I'm done the live. They'll say something, and it's like, they wasted their time here. I said, man, you know what? I'm just trying to help you, man. If you think that Bigfoot is causing everything, then you're giving it power of belief. I always tell people.
Well, a lot of that it's just the easy way out. It's like if everything's Bigfoot or everything's a demon or everything's like whatever, it's the easy way out because you don't want to think through it. You don't want to process it to explain it.
That's what I try to tell them, that there's other things besides Bigfoot in the woods that can make people disappear. People can get lost because they go step off the trails, go into the woods. There is wildlife that can make them disappear. You got bears, you got mountain lions, and things like that. But if the people get lost and they don't have enough food or water, the body can only last so long. So once they die, then the animals come in and feed off the bodies. And by the time there's nothing there. They take everything. And that's what
I can't tell you how many times, like a search and rescue, when we find the person, they're like maybe 30 or 40 feet from the trail. They just couldn't find it and died right there. It's like it happens. And most people like, well, that could never happen. I'm like, nah. People get freaked out and they start going in circles. There's a lot of reasons why stuff happens in the woods.
I used to see it happen in the military when they were doing the land nav courses, where there'll be some doing B knock or A knock, and he's doing the land nav. They get lost, so they're saying the search party to go look for these people, and they search for 2-3 days till they can't find them. Till they find them, their bodies, are already gone. They're dead because they didn't have enough water or food. So the only thing to do is find a body. Then one had gotten lost, and they found him sitting by a tree, dead by the tree.
That's not an uncommon thing to find people like just sitting and leaning up against a tree because they just give up. They just sit down.
No, so I try to tell them, you can't look too much into something, man, because there's a lot of things that are around that can deceive you, But there is people that believe 100% it's the Bigfoot. There's people that believe it's 100% it's an alien, and of what I witnessed and experienced, being in combat, or what I've seen, the degen and things through of demons, what they can do, the capabilities of the pictures that I capture, how they move. It's like, man, I got the proof right here to show. But to get somebody to see that we're in spiritual warfare, that's what I'm trying to show people is, hey, this spirit's here amongst us already. So what are you going to do to prepare yourselves to be able to fight spiritually for your spirit, not your spirit, but for the spirits of the next of your kin? Are you going to let them know the spiritual truth of what's around so they can prepare themselves also for spiritual warfare? And that's what I created this. I figured that at nighttime, most people have most of the problems. You got people that have sleep paralysis, night terrors. Most people come out at nighttime, so I do my show between 11 till whenever. And right now we're at the whenever right now, 6:14 in the morning.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. It's like, I believe in Bigfoot because I grew up in Washington State, home of Bigfoot.
Yeah, I went to Washington to a wedding. But my military brother got married in the 4th of July. I went up there.
Nice. Where?
Oh man, the one there's where they dropped the airport where we landed. I just remember the name of the. All I know is there's an airport and there's some motels that's nearby the airport.
Okay.
I can't remember the name of the town. So we flew over there, and yeah, there's a lot of woods, a lot of pine trees.
Yeah.
Huge trees over there.
And that's not even the mountains, dude. Like if you go central Washington where I lived, that's where the Cascades are. That's country. Like it's mountains straight up and down and trees everywhere.
Yeah, I've seen the mountains, and you got some bodies of water there at the airport, around the airport. I talked to a couple of hunters, and I asked them, "Have you ever seen a Bigfoot?" And he just didn't say nothing. Like he said that he's killed elk and all kinds of stuff, with the bow and arrow.
Yep. Yeah.
But I did have somebody contact me that lives in Washington. He told me that he had an encounter where they called him in for the weekend to go work, and they sent him to this location in a little trailer. That he was there asleep in the trailer. That something came, and I could hear different noises of. He said there were Bigfoots, and I said, "Did you see him?" And I said, "No, I was hiding." It was inside in this camper. But when he was saying the story, he sounded like he was drunk. So I let him say his story, but he sounded like he was drunk. He had been drinking. He was slurring and stuff. So
yeah,
I let him say his story.
There's more sightings on the coastline because it's a little more open and a little more gradual with the mountains. Cascades, when you get into heavy mountains there, it's more of like rocks thrown, trees getting pushed over, stuff coming up at night. You do see like eye shine. I've seen all of that, but I've never seen them like in person.
Pieces of wood getting chunked at you.
Yeah, I've had full-on trees thrown.
I had okay. I mean, we can talk about that. I might have to make a show one day about Bigfoot because I experienced some stuff in the military when I was I took like a year off from being a tanker, and they put me in S3, was the center of operations, and I was driving a double PC, and I would set up a talk on top of the mountain ranges. So I had some experience that happened to me there on Fort Hood itself, down over there by Clabber Creek. I don't know if you're familiar with Fort Hood.
Yeah.
But in Clabber Creek, had an incident where something was throwing rocks at me while I was changing the mold gas in the generator. It hit my Kevlar, and rocks were falling all around me, and it was raining. At first I thought it was hell, right, falling, because it hit my Kevlar and it bounced off. And then I looked, and it was rocks being thrown at me. So I filled it up real quick and went inside, and I thought he was on my NCOIC messing with me. When I went in there, I was pissed off. I said, "Why are you throwing rocks at me?" He had a cup of coffee in his hand, and he still was in his BDUs. I had my weather gear, so it wasn't him. He had no mud on his feet or nothing.
If I remember right, Hood and Lewis is the two spots where they actually will warn some guys, depending on where you go, that you might see something. Just don't mess with it, because they do have sightings.
Oh yeah. One of the other range, there was another NCO that had a sighting up there where we were in charge of all the ranges in which we had to make contact with race control every hour of the hour. And I was in charge of Clabber Creek, and this guy was in charge of Pilot Knob, and or Trap Nail. No, Pilot. I think it was Pilot Knob, and he had a distress call saying that he was being attacked by something. So when you're on Fort Hood, you don't got no live ammunition. So I grabbed the axe handle, got him a Humvee, left a guy there, and I took off to the other range. Drove. We got to the range. The other rangers showed up. It was like 4 or 5 of us, and we're looking around. I could smell something beastly, but there was a outdoor latrine, porta potty. So we walk all the way up to the top. The NCO that was up there had the door barricaded with the tables and chairs, and the NCOIC is like, "What the?" He's like, "What the fuck's the matter with you?" He was like, "Take all that shit down." So this guy was scared shitless, where he would light up a cigarette, it was gone. And he would light up another one, was gone. It was like puffing the shit out of the cigarettes. You could see he was scared, and he looked pale, or something scared the crap out of him. So he's like, "What happened?" He said that he was going down. He was going down to use the porta potty. Then he said, "I seen him," and he's like, "What the fuck you see?" The NCOs. He said he was Sasquatch, Bigfoot, and freaking he could tell he was scared shitless. So he said, "You ain't gonna be no good for me out here." So he sent him back to the rear, and he brought a replacement for him. But you could tell he was scared shitless. He seen something. He's on my friends list, but I don't know if you'll talk about it or what happened to him that evening. He retired from the military and everything. It's just, sometimes people, like, when you get scared like that, I could tell something that he was truly scared of something that he's seen.
Right.
But he said it was a Bigfoot that when he seen it, he locked eyes with it, that he came running towards him. So he ran back upstairs. When he was running upstairs, that he kept on hitting the tower, and the tower was shaking, vibrating real bad. And that's when he went up there and barricaded himself.
Wow.
Yeah, a lot of activity there on Fort Hood, man. Not just Bigfoots, but lycanthrope, werewolf, or what people want to call a dog man. But to me, I think those are all shapeshifter skinwalkers, because it's pretty hot and heavy, man. Shadow figures is pretty bad with that. I've seen one day we'll talk about other stories, but we've been on for 6 hours and 23 minutes.
I have some buddies that are there, and they're like, some of the old buildings were really crazy for paranormal stuff.
Oh yeah.
Well, one of the things that they do at Fort Hood, that they do at a lot of different Army bases, is they'll build structures for training, and then they won't spend the money to tear them down. And so you'll have all these weird buildings all over the damn place, and that anything could live in. And one day, after 2 or 3 years of them just sitting there, the Army will be like, well, we're going to run drills. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. And I actually got it from a private contractor that was doing some training before he went over to Kosovo. And he was telling us that he's from Belgium. And he was there training with some of the Army guys there, and they were in these buildings that had been sitting idle for years, probably, that they had built and used for Vietnam. And they had just been there and one of the NCOs that he was with basically told him, he goes, yeah, these buildings have been here since 1970, like they probably, whatever. Well, Kosovo, all that was in the early 90s. So, 20 years, over 20 years of just sitting unoccupied, rotting. And they went into them, and I mean, they built them pretty well, so they didn't, I guess, want to spend the money to tear them down or whatever. And they had used them for drills for about 5-6 years, and then they just sat there after the Vietnam War ended. And so they were out there in the field, and when he went into one of these buildings, he said something big, black, and just, it looked like something hairy. Couldn't tell. Jumped out the windows had no glass in them or anything, but this thing jumped out of it, and it was wet and cold that night. And he said that it was probably something that had gone in there to keep warm. He goes, but what was crazy was all he saw was a silhouette of it, but it was a big hairy thing, and it ran bipedal. And 6 other guys saw it too, and they were freaked out. But they weren't using live ammunition, for these drills, so they couldn't shoot it. But it scared the living hell out of them, and it was humongous. So something was living in there, and it was like you were saying, Abe, it smelled like pee and blood. They have that weird, nasty smell. And so, yeah, it just, that's a weird thing, like, what was that? Well, you get a million stories like that from Fort Hood.
I used to see them all the time, man. Out there, this to me, they look like dark shadows at nighttime because it's pitch dark, but they'll be taller than the tank. They were huge. When we talk about Nephilim or Nephilim spirits, I remember one time I was taking a leak in front of the tank, and that passed right beside me, one on each side. And honestly, I seen these 2 big, tall, dark silhouettes that were very tall. I would say between 12 to 13 foot tall. Passed right beside me. Guess it didn't see me because I was in the center of the tank, but they went into the woods. So I was like, okay, I'm not going to tell nobody about this because then they'll be like, we need to send Sergeant CS to the psycho to get psycho evaluated. If you go tell the first sergeant that, they're going to try to send you to the psychiatrist so they can show little cards. What do you see? I wish they did a couple of times.
Do you want to hurt yourself?
I will see some stuff out there, man. I mean, you're supposed to report to your the person in charge of you. So you tell them that. The next thing you know, they're like, "Hey, you got an appointment over there at this location. You need to show up there at 8:00." Freaking psychiatrist. If the psychiatrist would have seen what I've seen, he'd probably be reading his own cards. Yeah, there's a lot of activity out there, man. I used to see them with my night vision. I couldn't see a body temperature or the heat. That's why I say that they're DDN in disembodied form, because anything that's living has a heat signature. That's using our night vision through thermals. The tank has thermals. So I would see this dark silhouettes that were real tall walking down range when we're going down. We're going to go try to qualify our tank for night fire. So we had to call the chain of command or the tower and say, hey, there's something down range by TRP1 and in between TRP2. And they're walking towards the generators. So they have a night vision over there, and they're looking from the tower, and they see the same thing we're seeing. So they will have to cease fire. We take out the all the ammo out, and we traverse and put on the green flag that we're clear. We have to clear all the weapon system. and there goes range control all the way down range. And most of the times, they never found nothing out there, but we could see it through the thermals. There'd be like 6, sometimes 8 of them, real tall, walking, and they could see the silhouettes too. It had no heat. So that's when it has no heat. That's telling you right there already that it's something that's in spirit. If I would have seen a Sasquatch with a heat temperature, and you could see, like I could see a rat and its heat temperature, a fox or a deer that's like 2,000, 3,000 meters away. If I would have seen a Sasquatch, I would have said, hey, you know what? That Bigfoot exists. That's what it exists because I've seen it. I've seen it through my thermals. That's not what I've seen. I've seen something that has no body heat. That's
Yeah,
cold.
but the good thing is like the M1 has a really good thermal
Yeah.
system on it. The fact you saw something in the thermal means it was a different temperature than the surrounding. It just wasn't body heat hot.
Yeah, no body heat.
Yeah.
That's what tells you when something is alive. Like if it's a engine, or if it's a tank out there or a Humvee, you can see the heat from the engine. If it's a person that's got a cigarette lit up, you can see the the cigarette lit up and the body heat of the person. But there was definitely something out there that was huge, but had no body heat.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And it was when we're going down range between 3 and 4 in the morning. There were witnesses. And you know,
Phil, we've been on 6 hours.
Yeah. But anyways, I guess we can call it a night, brother.
I hope so. I'm tired as hell right now.
Well, thank you, brother Sparky, for jumping on here on Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters. And you're
Thank
more
you
than
for having me,
welcome to come back on. Tonight we have Werewolf Wednesday. On Thursdays we have open mic night. Fridays we talk about witches, brujas, and all that kind of stuff. Harpies, lechuzas. But tonight we'll have Werewolf Wednesday. You want to jump on, or you want to come check it out? But open mic night again is on Thursday. I just didn't know that we were going to last for this long.
Neither did I.
We went from trying to figure out this who is this Druid guy to having a good show, man. Thank you for jumping on, brother.
Thanks for having me, and thanks for Will for jumping in. He was a blast.
Oh yeah, brother Wolf, my bro Jack that was here.
Yep. And who's the other guy?
To all the viewers, Texas Learning, I think, was here too.
Yes.
And to all the viewers, Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters. You got a podcast too, brother. A link you would like to share, so people can subscribe to you.
Nah, I'm good.
Okay.
I'll link it later on the next show or something.
Next one. Alrighty, brother. Is there something you would like to say to the audience before you go?
Oh, you guys were awesome. Thank you for welcoming me in, being so nice to me. The questions were awesome, and the interaction was amazing. Really, really good people in the chat. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, brother. Thank you for, like I said, for coming on. You have a beautiful, blessed day, man. God bless you, brother. Well, there you go, brothers and sisters. We went 6 hours and 33 minutes. You know, when the show is good and it's good, you just keep on going. Then we caught, I guess, people from early in the evening till morning, la madrugada, early morning, and here we are. I just want to say thank you, brother Joel Burgers. I see you representing. Thank you, brother Wolf. Paranormal Roundtable. To my brother, Texas Learning, Sparky. Guess we can finish off this with a prayer before we go. Heavenly Father, at this time I'd like to pray for all my brothers and sisters here on Spiritual Cryptid Encounters, for everybody to maintain a heavenly foundation. If there was any form of negativity trying to interrupt the chat, or if anybody was trying to do anything kind of wrong to anybody here in Spiritual Cryptid Encounters, we tie, bind, and rebuke you in Jesus Christ's name. We don't accept any form of negativity. This we pray in Jesus Christ's name. Amen. In saying that, brother, this is Brother Abe Cias. Even my hat is a little bit crooked tonight. This is Brother Abe Cias. Sarn Cias signing off for Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. Everybody have a blessed day. Take it easy, brothers and sisters.